Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are living in the last hour of the last hour. The end is nigh. Are you trembling in your boots? If you're wearing any at all, who knows? You might be at home not wearing anything. And that's okay, because guess what? We're going to enter the Garden of Eden soon, and there will be no more nakedness. So go ahead and get used to it. Hang out with me today, and let's check out the cognitive dissonance within Christianity that I had to face as a Christian. Recently on my channel, my Facebook group, if you will, I've come across a funny video. I'm going to show you guys soon. But if you don't know, I have a Facebook group if you're on Facebook. We also have a Discord. I'm not ever in it. I'll be honest with you. I don't have the time right now. Maybe one day that'll free up. You guys check out the description. You can join all that stuff. But the end is nigh. We're going to join each other today on the show to show you guys how silly the end time stuff really is. And we're going to go from what some of the modern people are doing, how we've had prediction after prediction, and then go into history, show you guys some people who made these predictions. For a couple thousand years, this has been going on. Then we'll get right into the text. So when your Christian buddy watches and goes, I don't care what anyone thinks, they don't know what time it's going to end. Well, the New Testament gives you plenty of indication that it was supposed to happen at the time in which they were writing these things. So welcome to MythVision, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get an intro started. Let people start trickling in. I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday, Lord's Day, if you will. Hallelujah. Anyway, I'm excited. I'm going to have a lot of fun with you guys today. Welcome, family and friends. We are MythVision. If you have made it into this room, you're safe. Don't worry. All of the gods that will come during the soon to come, if you will, rapture, you guys are protected from them. They're not going to take you. I promise you. The Lambert of God has come to take away the cognitive dissonance of the world. You don't have to worry about a damn thing. We're going to have fun today. We're going to have a lot of fun today. We're going to listen to some of these wild preachers who've, let me say this up front. I have to emphasize, these people that are making these predictions are seriously sincere. I'm not discrediting their sincerity. They're sincerely wrong, and you guys will see that as the show unfolds. And as we talk about eschatology, some of the things I had to discover on my own as a Christian. I went from this little charismatic, really, I spoke in tongues, as you guys see I do all the time on the channel now. You know what I mean? I do that all the time. I spoke in tongues and thought I was really speaking the language of angels. You know, I was literally like having this private conversation with God and all that. But I really believed in prophecy. I laid on of hands. We were casting out demons. And I'd have dreams about the end. I'm going to tell you guys 2 of those dreams that I remember. I'm sure I've had more and just don't remember. As you guys are trickling in, love you guys. Thank you for tuning in. I'm going to get to your guys' comments and stuff. If you want to ask questions, feel free. If you want to super chat questions, I will be able to see those much easier. But we're going to be hanging out and having fun talking about the end. So here's 2 of my dreams. I'm giving you, these are real dreams that I really had. I'm not making this up just to be funny and to poke holes in Christianity. The first dream, there was a girl that lived right around the corner named Rachel. And growing up, we were kids and, you know, we would like play truth or dare, or we'd go down the street, play hide and go seek, or build little ramps in the back of the neighborhood in the woods. And we'd take our bicycles and ramp over. Anyway, I grew up with them. And I had this dream that I was standing in a field and all of the sky turned into flames, fire all over the sky. And I knew, why did I know that this was the end? I'm a Bible believing Christian who's going to church, who's really listening to these pastors preach and talk about how the end is coming and the rapture soon. And I'm looking up, all this fire's covering the sky. And I looked down at her and she said, "What the hell?" And when she said that, as a Christian, I used to tell this story to people. I'd say, "What, the HE double hockey sticks?" I didn't even want to use the word hell. I was like, that word might mean a curse word, and I don't want to be cursed, because I took curse words to mean literally you're cursing yourself. That's how superstitious I was at the time. I grew out of it a lot as time went on, but still was in the bubble of Christianity. And the flames started to come down to the earth, and in the distance they hit the ground, and they were coming at me. They were coming at me. As it was coming at me, I closed my eyes and went, Jesus. Like, Jesus. And then I remember feeling warm, like, is that the flames? And I felt like a child in its mother's womb, if you will, in the bosom. And I felt comfort. And I looked, and there was this man at this table with a feathered pen, got to be a feathered pen, and this big book reminded me of the book of life. And he said, "Derek," he didn't look at me. His head was turned away. And he was like, "Derek, everything's going to be okay." And boom, I woke up. And I was crying. I thought this was it. And I literally would tell people that. The second dream was I was sitting on the front porch of the house I live at right now. And it was a thunderstorm. Lightning was striking. Sometimes when we were younger, we'd sit on the porch and we'd watch the thunderstorms. It was sometimes peaceful, but also like, I don't know, we just like to watch the storm outside, especially lightning in the sky. And the lightning bolt literally struck me. And it like struck me right here, my solar plexus, if you will. And it started to suck me up into heaven. And I was looking around and I saw all of these other people that were being like floated up, attached to lightning bolts in the heavens. And I knew, I was like, this is the rapture. This is it. And I woke up again. And I would tell my wife this story. And the sad thing is, I think I caused some trauma there, because she started having dreams that her and my brother got left behind and I was taken. Because I was so serious and so devout and all about knowing the truth and preaching it and telling my family about God and trying to convince everybody that this is the end. You guys get ready. It's about to happen. I was super hype about it. And my wife would have these dreams that God left her, or like he would be taking me up and I'd try to grab her hand, but I couldn't bring her with me. So she would freak out. And she just didn't know if she was devout enough, or if God, saw her as if she was really God's child, that kind of stuff. So this whole end of times thing isn't just an ordeal that Christians sincerely believe. It also creates serious division. It's a serious divider, because, hey, are you going to go, or are you going to be one of those left behind, right? Like the Christians would teach. I started to exit all of these ideas, and I became an amillennialist. Someone who started to interpret things more allegorical, not literally. There's a Bible verse, and I remember reading A Case for Amillennialism, a Bible verse that says, God is the God of a cattle on 1,000 hills. And I said, what if there's 1,001 hills? Is he the God of them on that hill? Well, yeah. He's just, the point is, he's just God. He's God of all gods, right? As a Christian, that's what you're thinking. So you don't limit God. It's just a number designating how much, like a big number saying just all the cattle. God is the God of all cattle, of all things, if you will. That was what we started to learn when you look at amillennialism. So we weren't taking things absolutely literal. I became a Presbyterian. I'm literally cutting so many years into this. I'm more serious about trying to understand the Bible and history and things like that. So I became a Presbyterian. I'm an amillennialist. And I came across partial preterism. Kenneth Gentry, Gary DeMar, R.C. Sproul. I was a big Reformed guy. I was a Calvinist. So by this time, I'm reading the Bible, trying to really understand what is being said. And as I did, I started realizing, hold on, some of this stuff should have happened back then. Some of it was supposed to happen back then, but some of it's meant for the future. or so I thought. I thought some of this stuff was meant for our time. So I would try to read the Times and say it's about us. Man, was I wrong. I didn't know what I was looking into. And here's a funny thing I'll leave you with before we play the first clip. I want to see some of you guys. This right here is a book by Del C. Allison Jr. Del, at the end of the day, is a Christian. Now, he's not your typical Christian, but he's a Christian who admits that the end did not come and it failed. It failed. Now, I personally, I'm not talking crap. I mean, Del's a wonderful guy. I've got a ton of interviews with him. But in my head, I thought, how can one remain a Christian and believe in Jesus when his predictions, if he predicted that the soon end was coming, like John Dominic Crossing, Bart Ehrman, everyone else says that if there was a historical Jesus or a man there behind all the myth, he was saying as an apocalyptic preacher, the end is nigh, just like the Dead Sea Scrolls, just like other movements with this idea. How could I think this guy was even God, or that he really was who he says he was, when there's an Old Testament passage talking about if a prophet predicts that something comes to pass and it doesn't, you should kill him. I mean, they're deserving of death. That's the idea, at least, whether they practice that or not. The point is, what am I to believe if what you say is supposed to happen doesn't happen? And Christians still think it's going to. Let me get your comments here. Let me catch up on you guys. A lot of stuff going on. Oh, my speaking in tongues. Everyone. Did I raise the dead? I guess. Yeah. Send me your tithes. No, I obviously haven't. And I used to act like this was stuff still going on today. Didn't know gibberish was a language. Language of the angels. Language of the angels. Let's see. German, Russian. Yeah, a lot of Christians want to interpret speaking in tongues and Paul to imply another actual human language that people interpret. And they do that because they interpret Acts. They're looking at the Acts of the Apostles, and they're taking that as an interpretation to the idea that, oh, these are, languages that people spoke, because Acts implies that. But a lot of scholars that I've talked to are saying that's not what's going on in Paul. What Paul's talking about with speaking in tongues is more akin to something like, I guess you could say, the Sibylline oracles, where there's literal gibberish taking place within these types of camps, and people are kind of going into an ecstatic state. And this is implied by the fact that many people who are there in Acts are listening going, are they drunk? Like, what's going on? Why are they speaking like this? Are they drunk? Speaking gibberish. So there's kind of an indication, though I think Acts is trying to reverse the Tower of Babel. I think there's kind of this indication where it's harping off the dividing of tongues in the Tower of Babel, where they all spoke in confusing language. Well, they're not confused anymore. The gospel's being preached clearly to them in their own tongue. That's what I think is going on in that myth. Real quick, super chat. Tux TV says, I've had a vision of FSM making me feel like I got this. Was non-verbally communicated. Thank you for that super chat, my friend. I appreciate it. I'm going to show you guys something here, and you guys might get a crack out of this. Let's see what we got.
I am absolutely convinced. I'm 62 years of age. I've been preaching for 46 years. And I'm not saying this in a boasting way, but we probably have well over between 172 to about 175,000 hours literally in study. That's reading, studying, word study.
I want you guys to notice the $50 in the bottom left, right? And this guy is like, I am so serious. Oh my God, I am this serious. Get ready. You see that little 50 in the bottom right-hand corner for him, left-hand corner for us. And this here's the P.O. box. Send your money. Count me in. Jubilee Club. All right, here we go.
Studies, research, reading books. And that's not an exaggeration, because since I was 16 years of age, I would go 4 hours, then 8 hours.
Damn. It went from 50 to 100 just like that. Look at that. Hallelujah. Praise God.
Hours and sometimes 10 to 12 hours a day. My staff knows I'm telling you the fact. That's what I do.
Okay. And he's having to convince you of how seriously intelligent he is on his research of the Bible. That is amazing. Hallelujah. Check it out.
And in the process of the study and
Okay,
the research,
so the 100 hit, and they were like, look, that didn't work. If you have any money, do you see that? Any money, send me some money.
I am 100%, not 99 and a half, that we have literally entered the last of the last days, the time of the end.
Okay. That concludes my sharing of this particular gentleman, and he is 100% convinced that we are living in the final last part of the last hour of the last minute of the last second of the last days of the last days of the last second of the last minute of the last day of the last second. Okay, you get what I'm doing. I'm joking. The point is, they're going to do this for thousands of more years if this ideology continues. If these things keep going, they're going to scare little granny and grandpas and people at home sitting on their little, chair at home, worried about their grandbabies, sending money to these people, hoping that they're going to make it into heaven. My wife's calling. Hold on one second. Hey, princess, you're live on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Say hello to everybody.
Hi.
Hi. Well, I figure you called me twice.
Open.
Huh?
I can't get the bathroom door open. Something's wrong.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, I didn't know you were on a live, but
Okay, well,
I need help.
You need me to open up the bathroom door. That's what you're saying.
Yes. Please.
Oh, man. Ladies and gentlemen, is it...
The life of a husband.
I know. Let me ask... Well, let me think. Is it just locked or something on the inside?
I don't know. You were the last one in there, and I guess you closed it too hard. I can't open it at all, or I'm too weak. I don't
Everybody
know.
pray right now that the door unlocks. Okay. I guess I can run inside real quick and try and open up the door. We've got a super chat here. Couple super chats. I don't want to miss. We got one right here. Let me read it to you, honey. Excuse me, but is the name. Thank you so much for the super chat. Sunday offering. Habits are hard to break. Hallelujah. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, young lady. Many blessings will come and pour upon you. Yes. Amen. No, seriously. Thank you for the super chat. What'd they say? It used to tenfold and combine and multiply and give you 10 times whatever you give. Yeah, that's coming your way. Mr. Monster said, I believe Earth has been around for billions of years and will continue to exist for billions more, with or without humans on its surface. I think you're probably right, unless some crazy huge cataclysmic event takes place. But I think you're right. And the whole predictions that Christians make are definitely, they flop on their face. I think it's interesting that Mayans have these kind of predictions as well, cataclysms and things like that. Let me go open up the door for my wonderful wife so that I can actually stay married, ladies and gentlemen, because that could end. And that would be a real prediction that's possible. Hold on one second. All right, it's coming. Ladies and gentlemen, Satan's trying to attack us right now. Holy moly, Satan's trying to attack us. The bathroom was somehow locked from the inside. Don't know how. It hasn't happened since we've been here for years. So I'm getting one of my little gremlins to crawl through the window to go and unlock the bathroom right now because I'm too big. I can't even fit through the dang thing. So anyway, someone says knock and the door shall open. Hallelujah. All right, we've got another picture, video, if you will. I'm interested in seeing you guys. You've probably seen this. If you haven't seen this, Lloyd Evans, who is an atheist, a skeptic, if you will. He was a Jehovah's Witness, and he's played this on his channel quite a few times. Yes, this is a fringe version of Christianity, but Christianity nonetheless in some version that is actually predicting the end And this is not too long ago. I think this is within the past year. Here we go. This guy's a little goofy, and I'll probably pause it a couple times to make comments.
The spread of this disease is distressing, to be sure. But we're really not surprised to see the world in the grip of such pestilence, are we? Jesus.
I don't know if you guys can tell. Like, this guy is like, his speaking is very strange. Like, he's trying to convince you. It's obvious that something's up with this guy. Kind of a weird car salesman sound.
Made it clear at Luke 21:11 that pestilence would be part of the sign of the last days. And in Revelation chapter 6, the ride of the fourth horseman includes mention of deadly plague.
Yeah, because there haven't been pestilences and plagues at all, throughout history since this has been predicted in the New Testament. This is, this guy's hitting the nail on the head. This hasn't happened since, right? The bubonic plague, come on, guys, that wasn't that bad. I mean, I don't know how many people died, but it's really not that big of a deal.
So the events unfolding around us are making clearer than ever that we're living in the final part of the last days, undoubtedly the final part of the final part of the last days, shortly before the last day of the last days.
Oh my gosh. I'd love to hear your comments, ladies and gentlemen. I would love to hear you guys tell me what you think of that that recording. The final part of the final part of the last days. We are living in the last part of the last part of the final part of the last minute of the last second of the last final day of the last moment of the last days. Don't you feel it, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, after a while, you get kind of like, when is it going to stop? The things they keep doing. Now, Jehovah's Witnesses' entire worldview is built off last days predictions. It's absolutely clear that they are part of the final part of the final last day part of the last days. We've got a couple super chats. Oh, God. You're horrible, Troy Miller. Thank you for the super chat. He says he looks like Biden. Well, this guy's a strange guy. That's all I could say, because I've seen this guy before, and I've said to myself, the way he talks, and let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, like, that's how I feel when I'm watching him. Like, is he serious? And there's people who say he doesn't talk like that. There's people who know him personally. And I've heard this from Lloyd Evans, because he's big into the Jehovah's Witness world, that he has been told that's not how this guy talks at all in real life. I mean, can you imagine to his honey? Honey, bring me the bagel with cream cheese, please. Thank you. I mean, really weird. And I'm not trying to mock the guy, but I am trying to mock the guy. There's a contradiction. Did I miss a super chat? Oh, no, that was the one that someone's getting tenfold of their blessings. Hallelujah. All right, let's play another one. There's some more. And we're going to get into some serious scriptures here in a bit. I'm having fun with you to show you the silliness, but I mean this. They're sincere. They really believe this. Even if they get a paycheck from it, I'm telling you, I guarantee you these people are seriously convinced of the things that they're saying. I want to give them the credit, right? Because there might be some who think, man, I'm saying this just to get a paycheck. I'm sure, reading their minds. But I'm telling you, this whole thing of Christianity works within that. The modern day works of Christianity that they're doing, it permits making money, but sincerely believing that they're living in the end and stuff. It's a weird combination of stuff. So I'm not going to say they don't really believe in this thing, because let me tell you why they believe. Okay, sorry. Jay Victor says, in 1918, we had a global pandemic and a world war going. I wonder what the evangelicals were saying then. Well, you're right. You're 100% right. The Jehovah's Witnesses were making predictions about this time. Serious end of the world predictions. And I know that my good friend says, what is it? Lloyd Evans talks about this carefully. He has literature that shows this. Someone said I need to watch out for the watchtower. Oh, snap. I'm not worried about them. I'm not. I mean, look, I've got bigger fish that I've been worried about. I guess you could say that I'm not worried about as well, as far as Islam and other things. So, and I can't wait to look into some of the possible end time predictions on that, because I've really looked into Christianity through and through all the New Testament, and I figured this was supposed to happen back then, you know. So if there's something like that in Islam, it'll be interesting to find what they have there. But yeah, Jehovah's Witnesses is built off this. The Millerite movement, we'll get into that. Let's do another clip of our favorite pastor, Harold Camping. Hallelujah. Bless this man.
Camping was forced to apologize when he said the world was going to end on May the 21st, because it didn't.
People want me to apologize. I can apologize. Yes, I did not have all of that worked out as accurately as I should have, or I wish I could have had it.
But his apology was a little hollow.
Okay, yeah. So that he's going to go into this. He apologizes for the way he predicted it, but then he predicts 6 months from now the real thing. This guy isn't really apologizing. So cognitive dissonance is still there. Let's see what they say.
He claimed he was a mere 5 months out, and that his May prediction, in fact, marked a spiritual end.
It was to be understood spiritually, not physically.
But now, the 90-year-old's new apocalyptic date is upon us. And
oh my gosh, it doesn't stop. Oh, well, it didn't happen literally. Let's make it invisible, and then no one can say it didn't happen.
Camping says the rapture's actually going to get underway on Friday, the 21st of October.
We've already been talking again and again about the end of the world being October 21 in 2011.
The family radio preacher says his...
Yeah, that's 2011. I don't know, 10 freaking years in October. It's October now. Was he a decade off? Was he 2 decades off? Was he 100 years off? Is he wrong? Guys, this will not stop as long as these people continue to say these things and not really realize what we know about this with cognitive dissonance. This book called When Prophecy Failed.
His new date is probably firm, but many people won't be holding their breath. Harold Camping has a CV of previous apocalyptic predictions, and so far, none have come true.
I wonder what we should do if they never come true. Should we say, 2 Peter 3, no one knows the day or hour, but I know we're living in the last days. That's what most Christianity does. We're not going to guess, but it's going to happen. Don't worry. It's going to happen. It's just we don't know when it's going to happen. Even when Jesus says, look, the day and hour, not even the Son of Man knows, but I can give you the seasons. And all of these things or these signs that are part of the season are indications of the first century situation with Jerusalem. But wow, I mean, let's just keep on making it about us, because everything has to be about us. If it's not about me, then why do I want to do it? Why do I care? That would be Christianity. If Christianity could see that these predictions really have nothing to do with you at that point, we weren't even thought of, then if you found that out, what would that do with your faith? Something to chew on. Something to chew on. Okay, looking at your guys' comments. Let's see. Usually there's always a debate happening in the comment section that's better than the video I'm actually making as we speak. Uh-oh. Harold Camping himself were raptured between his two predictions. I kind of wonder, are you suggesting that he passed away during that time? At least for her. You got to be more patient. Yeah. A couple more 1,000 years, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry. just a couple more thousands of years, because we're living in the last hour, which an hour isn't anything like we think it means. It's really beyond our grasp of time. Rapture not in the Bible? Question mark. Well, it depends on how you interpret 1 Thessalonians, with Paul talking about going up into the sky to meet the Lord, like depends on how you interpret that. I did not know that he died between both predictions. Interesting. Well, I now know that. So his prediction wasn't the right date, but his rapture did take place. But it was only about him. So technically, he might not be a false prophet after all. I'm being dumb right now. Okay, let's get to. Let me show you this here. I'm going to read a few things. Unfulfilled Christian religious predictions. Looked this up earlier, and I thought, let's go through a few of these type of scenarios. You have Adventism, Millerism, right? I'm going to read this because I think a lot of people who haven't really investigated prophecy and things have never considered this. Millerism. Adventism has its roots in the teaching of a Baptist preacher by the name William Miller. He first predicted the second advent of Jesus Christ would occur before March 21st, 1844. When this date passed, a new date was predicted, April 18th, 1844. Again, the date passed, and another Millerite, Samuel S. Snow, derived the date of October the 22nd, 1844. The non-fulfillment of these predictions has been named the Millerite Great Disappointment. Anabaptist Church. This gets interesting because right here, we're not talking about the 1800s where we know there's a lot of crazy people in the Burnover district of New York. But certain Anabaptists of the early 16th century believed that the millennium would occur in 1533. Another source reports when the prophecy failed, the Anabaptists became more zealous. So when it failed, they didn't go, we were wrong. Maybe what we believe isn't true. They became more zealous and claimed that two witnesses, Enoch and Elijah, had come in the form of Jan Matthäus and Jan Backelson. They would set up the New Jerusalem in Munster. Munster became a frightening dictatorship under Backelson's control, although all Lutherans and Catholics were expelled from that city. The millennium never came. So that's what cognitive dissonance is. When something conflicts with your ideas and you're doubling down, so to speak, you're not able to see this is not true. I need to change what I believe. Not I need to change the date. I need to just adjust some of what I believe. No, there's something wrong with this belief called Christianity. If it has apocalyptic roots, sure, take the morals if you like it. Use that, but get rid of all of this other nonsense, this superstition that people keep failing to see isn't going to happen. The Anglican Church, it talks about here, who made a relevant prediction, Edwin Sandys in 1519 to 1588. I guess that's when he was born and died. Archbishop of York and Primate of England, was born in Lancaster. Sandys says, now as we know not the day and time, so let us be assured that this coming of the Lord is near. He is not slack. This is biblical language. As we do count slackness, 2 Peter 3, that is at hand. It may be probably gathered out of the scriptures in diverse places. The signs mentioned by Christ in the gospel, which should be the foreshewers of this terrible day, are almost all fulfilled. We're living in the last minute of the last hour of the last day of the last minute. This is what they were doing in 1500s. I mean, it goes on and on. Calvary Chapel, Edward Irving, Family Radio, Jehovah's Witnesses, we already did a little bit, but there's so much. Their whole thing is jacked up. I mean, they can't let it go. They're thinking, well, if we let that go, we literally destroyed our entire movement because it's built off apocalyptic predictions. Lutheran Church, and so is Christianity, by the way. Sure, they defanged apocalypticism at times, but it's built off that. Latter-day Saints, Mennonites, Montanist, and the Montanist group's actually quite interesting. Let me see if I can find, where is this? This is, so here's Montanism, just an image of, I guess, some type of Montanist. And it says, Montanism, a 2nd century schismatic movement of Christianity, began in Phrygia, modern Turkey, based on the visions of Montanists who claimed to speak under the influence of the Spirit. Montanists believed the second coming of Christ to be imminent. Many Christian communities were almost abandoned when believers left their homes, same thing that happened Harold Camping, and migrated to a plain between 2 villages of Papuza and Timian in Phrygia, where Montanists claimed the heavenly Jerusalem would descend to earth. Wow. Interesting. Another failed prediction in the 2nd century. Let me see. We got a super chat here. Try to pay attention to everybody here. Constellation Pegasus, hallelujah. Check Barakat 6A6. Evidently, you can prove demons exist. And with that, God. Judaism is weird. The Babylonian Talmud, evidently Jews believe in. I don't have this particular passage. Can you comment? Is it like a long thing or something? Or if you could send me that comment, I would be happy to read it. I don't have that pulled up right now, though. So people believe in weird stuff. This whole book right here is written in the 70s, 80s, and it's about when cognitive dissonance kicks in from failed predictions, but specifically Hebrew Bible, Old Testament prophet predictions that didn't happen. Like the northern lost tribes of Israel were supposed to come back when the Babylonian exile was over, and they came back under Cyrus the Great. When they didn't come back, well, there's always some group that says, well, it's going to happen, but it's still future. Jeremiah says 70 years. Daniel, the angel Gabriel, comes on and says, well, it meant 70 weeks of years. And then it just pushes off. It always something keeps pushing it off. So this stems out of Judaism. You know, this idea is not original to Christianity. I just like to poke holes in my own position that I once held to. And finding out all this stuff really is mind-boggling. So thank you for that super chat, my friend. Seriously appreciate it. All right, next failed idea, I guess you could say. Let me exit that. All right, church fathers. So this I thought would be interesting, is getting into some of the early church fathers who actually were thinking the end was near. They're making cases for why. And there's this real problem that starts to take place around the 3rd and 4th century where they're not taking things at face value, but they're allegorizing. They're kind of trying to do an interpretation like Origen, and they're becoming amillennialist. So they're starting to allegorize the meanings. And, well, we might have got that wrong. But it wasn't everyone that interpreted things like this. Eschatology was not a uniform idea. It wasn't homogeneous across the entire church, fathers, if you will. They didn't all think the same way about the end. So I just looked this up and was starting to read, and it goes on about since the prophets and blessed be. And, these are church fathers who are writing, and pretty long, if you could use my terms, excuse for why it hasn't happened yet and how it's still going to happen sometime soon. We don't understand what the word soon means. Soon doesn't mean soon. It just means whatever we want to make it mean, like thousands of years. Hippolytus of Rome is another person I think is doing this prediction. And if I'm not mistaken, one of the most important 2nd, 3rd century Christian theologians whose provenance, identity, and corpus remain elusive to scholars and historians, suggested communities inside Palestine, Egypt, Anatolia, Rome, and regions of the Middle East. All right, so he's a historian. Where's his predictions? Eschatology. Hippolytus is an important figure in the development of Christian eschatology in his biblical compendium and topical study on Christ and the Antichrist and his commentary on the prophet Daniel. Hippolytus gave his interpretation of the second advent of Christ. With the onset of persecutions during the reign of Septimius Severus, many early Christian writers treated topics of apocalyptic eschatology on Christ and Antichrist as one of the earliest works. It is thought Hippolytus was generally influenced by Irenaeus. However, unlike Irenaeus, Hippolytus focused on the meaning of prophecy for the church in his own time of the dogmatic works on Christ and the Antichrist survives in complete state and was probably written about 202. I mean, they're doing this in the 2nd century. And we know Irenaeus. So this is the interesting thing we learned from Elaine Pagels. Dr. Elaine Pagels talks about how the book of Revelation, this author, John, whoever this guy was, if he actually is the one who wrote the whole book, because some scholars think that the first chapter might have been inserted. There might have been like bookends inserted and the middle was written by the people. There's various scholars with different opinions. But she said that they saw this book as a heretical text. This was not written by someone that they deemed, Irenaeus and such, deemed as good. But during Irenaeus's time, there was a friend of his or two that were persecuted. I don't know the history very well, so don't mark my word on the details, but ultimately, Rome was using these gladiator warriors in combat, in the gladiator ring, if you will, in the Colosseum. They were very expensive. So someone, I don't know their name, I can't remember, she mentioned this in one of the videos that I interviewed her in, is writing the emperor saying, look, what if we use criminals? What if we have convicted criminals? Can we put them in the gladiator ring and have them, be eaten by lions and such like that? And the Roman emperor is like, as long as they're convicted criminals and they're criminals, then sure. Well, Christians who didn't bend the knee to emperors and Caesars, if you will, that weren't willing to kind of recant their faith, being these strict literal believers in Jesus Christ, they were even called atheists because they didn't have these idols that represented their God. That didn't mean they didn't believe in any God, but if you didn't have an image of your God, you didn't really have a God, according to a lot of these people in antiquity. And what happened was they started throwing them in the ring. They threw them in these gladiator rings. And Irenaeus is reading Revelation, seeing this like bloody bath of like beheaded heads beneath the throne, crying, oh, how long, oh Lord, will you not vindicate us? Will you take vengeance? Okay. This is the idea in Revelation. So Irenaeus is going, well, he's supposedly a heretic, but this sounds like what we're going through right now. And if you talk to Christians today and they read their newspaper, or with COVID going on or the president elections, you name it, this sounds like the end. Revelation's talking about us now. When it says locusts, it's helicopters. The interpretations can go on ad infinitum. But the bottom line is Irenaeus reinterprets Revelation to his own time. Then Athanasius does the same thing, and he interprets it differently than Irenaeus. And he says, this is for us. This is what has happened over and over and over. That's why my thumbnail is like this. It's like when you actually seriously investigate this whole thing, cognitive dissonance has to kick in for someone who believes this to be literally true, or it's going to actually happen in our future. And you're going to see some Bible verses that back this up. They will find a way to say, you just didn't read the right church father. That church father got it right, or this guy got it right, or we just go with the church magisterium. We don't go with the text because they need to interpret what the text says, or we need to stick with the text because the text is what we trust and not the magisterium that are made up of men. It goes on and on. Mystic Dog, appreciate the love, my friend. Thank you for that super chat. Always coming through. Tithing to the true church, the church that takes away cognitive dissonance. At least when it comes to some things. I admit I don't have all the answers. I know that I have a lot of things I don't understand and that I need to learn. But when it comes to eschatology, this was the thing that I probed very deep into before I even left Christianity altogether. I had to look into this. And when I found out that expert critical scholars on the outside, everyone who even is a Christian, like that take this serious. Del C. Allison Jr. is a Christian, to Bart Ehrman, who's an agnostic atheist, to mythicist skeptics from, you name it, Dr. Robert M. Price and Richard Carey. The list goes on and on and on. There are Jewish scholars, Christian, doesn't matter about the worldview. The point is they all see that the end of the ages has come, past tense. It passed and it failed. Once you do that, you start to realize, oh, snap, everything starts to unbuckle, unfold, crumble. And you realize, man, what was I doing? Trying to like hopscotch and do backflips and gymnastics to get around these things when it's very clear. All right, let me see if we got any Someone said preach. Hallelujah. I would try to explain, but you won't understand. You do not have the eyes to see, Derek, or the ears to hear what it says. What do you do? You know, like, what do you do? What if I told you, my friend, that you are sadly mistaken? And so was Jesus, and so was Paul, and so were these authors. What if I told you that? Would you just say, sorry, my experience that I've had, I have felt the presence of the Lord. I have experienced this. I know that I'm right, Derek, and that you're wrong. And you know what I'd say? I have too. I have been exactly in the same boat. But maybe you don't say it's experience. Maybe you think you have some text to back you up. Maybe you think 2 Peter 3 is really this way of saying, nah, we don't know what time, but he's still going to come. It's going to happen. Trust me. Man, I feel really, really, I wish there was a way to download some of the insights that I've learned from all of this. Just take a USB card and plug it in the back of your head, and then you can see everything I'm looking at. And then you can at least say at the end of the day, okay, you know what? I get it. And the way you're looking at it, you're right. It makes a lot of sense that this didn't happen and it failed. But I still want to believe for whatever reason. And that could be your own reason. And I understand that. I respect that. My mom is a Christian. She talked to me the other day on the phone. She was like, Derek, I just want you to know that you're special and that God has chose you. This is what she said. I'm not even kidding you. And you got to love your mom. You know, you got to. I love my mom. I pray for my mom when she's asking me to pray. She says, Derek, please pray. Just right now, so that I know that God's not going to hurt you. I don't pray because I think this is actually something that's happening with me and God. I'm praying in front of my mom because I know it somehow eases her mind. I've tried to talk to her about this stuff. It literally scares her. She doesn't want to talk about it. So if you're tuning into this video, warning, you are doing this of your own volition and you are asking yourself to see some problems within that worldview if you're a Christian. Anyway, I appreciate you commenting that, but it just goes to show like everyone has their own, take. Looking through you guys here before I end up moving on. What if I told you Jesus is never coming? Someone says. Better to be uninformed than misinformed, D. Barry says. I don't know what that means. They love doom and gloom and persecution. Totally nonsense what people is writing about here. I don't love my mom in a personal way, only as a human, and I have a lot of pity and compassion for how religion disabled her brain. Interesting. Yeah, I've got a really close relationship with my mom, a personal relationship. And I know that she's true and she's real. And I'm just being stupid here. I'm an idiot. It is wishful thinking. I honestly do think it's wishful thinking. It makes people feel comforted. You're right. And I think these predictions, like Daniel's book is, okay, if we take the skeptical approach and say that especially chapters 8 through 12 are writings that happen in the 2nd century BC, grant many of these scholars think the whole thing was probably compiled then, maybe using older literature in the earlier chapters. The point is, they're giving hope to Israel in the time of what's taking place under Antiochus Epiphanes. They're giving predictions, hoping that this dreadful situation they're in is going to end. The New Testament is doing the same thing under these situations that they're in. Rome's in control. The book of Revelation is doing the same thing under Rome. So I'm with you. I think it's all for hope, Now we can go to something else. So this is that early church father. Here I thought was interesting. I was reading Theology Adrift, the early church fathers and their views of eschatology. And here, this little thing caught my eye. However, what the New Testament writers did not do, the post-apostolic fathers quickly did. For example, around the turn of the 1st century AD, Clement, his first Clement letter, appears to have ascribed to the church the promises of the Abrahamic covenant in his epistle to the Corinthians. So I did a little meme on this, And in that meme, it shows that Clement is saying God has made us an elect portion. They're already applying Abrahamic ideas to the church replacement theology, if we call it that. That's when like the nation of Israel is not the focus. It's the church. The church has kind of replaced this. That reinterpretation of things always happens. And so you get the hand-me-downs, unless you go back to the early sources and really look at this stuff without the bias of, well, I got to believe it like this because I was taught it like this. That cognitive dissonance is strong. All right, going back to another page here. And this last page I'm going to take here, you guys, this is something that I came from. Let me pop it up like this so you can see my face. Okay, this is a little complicated. I'm gonna explain to you why this really changed the game for me when I was a Christian. This movement of full preterism is the teaching that the last days already were fulfilled. They didn't fail, they happened in the first century. 70 AD, the destruction of the Jerusalem temple was the end, was the resurrection, was the final judgment. They do everything under the same blanket. Everything happened and already happened. Why? Because everything that I just mentioned and more was supposed to happen sometime around that time, unless you want to take the 1,000-year reign in Revelation 21. Is it 20 or 21? I think it's 21. You want to take that and stretch that 1,000 literal years, go for it. There were church fathers who did this, and they thought 1,000 years after this time, the end is about to happen. This is when the actual end is going to happen. They were, what do they call them? Millenniums, millenarians or something like that. Millenarians or something. 1,000-year idea eschatologies. Let me get your guys' super chats here real quick. Always see the green here. Joseph, thank you for the super chat. He says, TD Jakes always says the same phrase. Shemaniah Balkai, I hope I'm saying that right. Laugh out loud. All religion is based on misinterpreted mythology. It gives people false hope. It does. And I'll say this in that vein. There are historians who are documenting about kings that went to battle with their soldiers against other nations that they knew the odds were not in their favor. Whether they went and sought out the oracles and talked to the gods through their oracles or not, the point is they thought they were probably going to die. And they lie, giving a false hope to their soldiers to go and do their best during battle. If you tell them, look, we're probably going to lose this one, they're probably not going to do their best, or they're not going to be worth a crap, or they're going to try and run instead of fight without fear. So you give them a false hope. And they ran into battle, and sure enough, they were defeated that day. But oftentimes, in some of these cases, that battle, it took off the fangs of the other armies so they didn't come and attack their villages and take over their land, plunder their women, etc. So it did do something good, even though it was a lie, a noble lie for the fight, if that makes sense. And I think some of these predictions are wishful thinking, and when they failed, they just become wishful thinking and reusing. They're recycling false prophecies and reusing them down the road. We're still seeing that today with Christians. Thank you for that super chat. Shireen Smith says, when prophecy fails is too big to fail for those that went all in. And it's like a virus mutating into something more viral. Is it virulent in many? So upsetting. Sorry if I mispronounced that. But yes, I think if you've put all that you have into something, it's like the Scientologists that I've talked to. They've put, some of them, millions of dollars into like putting their hands on the little L. Ron Hubbard sticks, and they're like probing into them and finding out the secrets and stuff. They do know a lot of psychology that they're using. So it makes the person who's involved think that this is really doing something. And once they find out it's all BS, what do? They're looking at themselves going, I put millions into this. This can't be a lie. It cannot be a lie for all the time and energy and sweat and tears and the experiences that I had. No. So what they do is they double down. They go even deeper oftentimes. They become more devoted. They become even serious. Like, they're not going to play around. They'll go all the way to the top at that point and reject it. And I wonder, I enjoy Mike Licona as a person. I think his beliefs are wrong. But Mike Licona as an apologist Christian, I think he's a really nice guy. And he even speaks about one time when he was doubting about his research, which you guys know he got fired for thinking that the zombie apocalypse in Matthew didn't happen literally. He thought it was like allegory. This guy told about how he doubted. And what ended up happening was he ended up doubling down. If you listen to him in his debate I just dropped with Dennis McDonald, he is like, he'll get emotionally worked up to say Jesus did rise from the dead and Paul did see him rise from the dead and da-da-da-da. Double down when you face that reality that I might be wrong. No, I can't be wrong. Boom. Even more serious. Thank you so much, Shireen. I appreciate that. Popping this back up big screen. So this full preterism thing that I was telling you about is all about the predictions of the end happening back in the first century. Anyone who keeps pushing crap out, they're probably using 2 Peter 3, which says that a day of the Lord is like 1,000 years and 1,000 years as a day. Many mockers and scoffers have come and said, when is this coming? I mean, I'm just paraphrasing in my head. When will the coming be? All things have remained since our fathers fell asleep from the beginning of time. Like, Jesus hasn't come yet. And they're scoffing and mocking because you guys said it was coming. You Christians said his coming was soon and that it was going to happen. Where is it? When is it going to happen? And then don't worry, brothers and sisters. 2 Peter's probably a forgery, most scholars. Even Eusebius, the church father, thought 2 Peter was a forgery. Just look it up. I mean, there's a couple different church fathers, but Eusebius really stood out to me when I heard that. I was like, whoa, he thought Peter didn't write it. But 2 Peter 3 talks about a day as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is as a day. Okay, I had to add that in. When you think about that, why are they doing this? And why are there mockers and scoffers? Would they be mocking if, for whatever reason, their predictions didn't fail? If I told you, hey, in 20 years, I'm going to be a billionaire, all right, and you guys are like, okay, in 10 years, you're still waiting. He made a prediction. We're waiting. 30 years goes by. You're mocking me going, where's your $1 billion, buddy? That's what's happening in 2 Peter 3, according to scholarship. It didn't happen. They're mocking, saying, when is it going to happen? You said it was going to happen. And then the cognitive dissonance kicks in and says, you know, Jesus did say these things were going to happen, but maybe we don't understand time. Oh, to God, a day is however long, and we just don't even know. But it's going to happen. Never give up hope, brothers. It's really a letter to brothers because it's androcentric. The New Testament is mainly about men, even though women play some type of role. It's just really mind-boggling when you find this stuff out. Jay Schroeder, thank you so much for the super chat, my friend. I really appreciate it. Did you have a question? Let me see here. I don't see any question. Just showing some love. Well, I appreciate it, man. You will live 30 longer years than you would have. Hallelujah. Thank you for that super chat, my friend. Full Armor Apologetics says, what does 2,000 years matter to God? Hallelujah. Derek, you're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about, Derek. Just stop. Turn around, man. Back off, bro. You're messing with God. You're messing with the true holy of holy, the God above all gods, and you don't know what you're talking about. Sure, he can't write his instructions clear enough for all Christians to just be under the same umbrella and all get it because, well, you know, those who have eyes to see and ears to hear, they're the ones who are going to get it. And yeah, there's 42,000 denominations who can't agree with each other. But listen, Derek, you don't have a clue of what you're talking about, and you don't get it too. You know what I'm saying? I'm serious. When I say that, you know, this idea of 2,000 years matter to God, it mattered to him because he's saying, behold, I come quickly, according to the narrative, according to these texts. I am coming quickly. He's saying, I'm going to be there soon. It is the last hour. We are in the last days. This generation will not pass away. And I know the hopscotch and the backflips and the gymnastics Christians love to do. That word, generation in Greek, could mean race of Jews. They will do anything to make it still about them today. Sorry, my friend. I know that you're here to spread the gospel and to try and convince people of Christianity, but I'm telling you, you're in territory where I'm actually doing the opposite. I'm here to convince you that what you're believing is actually cognitive dissonance. It's a mistaken understanding. And the churches that are teaching this today are actually wrong. I believed they were right. I found every little avenue of eschatology to try and make sense of this. From eschatology that was idealism, premillennialism, amillennialism, post or partial preterism, post-millennialism, then became a full preterist and said Jesus fulfilled it all because the text said it. I just stick with the Bible. And then finally realized, what the hell is going on here? Something's wrong. And I woke up. And I hope you do too, my friend. I hope you do too. Because this whole idea is only causing fear to more and more people. And when we wake up and start facing reality, realizing these old texts, these old ideas of predictions and prophecy and end of the days, like people can't wait for evil and bad to come and destroy the wicked, 2/3 of the earth being melted up, and these humans going through suffering and through the tribulation and all this stuff, so that God can be vindicated and he can come down and prove all of us skeptics wrong, just so that our beliefs could remain true. I'm sorry, my friend. I think that there's a mistake there. The Afro-Humanist says this topic is one cause of deconversion. Absolutely. Absolutely. How can you believe? Think about this, ladies and gentlemen. I get excited because once you realize you don't need this stuff to be happy, you don't need this stuff to live your life. We need each other as humans. And we don't need to divide each other through ideology, sitting here saying, oh, yeah, God's going to cook you in hell. Don't worry, that day's coming just because you don't believe in Jesus. All of these things and this end that is apocalyptic going to happen. Great point. How can God in the flesh, this gets into, I guess I'm opening a philosophical question about the Trinity. I'm not interested in doing that. But the point is, not even the Son of Man knows the day or hour, but he's giving you the season. And he's telling you that in Mark 13, Matthew 24, and in Luke 21. That season, when that day comes, flee to the mountains. What? What mountain? The Appalachian Mountains? Right down the road from me, about 3-4 hours from now. You want me to go there? Oh, you mean my brother on the West Coast to the Rocky Mountains? No? The mountains near Jerusalem? Well, what the heck is that? You mean to tell me that was supposed to happen back then? The one who's on the rooftop. Don't even go down into the house to get your stuff. Well, I don't have a rooftop. My roof's like this. And the flat roofs that they had in the first century, that would make sense. That would make sense. So it's not talking about us. How could God get this wrong if Jesus is really God, which is like 99% of Christianity? Now, there's other versions who want to say, no, and that's very fringe. They're really very rare that you find people who think that way, but most of Christianity bases this off of him being God. And how could he get it wrong? Like I said, even Christian scholar Dale C. Allison Jr. recognizes that the end didn't happen. He said that the end was a historical timeline. They were expecting it to hit that wall. When it didn't happen, the Christians' cognitive dissonance kicked in and it went vertical. Imagine hitting a wall. You don't give up. You don't stop and go, okay, we were wrong. Turn around. Let's go. Stop. No, they went from boom, it doesn't happen, and some hope it's still going to happen in the future. You see my hand, but they go vertical. So now their ideas aren't what's going to happen necessarily in the future. It's, well, when I die, I'm going to go, and then this stuff's going to happen after I die. The judgment's going to happen after I die. The kingdom of God is in you. It's not an earthly idea that something's going to happen. All of these ideas get discussed by scholarship. Kevin Albinder, sorry if I mispronounced your name. Really enjoying your channel. Keep up the great work. It really matters. Thank you so much, Kevin. I appreciate that love, and you guys all for the super chats. That helps me keep the lights on and continuing to do this stuff. Like today, I had to. I saw another Christian who made that claim. We are in the last hour of the final last hour of the last minute in the last second of the last hour. And I'm going, bro, really? Like, when is this going to stop? Jim Cost, I like what you do. Thank you, Jim. I appreciate it. I really do. It means a lot when I have compliments. I expect Christians to not agree and not like and probably even dislike the video, and that is okay with me. It seriously is. I used to even get a little bit like, why are people disliking my video? Back in the day. And I'm like, no, like, dude, you're talking about things people hold sacred. Of course they're not going to like your video. cognitive dissonance. It's exactly what happens. They're not willing to investigate, is this wrong? I ask every Christian who might watch this now during this live or in the future, you say you're about the truth. I said that I was about the truth, and I meant it. Now, you might say I went off the deep end, a devil or a demon, or I'm just lost, or I just don't know what I'm talking about. I have natural eyes. I don't have spiritual eyes. Whatever the excuse is you think is why I don't understand. If you think that you know the truth, I am telling you, this is my, I guess I'm saying I dare you. I double dog dare you to truly investigate critical scholarship on why the end did not happen and why there's a failure in the first century. At the very least, you will run away with saying, all right, I'm a partial preterist now, or I'm a full preterist now because I can't believe that Jesus got it wrong. So now I'm going to say it all happened in the first century. I did the same damn thing. And then what happened? You start to realize that leads you down other paths and other questions, because now you're against 99% of Christianity when you became a full preterist, when you recognize that this didn't happen. So you keep pushing it off into the future. What do you do next? Well, truth, as I understood it, was what was factually accurate as a Christian. It wasn't just the subjective experience. It was what was factually accurate. And I had to push through, and I did. I went no matter what and found out I was mistaken. And so is the Christian church on this topic. I mean, even C.S. Lewis, ladies and gentlemen, said as a blunder, even the Lord got it wrong about this, about the end. What? I mean, how many Christians you know quote C.S. Lewis, but won't say what he said on that topic? Trust me, I've looked into this for a while. I double dog dare Christians to look into this and actually investigate it honestly. Oftentimes what we do is we investigate things just to try and support what we already believe. I dare you to try not doing that. I don't think you'll do it. That's my dare. Albert, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Always coming through. Seriously, you guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. Always pray. I better pray that I'm not pregnant on any day. Yeah, that's another one. Pray your women are not pregnant in that day. In the winter, I think it is. And it's kind of interesting. It puts a season within the season by saying on that day, you better hope your women aren't pregnant. Flee to the mountains. And some say that's Petra, right? There's other people who want to argue they're heading off to Petra in this little Dead Sea Scroll community, so to speak. That's possible. That's not implausible. It's a possible understanding. But people love to be about me. It's got to be about me. Make sure that you're talking about me, or else. It's kind of sad. I do want to pull up, we got another super chat here, but I want to pull up one more time to show everybody this, this very interesting video I played earlier, because there's like 370 of you guys. I think you're going to enjoy what this guy has to say. At least you'll see why I'm kind of doing what I'm doing today. This is what sparked my interest, and I just went and pulled a few things down and said, dude, this has got to be discussed. All right, here we are, pulling this up. Bear with me, please. All right, the video's coming. There we go. All right. No, I don't want to join your Christian club. All right. Already trying to get money out of us. Here we go. Where was the other one? Jehovah's Witnesses. Oh, we are living. That's right. We are living in the final part of the last hour. JW. Let's see if that pops it up. This is on YouTube. Yes. Okay. I got to pause it, though, so you could see it. I'm going to replay it just for everybody to see this, because I think it's silly. Then we're going to get into some Bible verses. Joseph said, and thank you for the super chat, my friend. 6 years free. My wife was sick in the hospital for 4 years. The priest and deacon did not care, did not visit, came down to money. We were small donors, so they didn't care. Left the church and had 5 stages of GR. I'm sorry, I don't know what GR is. Let me see if you added to that and following. What's GR, my friend? But let me go to bat for the other side for a second. I don't want to just be like this antagonist. There are sincere Christians that I've met, and they really do care, right? And then there are ones like you're describing that are about the money, and they're all about growth. They've got a mega church or a large church. They have to pay their bills, and they're more concerned about the big donors. And there are some Christians who aren't, and they're sincere, but they're sincerely mistaken, and they're applying things kind of like Darren Brown did when he converted an atheist. And if you haven't seen that video, you really should watch it. I might even try to play a clip of it. I just hope it doesn't ding me. He converts this lady who's an atheist and makes up this stuff by tapping into real stuff that we experience as humans. Her actual love for her father and her family. He found ways to psychologically make her think that and apply that to God or a father out there that's a metaphysical being. And she like converted on the spot after 15 minutes of talking to her. So I just think they're sadly mistaken on what they're applying it to. And the more we learn about science, we'll understand the cognitive reasoning and psychological reasoning behind all these things. I've got a guy coming on that you're going to want to see in time on why we believe and what is going on in the mind that makes us believe in these things. So I'm looking at the natural side of things. Thank you for that super chat, Joseph. Let me see if you followed up with what GR is. Grief. Okay. Well, thank you, my friend. I appreciate the super chat, and I am sorry you went through that. I've met a few people who are Christians just like that, and then I've met Christians who were sincere, or at least appeared to be sincere. So I think because I know that I was sincere as a Christian, I like to grant that most people actually believe what they're saying, even if they're wrong. Since we got 372 people, I'm going to go ahead and share the screen and show you guys this again. This is what I showed out the gate.
I am absolutely convinced. I'm 62 years of age. I've been preaching for 46 years. And I'm not saying this in a boasting way, but we probably have well over between 172 to about 175,000 hours literally in study. That's reading, studying.
So pretty much what he's saying is he has 170,000 hours of studying within his bubble. That's for sure.
Word studies, research, reading books. And that's not an exaggeration, because since I was 16 years of age, I would go 4 hours, then 8 hours, and sometimes 10 to 12 hours a day. My staff knows I'm telling you the fact. That's what I do. And and
you know, I this is the thing. The Bible exaggerates numbers. I personally still call BS. I know you probably might go, Derek, there's no point. Why would you call BS on him saying that's how many hours he studied? You honestly think this guy's doing that every single day, all day? That's all he's doing? There's got to be sick weeks. There's got to be months where he did different things. I just have a hard time believing he did it every day. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, I openly say maybe I'm wrong, but he's definitely reading within his own little cherry-picked bubble.
The process of the study and the research, I am 100%, not 99.5%, that we have literally entered the last of the last days, the time of the end.
Okay, that right there, that confidence that he just had, where he said, I am 99% sure, I am 100% sure. He's pretty much saying, this is it, right? They all do this. That shows me how wrong this guy is. That shows me how he has not actually studied the correct things. He has not really looked at them. I'm going to play one more thing. I want to show you guys why I know what he's saying. You can go ahead and just say bull, BS. Okay, I'm going to show you this. Now we're doing the final part. This is the JWs here, and then I got to get this super chat. Always coming through with love. Stop that share. Here we are. All right. This guy right here.
The spread of this disease is distressing, to be sure. But we're really not surprised to see the world in the grip of such pestilence, are we?
And I've said this earlier, like seriously, Like how many pestilences, plagues, wars, rumors of wars have to come for them to still keep using these outdated texts and books?
Jesus made it clear at Luke 21:11 that pestilence would be part of the sign of the last days. And in Revelation chapter 6, the ride of the fourth horseman includes mention of deadly plague. So the events unfolding around us.
Just to keep in mind, I'm pausing it for the sake of them not trying to ding me on YouTube. If you play it nonstop, they might try to act like you're using my material and this and this and that. I'm pausing it here just for the sake of that.
Are making clearer than ever that we're living in the final part of the last days, undoubtedly the final part of the final part of the last days.
The final part of the
shortly before the last day of the last days.
Final part of the final part of the final part of the last day of the last day of the final part. Like, this is exactly what I'm doing today. So, CT, thank you for the super chat. It says, hello from Denmark. Thank you for the amazing work you do, Clara. Thank you so much, Clara. I appreciate the love and the super chat always coming through. And Alan Bird said he's wrong. The friendly atheist worked out the hours. It was 20 hours every day from the moment he was born. Oh, I didn't, I could have taken a calculator and probably done some calculations. It just sounded way too much to be true. I don't know, but it just sounds a little bit much. It doesn't take that long to find out that what you're reading is not actually ontologically true, that it's not really true. Christianity falls apart. If you did that much serious work into this, you would be a PhD, probably lecturing at some type of university, teaching people of what's really going on. But no, notice the little money signs in the bottom right of his TV screen, $50, $100, any. Also, Jamie Waldron, thank you so much for the super chat. When you realized that Jesus was not going to return, was it easy or did you become depressed? I was devastated, still am, and still affects me now. Interesting. For me, I don't think that's what happened to me. And I'll tell you why. I believed that he did return, that he already did. That's where this thing comes in. I'm going to share the screen and let you guys see. I realized that everyone within Christianity was wrong. So I had to find a way to, I realized they were all wrong because the Bible said so. That Jesus said he was going to come back then. Let me give you one little thing before we get into it. Why? Right here in this text. Daniel is pretending to be writing in the 6th century BC. The author of Daniel is saying, hey, I'm living during the Babylonian times. And in it, Daniel 8:26, there's a saying, seal up the vision, for it shall be for many days. Or in other translations, it says, seal up the scroll, seal up the words of this prophecy, for the time is far off. It's not near. Daniel 8:26. Every single Christian, let me pop myself up. I want you guys to feel what I'm saying. Every Christian watching this right now, get your Bibles out. Think with me for a moment. I want you to look at this. Daniel 8:26 says, the time is far off. All right, it's not at hand. Seal up the scroll. It's not happened, the angel says to Daniel. In the 1st century, we have the book of Revelation, John saying, do not seal up. All right, Daniel saying seal up, the vision saying it's far off, many days. Do not seal up the words of the prophecy of this book, for the time is near. That means it's about to happen. Revelation 22:10. Now think about something with me. If they're writing Daniel, I'll even grant the Christians for a moment that this is really taking place during the Babylonian time. The angel that's telling Daniel this is saying it's far off, meaning Antiochus Epiphanes. Don't worry, 400 years from now, it's a ways. If 400 years is far off and the time is not near, okay, in Daniel, it's way out the way, then what does it mean for the time is near in Revelation? If 400 years is far in Daniel, then how far is near in Revelation? Either the author of the Bible or the New Testament is an author of confusion, and maybe you're reading something that's from the devil himself, or God can't make things clear, or these humans don't agree who are writing these books, or they meant near, they meant soon, but it didn't happen. Or it happened and we just don't understand it. Like Harold Camping said, it happened, but it was spiritual. It all was spiritual. Technically, I could never disprove that it all happened spiritually. We could say anything happened spiritually. I'm a spiritual billionaire. Did you know that? I am a spiritual billionaire, and guess who else is? Gnostic Informant is a spiritual billionaire. Aren't you a spiritual billionaire?
Spiritual trillionaire.
Oh, well, I'm a gazillionaire spiritually. No, I'm popping up some clear biblical text that are going to show why what was expected to happen had to happen.
You know what I have right now with me?
What you got?
I have a list of 200 end times predictions that have came and went, including from 66 AD all the way up until 2028, when Ken Hovind thinks the world's going to end.
Ken Hovind. Oh, I can't wait to see him flop, because that's exactly what's going to happen. Real quick. Let me do this here. I want everyone to see these verses. Okay. This is a 101 preterist time indicators. And this person who wrote it, I know this guy, David Green. He wrote 101 verses, and there are probably more. These are the more clear, like if you don't know what you're reading, you just don't know how to read. You just don't know what words mean, because these are the most obvious text that clearly indicate it was supposed to happen back then. And there's 101. Now you can debunk all 101 if you'd like. Go for it. I'm literally daring you to try. The kingdom of heaven is at hand, right? At hand. They might go, well, that's just the kingdom of heaven is it's in you. That's all it's talking about. It's not literal. All right. That's Matthew 3:2. Who warned you to flee from the wrath about to come? About to come. This is here clearly indicating the judgment, at least it seems, on the 70 AD. The axe is already laid at the root of the trees. His winnowing fork is in his hand. The kingdom of heaven is at hand. The kingdom of heaven is at hand. These are all different verses. You shall not finish. Oh, this is a big doozy. You shall not finish going through the cities of Israel until the Son of Man comes. That is a Danielic idea right there out of Daniel, the end, the resurrection, all of that. This is what a lot of critical scholars look at and say, I think this is a fossil, they'll say. This is probably indicating an early apocalyptic teacher who we call Jesus, not God, just a man who was like a prophetic type guy, like John the Baptist, who said that the end is near, just like, Kent Hovind's predicting in 2028, or like Harold Camping thought in 2011. That's what's going on. You shall not have gone through the cities of Israel till the Son of Man comes. He's going to come before you even finish going through Israel. He's talking to people back then, guys. The age is about to come, Matthew 12:32. The Son of Man is about to come in the glory of his Father with his angels, and will then recompense every man according to his deeds. Matthew 16:27. That's about to happen, according to the author of Matthew. There are some of those standing here who shall not taste death until they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. In all of the synoptics.
That's pretty specific right there.
Pretty specific. Some of you, and by the way, when you go to the verses before this, he's talking to his disciples. Now, unless you think like Peter's somewhere out here on planet Earth hiding and he hasn't died yet, it's been 2,000 years, you can't get around this. There are some of those who are standing here who shall not taste death until they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. This is Matthew. I used to love taking this to Christians when I was a full preterist. I was still a Christian. I would fight these futurists and I'd be like, dude, the Bible says, Jesus himself said, some of you will not die. Some of you will. That's the indication. Some of you are going to taste death. Some of you aren't, before you see the Son of Man come in. And the Christians would run into the next chapter, Matthew 17, and say, well, the transfiguration. See, the transfiguration is that. But a lot of the scholars who look into this go, no. That nobody died. Nobody died. So, like, how can you say in the next chapter it was this appearance on the mountain, transfiguration, when all of the disciples are still alive that he's talking to? It's like saying, some of you standing here will not taste death. And in 10 minutes later, we're all alive still. And here it is. Here it is, everybody. Well, why'd you say some of you aren't going to taste death? He's predicting that it is going to happen, and he's going to come with his kingdom, with his angels, repay each man according to their deeds. That whole wheat and the tare, you know, the sheep and the goat, the whole damn 9 yards is going to happen. But it didn't. When the owner of the vineyard comes, what will he do to those vine growers? He will bring those wretches to a wretched end and will rent out the vineyard to other vine growers who will pay him the proceeds at the proper seasons. Therefore, I say to you, the kingdom of God will be taken away from you and be given to a nation producing the fruit of it. When the chief priests and the Pharisees heard this, who? When the Republicans in 2021 heard this, when the Democrats in 2021 heard this, when the people in Australia in 2021 heard this? No. When the chief priests and the Pharisees, according to the author who's writing this, heard this, his parables, they understood that he was speaking about them, not you. Get your name out of this book. Stop pretending this is about you. I'm preaching. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Hey, if you guys haven't subscribed to my friend Gnostic Informant, seriously, go do it. I love his channel. We're working together on trying to expose more of these ideas to people. We go all over the place. All right.
You go deep.
This generation will not pass away until all these things take place. Matthew 24:34. Well, what things? What things? Go read Matthew 24. All of those things. Okay. All the things listed there. Armies surrounding Jerusalem. Okay. People want to pretend the third temple is going to be built today, and then the army is going to surround that, and the nation this, and the nation from the north, which is Russia. And then there's the world order and all that crap. Get out of my face. I used to believe all that. I used to read and watch these videos that would do that. Not anymore. From now on, you, Caiaphas, the chief priest, the scribes, the elders, the whole Sanhedrin, shall be seeing the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of power and coming on the clouds of heaven. What? If you read the context, it's about Caiaphas, chief priests, scribes, elders, the whole Sanhedrin. They're supposed to see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven. The kingdom of God is at hand. Mark.
And it's funny because the same people that say that the Garden of Eden literally happened, or that Abraham literally was a person who lived for 900 years, or all these things literally happened, when it comes to these verses, they'll switch up real quick. Oh, it's just a metaphor. Oh, come on. Don't be ridiculous.
Exactly. And I'm going to skip a few of these because they repeat. These are in the synoptics, so you find this repetitive thing. But I do think it's interesting here in Luke. These are the days of vengeance, in order that all things which are written may be fulfilled. Well, when are the days of vengeance? When? The authors are telling you the time that they're writing, the time that their audience is reading this, not 2,000 years from now, from the time they're writing this. This generation should not pass away until all these things take place. That's in Luke, that's in Mark, that's in Matthew. And notice John is not doing that stuff. That's a whole nother topic. John does not fall for the BS. John is like, all right, I'm going to do something different. And it's called realized eschatology. And he even fix it. I got to pull this up, man. This is worth it. This is so worth it. You remember that passage, everybody, who I was reading where, let me do the NET version just because it's really clear. And it uses a lot of good sources to come up with this, to write this. So you guys remember when I told you not everyone standing here will taste death. Not everybody's going to die. Well, when I told you that, that's a prediction earlier in the synoptics. Mark, Matthew, and Luke all definitely indicate it. Mark and Matthew are the most apocalyptic. Well, here he tells Peter, right after he comes to the shore and teaches him, and he says, all right, Simon Peter, son of John, do you love me more than these do? He replied, yes, Lord, you know I love you. Jesus told him, feed my lambs. Jesus said a second time, Simon, son of John, do you love me? He said, yes, Lord, you know I love you. Jesus told him, shepherd my sheep. Jesus said a third time, and this has been preached 1,000 times in sermons. So then he says, I tell you the truth. I tell you the solemn truth. When you were young, you tied your clothes around you and went wherever you wanted. But when you are old, you will stretch out your hands and others will tie you up and bring you where you do not want to go. Now, Jesus said this to indicate clearly by what kind of death Peter was going to glorify God. After he said this, Jesus told Peter, follow me. So he tells Peter how Peter's going to die. And most scholars think this chapter was added later because John chapter 20 ends like the end of a book.
Right.
And then John chapter 21 comes back on and it's acting like it's a whole, like, what the hell's going on? And then it ends like another end of a book.
Open.
Yes. So why did they add John chapter 21? Well, there's probably multiple reasons, and it's addressing multiple problems in earlier apocalypticism. Why would I know that? Well, let me tell you why. Peter turned around and saw the disciple whom Jesus loved following them. Remember, he just told Peter how he's going to die. And then he says, this was the disciple who had leaned back against Jesus' chest at the meal and asked, Lord, who is the one who is going to betray you? So when Peter saw him, he asked Jesus, Lord, what about him? Well, pause. What about him? Peter's asking, how's he going to die? Remember Matthew 16, 27 through 28, Mark and Luke about some of you standing here will not taste death until you see the Son of Man coming? He tells them some of you disciples will not die, or apostles if you want to go to Paul's ideas. The point is, they couldn't all die before Jesus comes. And this is what he says. He said, Lord, what about him? Jesus replied, if I want him to live until I come back, whoa, second coming, baby. If I want him to live until I come back, what concern is that of yours? You follow me, Peter. That's what he's saying. So the saying circulated. This means later on, they're already talking about stuff in the early church that's being circulated among the brothers and sisters that this disciple was not going to die. Why? Because Matthew 16 and Mark and Luke, some of you won't die before the Son of Man comes with his kingdom and the angels to repay each man according to their deeds. That this disciple was not going to die, but Jesus did not say to him that he was not going to die, but rather, if I want him to live until I come back, what concern is that of yours? So right here, he's correcting this idea that he was going to not die before the return. And here, this Christian who adds this chapter into John is addressing the very problem that Jesus said earlier, that some of them wouldn't die. And then he says in the mouth of Jesus, but Jesus said, look, guys, don't take me to the bank. If it be my will that he remain until I come. Okay. He didn't say it was for sure going to be his will. He's saying, what if it was his will?
Right.
As a full preterist, I thought this was clear evidence that John would be alive at the coming of Jesus. And that was implied by the earlier stuff that some of the disciples would be. But that failure that didn't happen, they're explaining using Jesus' own words to say, look, I just said if it's my will, okay? Not that I'm absolutely coming back before all of you die, because they said that John wouldn't die. So it's fascinating material. I'd want to pause, make sure I didn't miss any super chats or anything. And if I did, I really apologize. I haven't seen any. And maybe give you a second to say something, and then we could jump back into some text.
Yeah, I'll read off some of these huge examples of the church saying, look, the world's going to end. And then it didn't happen. Like, okay. People forget about that. This is actually something that happened throughout history a bunch of times. So the first one, obviously everyone knows about 66 AD, 70 AD. There were people saying the world was going to end. I don't know if there's questions to that. That's on the list. I don't really know about that. But 365 AD, Hilary of Poitiers, the French bishop, announced that the world was going to end this year. Freaked everybody out. Didn't happen. Then in 400 AD, Martin of Tours, again, said the same thing.
I can hear you. I'm going to grab something to drink real quick right behind the computer.
Yeah. I'll just keep running a few of these.
Okay.
482 AD, 500 AD, Hippolytus of Rome, 793, 800 AD, Sextus of Africanus, or that's his name actually, not of Africanus. 847, 995, 1080. Now this is a big one. The Pope Sylvester, literally the Pope himself, came out and said, "This is it. It's 1,000 years after the reign of Christ. The world is ending. Everybody get ready. Here's doomsday." Didn't happen. Then he comes out again and says, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. The dates are wrong. It's 1033 AD, because that's when Jesus died." So that date comes around, nothing happens. 200 years go by. Joachim of Fiore says, he's an Italian mystic. He says the world's going to end. Doesn't happen. 1284, Pope Innocent III. Another pope. I mean, this is a big deal. When the Pope tells you the world's going to end, the world's going to end. You better listen to the Pope.
Right.
It says 1284. It doesn't happen. There's a list of like, you could go to pull up on Wikipedia. There's 200 of these. It goes all the way into the 1600s. There's this guy named, actually, believe it or not, Christopher Columbus was one of these people. He said the world was going to end. That didn't happen. It just keeps like this list is so big, and there's a lot of people on here that you probably recognize too. A lot of popes, a lot of bishops, and they'll say this is it, guys, according to Daniel, according to Revelation, and they'll pull out some equation just like if people do today, and they'll add different years, different numbers from the Bible, and come up with a date and say this is it, and then the date comes by, and then we forget about it. So right now, Kent Hovind is saying 2028. Get ready. It's going to happen. I think he's even like, he's got like dates and times from Daniel and Revelation that he added together. He has like a presentation about it. People believe it too. A lot of people. The church I used to go to, the pastor used to tell us 2024 will be the last election.
I mean, bro, this is what happens. Thank you, honey. Appreciate it. I couldn't get, there was no drink in my fridge, so I had to call the wife real quick just to come get me a drink if that's possible. So, because when you're preaching, after a while you get a little.
Yeah, I have to have something to sip on when I do streaming. I don't know what it is. Like I have to have like constant water or something.
Yeah, definitely was getting hype earlier. We've got some more I want to cover. All right. Daughters of Jerusalem. I meant daughters of America. I meant daughters of Australia. I meant daughters of Jerusalem. Stop weeping for me, but weep for yourselves and your children. For behold, the days are coming when they will say, blessed are the barren and the wombs that never bore and the breast that never nursed. Then they will begin to say to the mountains, fall on us, and to the hills, cover us. I remember as a Christian, I used to read this like if I was left behind during the rapture, I'm going to be asking the mountains to crush me because I don't want to be like, that's how I used to interpret this, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. And it's funny because it's not funny if you look at the real history, but I think it's interesting that it's saying, blessed are the barren and the wombs that never bore. Because he's saying, weep for your children, right? Jerusalem was destroyed by the time these authors are writing. And it's coming from the mouth of Jesus, right? They're putting it in the mouth of Jesus, that he's saying what happened in 70 AD. That's what I'm talking about. And if you didn't have children that had to suffer through that, blessed are you. It has nothing to do with anything outside of the Jerusalem destruction. That is the stuff I'm trying to teach the Christians to start looking at. Stop reading these things as though this is about you. And there are some Christians, granted, partial preterists and others, who recognize this is already this is the past. They go, all right, this is Jerusalem. Kenneth Gentry, Gary DeMar, R.C. Sproul is long and gone now, but he was one of them. These people saw this and said, all right, that's talking about 70 AD. That's not talking about us. But then they have other things that they still hold on to and they still keep waiting for. Here's another. We were hoping that he was the one who was about to redeem Israel. About to redeem Israel. Luke 24:21. They were hoping this was the guy that was about to. That word, about to, right? It's about to or soon to happen. That's the important part to look into. Let's see. I will come to you in that day. You shall know that I am in my Father, and you and me, and I in you. Lord, what then has happened that you are about to disclose yourself to us and not to the world? So about to. And these are these Greek terms that, what is the Greek word for about to? It was a big studied word that I had to go into in full preterism.
I'll look it up.
About to. I've got a brain fart from not eating in a while and preaching on the channel. So
Tomos.
what is it?
Tomos.
Okay. What is soon? Look up the word soon in Greek. Because
Irgora.
Huh?
Irgora.
There's another term too.
Grigora.
There's another term. I can't. There's like a huge one that is in Greek. I can't even think right now, ladies.
Arapow?
Nope.
That's
Roger, thank you for the super chat. He says, if God is real and sends me to his hell, it's his fault for not revealing himself to the whole world. Good point, especially after that verse. You didn't reveal yourself, but they will always argue he gave you enough, right? He gave you enough, guys, gals. Why don't you see it? He gave you enough. Well,
are you thinking of the word for revelation? Apocalypse?
No, what is that word?
Apocalypse.
No. I'm thinking of I can't even. I can't even. You ever saw that video?
Yeah.
The guy's like, from a scale from 1 to 10, I can't.
You know what I was just thinking
about? Even in. Huh.
Kent Hovind, when 2028 rolls around, is this going to be like, that's a big, he's putting himself out there with that. Like if 2028 rolls around, what do you think's going to happen? Do you think his followers are going to be like, he's lying, I'm out of here? Or do you think they're going to be like, he just guessed and was wrong?
I don't even, dude, the guy he's like, I think he has too much to lose ego-wise. So he'll just push the date off again or something. It's hard to believe that. All right, I did read your chat, my friend, and no, that's not the word I was looking for. I definitely cannot think right now, though. There's a particular word. Huh?
Euthos.
Nope.
Mellow. I'm just reading off the list. Mellow.
That's it. So I don't know why.
Who said that? That was Doc Paleroma.
Where's this at?
You are the winner. I don't know if someone said it before him, but that's the first one I saw.
Doc, yes, Mellow. Yep, that's the one I was looking for. Thank you so much. Thank you, my friend. You are granted eternal salvation. You don't have to go through purgatory. Don't worry. So okay, back to the Bible, back to the book that literally tells you when this is supposed to happen, and it didn't, or at least some of the things are ex eventu. So, granted, they're writing this after the destruction, so they're not writing all of this is not all failure. That's the point a lot of people need to take away. And it gets complex. It's not a simple task to take in, but it does debunk futurism and the idea of people still waiting for all this stuff to happen. There's no point after this long to still keep going. Here in John, even in John, it says, if I want him to remain until I come, what is that to you? Oh, that's the passage we read already. This is what was spoken of through the prophet Joel, and it shall be in the last days. Well, when is that? The last days is back when this is written. According to the author of Acts, they believe that they're in the last days. And I just don't see how you stretch that 2,000 years. I just don't now. I used to know because we didn't know time.
I'm pretty sure they thought when the temple was destroyed, that was the end of the world.
Who?
Like the people living, like during the time of Acts, I would say.
Well, Acts is written well after the destruction.
Is it really?
Yeah. Well after the destruction of the temple. There's no reason to think it's written before the destruction at all.
Is there any gospels written before 70 AD?
Well, that's the argument is really of Q, if you're talking to critical scholars, because they'll say the Q document probably was pre-70. Some say it was post-70. But as far as critical scholarship goes, no. I mean, you've got scholars that are Christian critical scholars who say, no, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, or Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, even Del C. Allison Jr., all written after the war. All of them.
I always thought that too.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to be fair.
Yeah, no. The only place that they go before the war is technically Paul, and that's what most of the scholars would say are before the war.
And we don't even have a single physical copy of the manuscript until like 120 and later.
I think it's even later than that because we have the smallest New Testament fragment is P52, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong if they have something newer. And I think that's in the mid to latter half of the 2nd century, and it's the size of like a quarter or a quarter dollar, and that's all we have. And that's, I mean, bro, that's over 120 to 150 years, you know, after the time in which Jesus supposedly was running on the ground and stuff. So it's not very great evidence. He has fixed a day in which he's about to judge the world in righteousness. Acts 17:31. Now, of course, they want to stretch that out. There is about to be a resurrection of both the righteous and the wicked. About to be of both the righteous and the wicked, a resurrection. Acts 24:15. About to be. Hey, honey, I'm about to be done in 2,000 freaking years. I mean, could you imagine me talking to you and be like, hey, we're about to end this episode in 7 hours?
But you got to remember this too. Whoever's writing this is pretending to be before the temple fell, right? They're putting themselves.
Yeah.
So this all could just be allegorizing the end of the Jewish temple in a way.
Right.
It could be.
Well, a lot of it is. I'm saying there are things like even the book of Revelation, there's no way. They want to try and put that pre-70, the Christians who are preterists.
Absolutely not.
I used to believe that Revelation was pre-70, but we got some super chats, bro. I am about to read these super chats. Oh, wow. Apostate prophet. See, I'm actually reading it. I'm not a faker with my words. My words have meaning. Thank you so much, my friend AP. Go subscribe to him. He's always kicking butt and taking names. He's been on your channel as well, so they can go check out the episodes with you.
Did you watch the debate he was in the other day?
I did not watch the whole thing. I did not.
I was watching enough of it to see that he was crushing it. He was crushing it.
Well, a lot of Muslims try to tell the other Muslim guy, don't do it. And they were trying to. But the guy, he seemed like a real sincere guy. That's one of the reasons I thought it was good. He says, the sun will rise from its resting place in the west soon, and no repentance will be accepted after that. Ooh, turn to Allah before it's too late. He is waiting on this throne. Subhanallah. Did I say that right?
Subhanallah.
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 Hey, soon, and it will not. No repentance. That sounds to be apocalyptic. That sounds like they are expecting sometime when this is written for it to happen within their time, their lifetime, probably. Sounds like it.
You know, you say to that, you say, Inshallah. That means God willing.
Inshallah. Yeah.
Inshallah.
Yeah. That's a wonderful point, AP. Thank you for the super chat, my friend. Got another super chat here from Tomic. Hope I said your name right, Eldritch. Have you read 2nd Esdras? It was a Jewish work edited by Christians that told about the coming apocalypse in the Roman era. You know, I need to reopen it. I do know of 2nd Esdras' work, and if I'm not mistaken, it also is talking about, unless this is 4th Ezra, I need to reread 2nd Esdras because 4th Ezra is actually talking about the disappointment of what happened in the Jewish-Roman War in 70 AD. And why did God let this happen? 4th Ezra is actually, or 4th Ezra is trying to explain why this happened. And like, it's really an interesting text. I really enjoyed it, but I need to check out 2nd Ezra, that the apocalypse coming in the Roman era. Interesting. Thank you so much for the super chat.
There's a book called the Complete Apocrypha. I think that's all it's called, the Complete Apocrypha. And it literally has every Apocrypha book you could think of, all just like in one place. It's perfect.
Huh.
It has this one book called Jasher.
Yeah.
And it's like a rewritten Genesis, but it's longer. It has way more details. Abraham's life, instead of being a couple paragraphs or a page or two, it's like 20 pages long. It's like all this crazy stuff about Abraham.
And he ate a pig one time. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Shireen, thank you so much, Shireen. Always enjoy seeing you pop up. She says, my prophecy, I will have a Chinese takeaway for dinner. I already have a 100% success rate, and the end of time prophecies have a 100% failure rate. Shireen, you're a true prophetess. You are. People should probably start following you. I have a serious sense of feeling that you will change things in this world in a great way. Seriously, thanks so much for the super chat. Love you guys. I really do. Appreciate you. All the support. Let's go back to kicking ass and taking names for a second. I always enjoy doing that because, hey, the Bible said, right? Where's my little "the Bible says so" that you put into my editing, the edits from Apologia? You know what I mean? The little "Bible says so" thing.
Yeah, I have that.
Yeah, you edited that into some of my stuff.
I know. I'll throw it in there if it's if it works.
Absolutely. All right, so where were we at? I mean, there's so many of these damn things. It's unbelievable. Let's see. There is about to be a resurrection. Got that. As he was discussing righteousness, self-control, and the judgment about to come. Acts 24:25. Paul is big on it, guys. I mean, like, Paul is all about it. In fact, he thinks that the Lord is going to come back in his lifetime in 1 Thessalonians 4. And I'm pretty positive it's in this list. We're going to end up seeing it. I already see 1 Thessalonians 5 right here, so we're probably going to get there. All right. Not for Abraham's sake only was it written that faith was reckoned to him as righteousness, but for our sake also, to whom it is about to be reckoned. Romans 4:23-24, and scholars are placing this in the 40s or 50s AD. If you are living according to the flesh, you are about to die.
Whoa, that's pretty direct.
Yeah, that's quite an interesting thing. One might try to reinterpret all these things. I can imagine a Christian going, all that's saying is sin leads to death. And if you're living according to the flesh in sin, then you're gonna die physically sometime soon because of sin. And like let's eliminate the apocalyptic tendencies of Paul. That'll make us protect our bubble. Let's keep our bubble from popping. I consider that the sufferings of this present age are not worthy to be compared with the glory that is about to be revealed to us. Romans 8:18. Paul says it's about to be revealed. It is already the last hour, or it is already the hour for you to awaken from sleep. For now my salvation is nearer to us than when we believed. The night is almost gone and the day is at hand. Romans 13:11-12. Now, I don't know what kind of drugs someone has to smoke. Actually, I do. Okay. All you got to do is just drink the Kool-Aid. But the point is,
DMT.
Yeah, I'm just being funny here.
I'm just joking too.
Yeah, I know. You get where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
You cannot read this. You can. Let me say this. You can read this however you want. But if you don't see what we're saying here, I just don't. I can't help you. I don't know if there's a way to help you at this point. He's saying it's already the hour for you to awaken from sleep. Now the salvation is nearer to us than when we believe. You remember that passage where it says, he who endures to the end shall be saved? And Paul says he's on this race in Philippians. He's on a race, but it's like a endurance race to the end. He thinks it's about to happen, ladies and gentlemen. Paul, 2,000 years ago. But hey, over half the New Testament is written in the supposed name of Paul, according to the church. They even count Hebrews. So you got 27 letters, 14 of them, according to the church. I'm not saying that most Christians still think Hebrews was written by Paul. Most of them are written by a guy who himself is saying it's supposed to happen in his own life. And Christians still can't get it, right? I'm talking to myself when I say that. I wasn't listening, but I also had no one breaking it down like I'm doing right now and showing you what Paul said. Nobody did this for me when I was doing this. Eventually, I found a video on YouTube by a guy who started talking about the second coming of Jesus happening back then. And then I looked into it. I was like, yo, this is some crazy stuff. I did not know. Look, AP says the world will end soon. Enchilada. AP, gotta love you, man. Your trip.
There's another one too. Alan Bird.
Oh, let me get Alan. Alan is OG. He's an original gangster, and some of my original gangsters will not taste death until they see all cognitive dissonance disappear from the earth. That is a prophetic statement. Take it to the bank. Okay, that's probably not true. I think cognitive dissonance is going to remain for a long time. So, all right, Alan Bird, Derek, hope Dr. Allison was fun. How many Antichrist have there been? I can think of 3, Nero, Napoleon, and Hitler, but they must be many others. You know, there were popes that were claimed to be Antichrist.
Right.
So there were actual,
Alexander. Pope Alexander, right around the 1400s, the Borgia Pope, his son was Cesare Borgia. They all, the next pope after him was Pope Julius, or it was like 2 popes later, I think. And he was like, he was alive during his papacy when he was a bishop. He was saying back then that was the Antichrist. So he split the church in half. There's a whole show about it on Netflix, The Borgias. It's a really good show.
Yeah.
Really good show.
I love that stuff. I mean, there's popes that did more debauchery than I could try to do if I wanted. If I had, like, I'm going to do stuff that I totally think is disgusting, and I'm just going to do it to be like, what is it, Aleister Crowley? You know, I'm going to do as nasty as I can. There were popes like Aleister Crowley in terms of what they would do, the kind of things they would do, right? And these are the vicar of Christ. It's kind of crazy. Ben, what is up? One of my apostles, by the way. He's an apostle. He's in the inner 12. Which among us shall be the greatest in the kingdom of Derek? Well, you must not be like these little children, okay, in order to enter the kingdom of Derek, but you must be grown up and chew on meat. Interpret that how you will, and you will be seated on the inner circle of the kingdom of Derek.
Ooh, it's a parable right there.
It is, and you must interpret it however you may, but I'm not going to tell you.
Those who have eyes, those who have ears.
Only those who have been born from above, from MythVision Olympus, and you will know, okay? You will know if that's you. Cheers. 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 I appreciate you, Ben. Thank you so much for the super chat.
I was thinking, if he's one of the inner 12 that's been there from the beginning, I'm like Simon Magus. I came way later, and I'm like a Gnostic-y weird guy.
Yeah.
So
awesome. Yeah. Well, you're definitely like we're like the two Messiah theory within Judaism.
Yeah.
That's what's going on right now. People don't even realize it. Just what's happening. Tomic Eldrick, thank you again for the super chat. He says second Esdras is the same as 4 Esdras. Ezra Nehemiah was called 1 and 2 Esdras. Later, 4 Esdras was called second Esdras by scholars. It's weird and confusing. Well, thank you for this education. I really do appreciate it, and I hope everyone else took notes. I do need to read that again and check it out to see where you're coming from. But I do want everyone to know we do have a special guest, and it is the prophet himself, Dr. Joshua Bowen. Welcome.
How you guys doing?
What's going on, Josh?
Josh, listen, I've been having dreams about your appearance on the channel today. We knew this was coming. And you guessed. You know what's interesting? I share that invite link to everyone, but with you, I knew beforehand. I didn't have to share the link with you, and that you would know exactly the number, letters to the link in the URL to join us today. That's a proof of miracle right there.
Praise Jesus.
It's a miracle.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. We're going into some scripture. We're having church today, Dr. Josh, and what we're doing is we're showing people that what was supposed to happen, if it did happen, it happened back then. And what Paul believed and expected was expected to happen even in his own lifetime. So if we may, let's go back over to the Bible scriptures. And this is 101 scriptures that are clear indicators of a soon something that was supposed to happen. Says this right here in Romans 16:20, the God of peace will soon crush Satan under your feet.
It said soon.
Yeah. 2,000 years is what he really meant, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yeah. Remember Peter. Don't forget.
Yeah. Hallelujah. The time has been shortened, 1 Corinthians 7:29. What time? What time? Interesting. The form of this world is passing away, 1 Corinthians 7:31. Now these things were written for our instruction.
Wait a minute. Was that a climate change verse right there?
I think so. I definitely think there was a thank you for thank you so much. Were written for our instruction, upon whom the ends of the ages have come. 1 Corinthians 10:11. Quit pretending this is about us. We shall not all fall asleep, but we shall all be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trumpet. Trump it.
Oh,
Ho, 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 hallelujah.
That'll preach.
Recompense.
You know, I mean, feeling I actually I hate to say this, dude, but like I would listen to the pastors that do that, and it's oftentimes in like black churches, and they're like, and he's coming, huh? And when he does, huh? And he's so into it, man.
That's the only church I would ever go back to, because that's where there's just so much more energy, so much more fun.
Yeah, it definitely is. It really is fun. For the trumpet will sound, and the dead will be raised imperishable, and we shall be changed. This is 1 Corinthians 15. I thought that was Thessalonians. It sounded a lot like Thessalonians, but okay. Maranatha, the Lord comes. 1 Corinthians 16:22. Not only in this age, but also in the one to come. Ephesians 1:21. The Lord is near. Philippians 4:5. The gospel was proclaimed in all creation under heaven. Now, some of these things Christians can easily like wiggle their way into interpret it another way. Like, the Lord is near. Well, I mean, he's just near to you. You know, Paul says in Acts 17, we move, we breathe, we have our being, and he's near to all of us if we would just reach out and grope for him. See, he's near.
It's like Nostradamus. It's like a bird will fly into a tree. That's 9/11. It must be 9/11.
Oh.
You know,
Josh, did you have a comment? You're just hanging out for right now.
Yeah, sorry, the babies are screaming.
Dude, I would love to see your babies right now, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
You got
I don't want your wife to have to do extra work, but I would love for everybody to see those wonderful babies, even if it's the little one or the boy.
You probably wouldn't. They'd be very loud.
Would they? Well, I miss him. I'm sure he misses me. I'm his buddy. All right, super chat here. The Tawniest, thank you for the super chat. I wish there was more emphasis toward what Christian nationalists are doing today in the real world right now to try and make their storybook come true. Well, that's the point. The point of this video isn't like, I guess you know how they say, as Christians even say, when you study the real dollar bill for long enough and you come across a fake one, you know when it's fake. Well, today we're studying a real dollar bill on eschatology. We're looking at what the text is saying and showing you a lot of these passages which people don't like pull out and let you see. They run to stuff like the Son of Man did not know the day or hour. But he's telling you the season and what's actually going to happen in the season in which before the end is actually going to happen. Matthew 24, Mark 13, Luke 21. Or they run to 2 Peter. A day is as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is a day. No one knows the time. It's so on in. It never has this ending we can ever predict. We don't really know. So they don't really consider why, it was written that way. So
there's so much in the Bible, Old Testament and New, that there's an answer for anything. Anything you poke at it, you can point to a verse that protects that whatever challenge you have. There's something in there that somebody can point to and say, but it says this also, that day is like 1,000 years. So like any logic you throw at it can be stopped and immediately within just by taking anything, pulling out any vague verse you want. And that's just the way it works.
I mean, you really got to imagine you're Paul and you're writing Colossians here. And you say things which are a shadow of what is about to come. Do you think Paul was thinking about the 4th century ecumenical council? Do you think Paul gave a crap about the bubonic plague? Do you think he was thinking about elections in America 2,000 years from now? Things that are about to come. He's talking about his life. He's a human like we are. We wouldn't write like that. Now, they would obviously say God is speaking through him. Huh?
Actually, I mean, I beg to differ, right? I think that he was talking about May 21st, 2011.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
We're in the tribulation right now. Wait.
What do we do with that?
We're past that, aren't we?
I think you're a secret follower of the what is his name again?
Good evening. How are you tonight? Again, may I have the privilege and the pleasure of coming into your home to visit with you for a little while. What would you like to talk about this evening on this anonymous telephone program? What subject is of concern to you? As you know, this is a program designed to offer you the opportunity to call in and share your question, offer your comment on any subject whatsoever, because the Bible is the word of God and therefore absolutely trustworthy and dependable and authoritative. In my role as host of this program, wherever possible, I will endeavor to relate your call to the Bible. But this is your program. We want to hear from you. And so, shall we take our first call tonight, please? Good evening. Welcome to Open Forum.
Okay. Is that what is his name? The
Harold Camping.
Harold Camping. I just played a clip of him earlier. Did you watch anything I had going on earlier, Josh, when I played the clip of a couple guys?
Couple minutes.
Okay. I'll probably have to show that again at some point because there's like 350 people hanging out here, and I'd love to make sure everyone saw it. By the way, since you showed up, let everybody make sure they go get the book. I always let them know the book is it's a powerful weapon. I mean, literally, not like necessarily the literature in it. You can take that or leave it. The point is, if someone does try to break into your house and you're interested in trying to keep a thief off or they're trying to harm you, this is a solid piece of an object. And if you hit them just right, the cognitive
it's a good TikTok video. Yeah.
And if you're not a reader, there is the Audible. And you can be washing your dishes and cleaning your house and listening to an atheist handbook to the Old Testament.
Yeah, and I don't read it, so it's even more of a reason to pick it up.
There you go.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The Real Nordic Black, thank you. He says, I love your channel, broski. Keep up the scholarship going. Thank you. I appreciate you. Kendallix, I hope I'm saying that right. Kendallinks. Dr. Josh, I have a hard time believing many evangelical pastors don't know they're deceiving their congregations and purposefully deny Bible's historicity. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, I do think that it gets tougher as time goes by and more archaeological data comes in, particularly if you have a pastor that's going to school when he goes into the ministry. I mean, this is what happened to me, right? As you're going through and learning, it becomes more difficult to hold on to some of the things that you believed when you first started in school, and yet, you don't want to lose that position, or you feel like you owe it to your congregation to not, I don't know, dissuade them from the faith or something. And so I don't know that they would think to themselves, I'm being
deceitful,
immorally deceptive,
right?
But I'm withholding. So for me, I was still an evangelical when I left the pastorate, but I had essentially learned that my particular denomination was wrong. The interpretive, the things they concluded were just wrong. But I didn't feel comfortable saying that to anybody.
Right.
And so then, how do you deal with that? And so you start using phrases like, the church.
That's how you do it.
Yeah.
You got to get the book.
So that's what I would say.
No, it's funny that you said that because I had like a whole year of leaving. I didn't just leave in one day. It was like it took a long time for me to like get out of there because you're attached to that place. You have an emotional attachment to that place. You have a bond with everybody there. So as I started learning more stuff about the Old Testament, about history, about other religions, other whatever, you know what I mean? I had to come to terms with like what's factual and what's not. So like you said, you start throwing things out there to test the waters. Like I'd be like, I remember one day I was sitting in church and I said something like, what if Abraham and Noah are just allegories of time periods, and then the real history starts after David? And they're like, the fuck did you just say? And they didn't say that, but that's the reaction I got And I just remember being like, okay, maybe I can't go that far. So then you know what I mean? It was like slowly I started to get out, like I would stop showing up more and more and more and more. And eventually I just wasn't there ever again.
Yeah, that's what happened to me actually. And yeah. But before that, I was talking to some members in the church about these passages we're going through right now. And I had like real Bible studies where I'd have 4 or 5 members that were in the local PCA church, Presbyterian. When that word Presbyterian comes up, even Del Allison Jr., when I interviewed him in person, was like, you got excommunicated? I thought we don't do that anymore. And I'm like, you guys don't, but the PCA church is kind of like the grandbaby of the Puritans. They're really strict and they're very reformed in their thinking. Westminster Confession, you teach your kids to memorize it, and like all of that. It's a legit. They go from the hymnal books and stuff. Just pointing out that Dale Allison was like, what? Anyway, we have Bible studies. I take them through these verses, and it would shock these people. So they'd go back and ask Pastor Webb. Andy Webb was my pastor, and he would like. I guess it became such a problem that finally they had this like call Derek in, and I had to sit in this chair like I was in court. And there was like 5 guys across from me at the table, and they all 5 were kind of rebuking me and encouraging me not to communicate these things anymore. I was not a Christian anymore. I was a Bible-believing Christian who was trying to be faithful to Jesus based on the text of the New Testament, and they did not want to hear me say anything. They just wanted me to receive the little butt spanking that they were trying to give me. That's really what it was. It was reprove. They were trying to correct me because, you know, the book of James talks about when you see according to their mind, I'm falling away or whatever, and they're trying to save me. And I'm going, no, I'm trying to be more true to the words of Jesus. And you guys are saying eschatology doesn't really matter. Oh, you're amil. Oh, you're partial preterist. Oh, whatever. And I'm trying to go, Jesus said. And that was it. So thank you so much for that super chat. Intermediary Fossil, always coming through with that orange super chat. Rocking that orange. Aren't the stones that will cry out in the Gospels the stones that cried out? Elos? I don't know how to pronounce that.
Aloud. I think it was a spelling.
Oh, aloud. Okay, I'm like, huh? So, okay, there is a part where the stones are crying out in Wars of the Jews. If so, prophecy score. I've actually heard this where Christians are saying the gospel authors are predicting that the stones would be making the noise. But if you look in the wars, I need to ask this of Steve Mason. He's a Josephus scholar. And I think that the whistling sound of these massive stones being launched might have been making a noise.
And that same text, that same passage talks about that. They're saying the sun comes.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to dip out.
Cool, man.
Tell Megan I love her and those wonderful babies. Please give them a kiss for me.
With your presence.
Well, thank you for having me on for a little bit. All right, take care, guys.
Go get the book, everybody. Bye. Go get the book, Dr. Josh's book. It. Let me tell you, the last guy walked in my house, bro. I'm telling you, bro. You got to get the book. No, but this is interesting. You were cut off. What were you saying? And then I'd love to make a comment.
In that same passage that Josephus is talking about, Titus Caesar is launching stones at Jerusalem and knocking down walls and killing people. And they're yelling, the sun comes, the sun comes. And so it's interesting, just like in English, the word sun sounds like sun. Sun in the sky, and the sun is like father and son. In Greek, the sun is Helios, I think it's Helios. And then sun is Elias. So they didn't know if it's very strange how that works. 2 different languages, the same word sounds very similar. So there's a commentary in the Josephus one I have. I forgot the name of the guy who commentated, but he wrote that they don't know if this was the sun, as in the sun in the sky, or the sun comes, S-O-N. I'm like, that's really strange. This is in Greek too.
Yeah. I think it's an interesting hint in Matthew where he says about how Jews are rejecting the gospel. And he says, Jesus is saying that even these stones could be turned into sons of God, or to like we could turn these stones into children of God. And I think that's interesting. Stones crying, stones here. I don't know if Josephus just simply is talking about a noise from the large stone
yeah.
flying, and not so sure that the Gospels are picking up on that or not. I'm not sure.
Well, like you mentioned before, the Gospels came later, so it's always looking back and allegorizing and sort of like making terms with what happened.
Thank you for that super chat. Ben, if you're not worshiping Lord Rael, don't even talk to me. Hallelujah.
Right.
Actually, I have something to tell you, Ben. I need to email them back, but Lord Rael won't come on. I emailed, but the spokesperson for Lord Rael said he would be interested in coming on to MythVision to talk about it. And they said, what do you want to talk about? And I think I'd want to talk about his visions or appearances of the aliens that supposedly told him that they will be returning. So we have about 10 years. I think by 2030, the aliens are going to return. I'm not kidding. This is what he actually believes. And they're going to, what did they say? I don't want to goof up the prophecy, but pretty much he like had an experience, I guess, supposedly of being with aliens for 6 or 7 days. And I want to talk to him about it. I want to hear his story and like what he says. Because at the end of the day, if there is any sincerity, which I'm highly skeptical of his narrative being literally accurately true, that he had some real experience like that, he may have had a experience of something. The kernel grew into something else. I'm really interested in knowing what he had to say. So, Ben, you're right. Lord Rael.
I got to pull up a comment because someone corrected me, and they're absolutely right. Theophilus, Hios, son in Greek, at 145. I'm because I don't have it in front of me, and I'm not a Greek expert. So
yeah,
I'll pull this up real quick.
Where is it?
It's at 145. Theophilus.
Theophilus. Hold on, I'm looking, bro. Is it up? Okay, this one?
Yeah. No. He's talking about Hios, son in Greek, from Theophilus.
Okay, I'm looking.
145.
Same guy though, right?
Yeah.
Theophilus 09?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to find it. Amen. No.
It's the one after the Peter one that you just pulled up.
Oh, it's after it?
Yeah. Because he makes a good point, and I got to touch on this so I don't look like an idiot. So he's right. It isn't Helios. I'm thinking of the sun god. Hios does sound like Elios, which is sun, because the L is almost silent. So Eos would be the son, would be son of the father. Hios is son. This is in the commentary of Josephus. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I didn't make this up.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Atwell talks about this at length to try and like point out that this might have something to do with a connection. Not so sure it does. It's interesting to think about. Charles Wilcox, Dr. Josh dipped out, man. I didn't get to your super chat in time. Email me, Derek@mythvisionpodcast.com. I will ask him personally. You know, I could call him right now, but I'm sure he's busy with the kids. Point is, I could ask him your question. Just message me and remind me. Thank you for the super chat, my friend. Let's get through these super chats, and then we'll jump back into some Bible scripture before we wrap things up. I don't know how long. We'll probably go another 30, 40 minutes. Who knows? Let's see how it goes. William Arens, thank you for the super chat. He says, the lasting value of any brand of Christianity is how it can change from having irrational beliefs about the end times to being an enlightened community of believers with rational views of life and death. Interesting the way that you phrase that, because there's people like Delcy Allison Jr. who wrote this, who realizes the early community of Christians were apocalyptic thinkers, hardcore apocalyptic thinkers. And he's still a Christian, but doesn't think that that's going to happen. He doesn't believe that's true. And you got to think to yourself, I mean, I get it. But I also can't grasp. I asked this of Ian Mills when I interviewed Ian Mills. He's a PhD student at Duke University. Off air, I didn't record it. And I just said, bro, I got to ask you a question, man. You said the end didn't happen. Like you said, it failed and that Jesus's predictions failed and stuff like, and Paul and whatnot. How come you're a Christian? It's a sincere question. And he said, because I like Christianity.
Yeah.
That's it. I like Christianity. I like its morals. I like its community. I guess the community he's part of is not fundamentalist, but that was it. And you got to think to yourself, maybe he has some hope of life after death, and that's what comforts him in some way. And it's subjective. He admits it's subjective. I have no quarrels with this.
I was one of those Christians that would always like to focus on just what Jesus said, because he was like this radical thinker that said, you know what, this law with stoning people, this is not the way. I always loved that about him, and he was like that. But then you get later on and you get into the epistles and they start talking about in Timothy, women should cover their heads and all this stuff about homosexuality. And I was always the one that would try to, and I'm looking back, like sort of in a way proud of myself for doing this, because it could have been worse. I was always wanting to be like, well, you know, yeah, it says that, but Jesus didn't say that. Jesus was talking about, you know, he was sort of the other way around. But then as other Christians would challenge me and be like, dude, you got to be more hard on this stuff, blah, blah, blah. You know, the ones that carry the signs that God hates fags and all that.
Yeah.
I'd be around people like that. Eventually, it led to me getting into Gnosticism, Marcion, being like, you know what? That Yahweh is evil, because that is not, that can't, there's no way that my morals could be higher than the God of the Old Testament. So that means he has to be evil. So I descended into Gnosticism and all that. That's why I still stick with the name Gnostic Reformant, because I love Marcion's approach to Christianity. I really do.
Yeah. I think this is, I mean, there's so much, man. Then it gets complicated when you start saying, well, Jesus said this or Jesus thought that. And you're like, Jesus or Mark thought that, or Matthew thought that, or a community of Christians in which Mark or Matthew or Luke or John are part of thought that Jesus said this, which means Jesus probably didn't say this. We don't know. If you think Jesus was running around for 3 years or 1 year, either way, telling his disciples, apostles, whatever, hey, I'm going to get killed and I'm going to come right back from the dead. Okay. I'm going to be raised from the dead. I'm not going to stay dead. And if you think this is literal, and then he dies exactly as he said for a year or 3, brainwashing him into thinking this. And then they're all shocked going, it can't happen. And none of them are like standing outside waiting outside the grave. I mean, like camping overnight or finding a way to like constantly like, what's going on? He's coming right back any moment now. He said so. There's a lot of problems in the narrative. Dina Fash, thank you for the super chat. The more I am exposed to real religious scholarship, the more I tire of its inclusion into U.S. politics. The left-right paradigms are bankrupt. Thank you for the super chat. I find that there's so much to study on this, but how these fundamentalist groups attach themselves to politics, there's a lot there, even in Zionism and such, like trying to make the third temple be rebuilt and doing all that. There are Christians who literally believe this stuff, who have power, that are in political positions. We know that from what recently happened in Texas with the whole abortion stuff too. I mean, that's like, you know,
well, it's like Gary Habermas. He's one of the scholars that think the resurrection actually happened.
Right.
He's a PhD scholar. If you listen to him enough, you'll hear him slip up and reveal his political beliefs. Like he's on the right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Dr. Bob does the same thing. You know what I mean? And they all have political tendencies for whatever, but Bob's reasons are different than eschatological or potentially trying to, the end is near and we need to make sure we're part of that. And this is the beast or whatever crazy crap.
I think Dr. Bob's more libertarian-ish.
He's right wing, dude. That's what he sounds to me.
Well, yeah.
I don't even get into that. I don't even go to politics, but it's an interesting super chat because it does tie together. I mean, one of the reasons that I am like super hesitant of even wanting to ever, go public if I did decide to vote, which right now I didn't have my rights because I made a mistake when I was in my addiction and lost my right to vote. But that right should be back sometime. My point is, going public is going to demonize you like a religion. I mean, no matter what side you fall on, you are going to be an enemy of half of whoever's out there. And it's like, it feels like a religion. Like if I take a stand that I'm an atheist, all theists are like, oh, you man, what the? And then if you're a theist, all atheists are like, oh, you man, what the? And it's like, bro, do I really want to tell you?
True.
I'm okay with doing that with beliefs. Like it doesn't, politics, it's crazy. It seems even worse though. I'm not even kidding you, bro.
It is.
I don't mind people going, you're going to hell. Like, bro, that does not even affect me, doesn't offend me, nothing at all. I'm not scared of your hell. I'm not scared of your heaven, or I don't want your heaven. I'm not concerned with that. But when it comes to this whole politic thing, that's a whoo. You want to paint yourself in a way, boom. But I just was going to say, there's some early 1900s presidents that thought the end was going to happen. They were Zionists, and they thought the end was going to happen, who played a big significant part in the establishment of Israel in 1948. So there's a lot of roots to the problems with even with Osama bin Laden, for example, their ancestors being Palestinians and all that kind of stuff and out of the land. Like, there's been this grudge war, a family war, if you will, for a long time. And we're not just talking about the whole Isaac and what is it, his brother Ishmael issue, which is definitely like this war between Jewish people and Palestinians, if you can use the term. It goes into a lot of stuff when you look into it. Jay Victor, thank you for the super chat. Nobody expects the Presbyterian Inquisition. Yeah, especially when most Presbyterians are liberal now. Like, they're really not strict fundamentalist at all.
Yeah.
Most of them. That you won't get excommunicated from them. That's what they say.
Or like Methodists. The Methodists have like gay churches now.
Hey, they probably throw a hell of an after party too. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now, and even the Catholic Church is moving towards more egalitarian, more equality. Like they said gay marriage is okay now in the Catholic Church. A couple of years ago, the Pope said that, which is fine. But it's like, you're a little late there, bro. It's like you're like 100. You're like 20 years late on that one.
I'm looking at. I think I don't know if the last super chat that I see, just to make sure I got it, is the Scripture Skeptic. And if I missed one, I'm trying to look and see if I missed one. Being committed to truth is scary but necessary. It seems impossible to remain in religion when truth is your ultimate pursuit. That is so good. Unless you take truth to be just esoterics, you know what I mean? If you're looking for factual data and testable stuff, and you have people predicting that something's going to happen, and you find out when they said it was supposed to happen, or they thought in the proximity of their own life 2,000 years ago it was supposed to happen, what do you do? Question to the audience, to the Christian and the skeptic, right? Put yourself in the Christian shoes. What do you do? Try to. I don't think it's possible, really, because there's something like a light switch that's hard to describe in the brain when you're in the bubble. But if you can relate as someone who was Christian, what do you do if you find out that Paul thought that Jesus was going to come back in his life, and that the New Testament authors believed this was all of it, resurrection, final judgment, everything was supposed to happen back then? What do you do with that? If you found that out and that was true, even though Jesus didn't know the day or the hour, but it was soon from their time, right? What would you do? What do you do with that? Do you literally hinge your entire thing on he doesn't know the day and hour, and 2 Peter 3, a day is as 1,000 years? Do those two verses to you, are they enough to convince you to keep holding on? Even when Church Father Eusebius, for example, recognized that 2 Peter wasn't written by Peter, and it was written most likely somewhere in the 2nd century to the latter part of the 2nd century. What do you do with that? I mean, what would you say? How would you answer that, Neil?
Well, I mean, he's right. If you're looking for the, I don't know how you say truth, or just being if you're trying to be factual, let's say, forget about truth, because like you said, sometimes truth could be objective. Mm-hmm. But if you're trying to be completely factual, A plus B equals C, all, like, correct in every way, and trying to follow the logic of any religion, I'm not sure there's any religion that you can follow its logic completely and end up not contradicting yourself. There will be a contradiction. I'll give you a prime example. Old Testament says no man can pay a ransom for the sins of others. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden, the whole New Testament is about one man paying a ransom for the sins of others. So if you're following logic and you're trying to come up with a theology that makes sense, you sort of have to cross one of those out. That's what I'm getting at.
I think you're right. I mean, look, David says, it's a Bible bubble thing. It has to apply to you. Yeah. So it's the idea that it needs to matter to you. Like, if you're going to read the Bible as a Christian, you're not reading it most likely trying to find out, all right, the historical reality on the ground and how that is only applying to them. You're literally mining it to see what's in it for me. You know, how is this about me? And I get it, because that's just how we humans are. You know, we're self-centered. But if you're reading this text to the church in Corinth, it's to me though too. It's to me too. Or they like some of the more clever, sophisticated Christians will say, we wasn't writing to me. It was to Corinth, but it was for the church, which includes me. Do you see what I'm trying to get? Like the way that they'll make it about them somehow. So there's clever ways to do it instead of just reading it as though he's writing to certain people in a certain time in which it mattered to them, who believed in these superstitious things, that like Jesus was going to come back and we're going to meet him in the air. Like Paul thinks he's going to take us. We're going in the air.
That's why I actually think the worst thing that ever happened to Christianity was Constantine making it a state religion and doing the Nicene Creed. Because before that, you had all these different Gnostics, you had all these different groups of Christians, and they live in different parts of the world. They speak different languages. Some of them are Egyptian, some of them are Syrian, some of them are Greek, and they applied their own philosophy to their understanding of their faith. And that was probably a good time to be a Christian. I'm sure it was. I'm sure they were all loving it, eating the bread, drinking the wine, having a good old time. And then all of a sudden, this law gets passed, and the whole Roman Empire has to do this one way of Christian worship. That probably sucked. That's what to me, that's what the problem with religion in general is. It's not flexible for human. Every human is so different from the next human. We're all so different from each other. We all have our own ways of looking at the world based on our experiences. So you can't really fit everybody into one theology. People should have their own theology. People should have their own worldview.
Well, they do.
Which they do. They do.
Yeah, they do. Even within the bubble, like what they're perceiving from hearing the pastor, they're all under this umbrella. We have 42,000 denominations, but even within those denominations, if you really were to pick what the people think in their head versus what each other thinks, they'd be even split up even more. They wouldn't have this. They're just probably being silent about half the things they may not agree with what was said, or they just haven't accepted some of the things. You know, there's a lot there. I was in a church that didn't believe the same eschatological conclusions or had a different opinion on things like that. So if you really were to be like, all right, this is what I believe, then you would split off into a whole nother church probably if you were outspoken about it. Real quick, I gotta get more into this Bible stuff because we're halfway there and we've already slammed the whole door in their face. But number 47, we who are alive, as I just mentioned about Paul, and remain until the coming of the Lord, we who are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds. You, brethren, are not in darkness, that the day should overtake you like a thief. This is for people 2,000 years later. No. He thinks it's them. And in fact, the problem Paul's dealing with is that the people in the Thessalonian church are dying. You know, Steve Mason mentioned this clearly on the show, talking about how these letters are like half phone conversations you're listening in on. And they believe that Paul said they weren't going to die. There's this idea that like they're all going to be taken. It's going to happen any moment now. And a lot of the people in the church at Thessalonica are dying. And he's saying, don't worry. Those who are dead in Christ will be taken first. And we who remain and are alive, we're going to be sucked up into heaven. You know what's crazy? That if that's true, if what Paul's saying, granting Christians some truth here, the church stopped saying that. The church stopped preaching that countless times over the thousands of years since this was preached. Now we're hearing it from fundamentalists a lot, that doomsday preppers and people ready for the end, they'll quote this stuff and apply it to themselves as if this is the generation, this is the time or whatever. Paul was saying this with confidence, not for people 3,000, 2,000, 4,000 years from now, but he's talking to the church in Thessalonica. You guys be ready. He's coming like a thief in the night. Another one, may your spirit and soul and body be preserved complete without blame at the coming of the Lord Jesus Christ. And this is the same book that he just was talking to the Thessalonians about, how he's about to take us like a thief in the night, and we're going to be caught up in the air. So he's literally telling them, get ready. And then here also, it is only just for God to repay with affliction those who afflict you, and to give grief or give relief to you who are afflicted, and to us as well, when the Lord Jesus shall be revealed from heaven with his mighty angels in flaming fire. 2 Thessalonians 1, 6-7. So it's actually the second book. Godliness holds promise for the present life and that which is about to come. What's about to come? I charge you that you keep the commandments without stain or reproach until the appearing of the Lord Jesus Christ. Now, people could try to, stretch it out. Well, that goes for anyone. Just what's the coming of the Lord or the appearing of the Lord? Well, he doesn't appear. You appear before him when you die. This is what Christians always say when they don't have him come to us. Don't worry, you're going to go to him, right? You'll hear that all the time. You'll face the judgment seat of the Lord. If you've never seen that, video clip where Richard Dawkins is opening love letters from Christians, have you ever seen that?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, I can't wait. He's like, you gaytheist. Like, they called him a gaytheist, and they're talking about, I'll watch from my post in heaven as you boil in the broth of God's wrath. I mean, geez, you hate this guy.
Yeah, the church, one of the experiences I had at my old church was, we were talking about, I guess there's another church that's like ours that put up a sign about something along the lines that like homosexuality is evil. I don't remember exactly what the words were. So we're eating lunch. Somebody was like, did you hear about the sign they put up? And then someone was like, oh, it's like a God hates fags thing. And then the pastor goes, well, we do. We do. And I'm just like, oh shit. Like, it got quiet for a second. And then he's like, and then that same pastor always would talk about, we're supposed to try to get people saved, but it's okay once in a while to pray for people to go to hell. The scorners. He goes, yeah. Difference between the scorners and then just people that just need to be saved. The scorners need to go to hell. We need to pray for them to burn in hell. I'm like, whoa, dude. Like, they actually want people to go to hell. They don't want you to get saved. They want you to burn because they don't believe the same thing as them. Yeah,
they want God's justice. And that justice is, you're not lying about the mindset. I have thought this is sad. I'm going to be very transparent. Yeah. I have thought when I would debate someone who was like anti-theist, and I have encountered people in the past when I would debate on the internet, and they were so adamant. They spoke like I am today, for example, against Christianity. And I would think to myself, well, don't worry. You're going to get it. God's going to get you. And I would get this idea of justification in my mind, like, don't worry. Like, I know that I would have thought of me this way. You see, and I know Christians who pop in going, well, we'll try to save him. But at the end of the day, he's going to figure it out. He's going to face God.
There's even fantasizing about it. Like, if you guys were watching last week when you and I were streaming, I played that clip of the pastor saying women who don't accept Jesus are going to be naked in front of the judge, Lord Jesus, and they're going to be cast into the fire. Like, where? That's not even in the Bible. That's him fantasizing in his own head.
These naked women.
Yeah, he's thinking of naked women before
Their
Jesus.
Boobies will bounce before the presence of the bountiful Lord.
That's crazy, though. Like, he's actually in his head thinking about what's
they will twerk themselves before the terrible, like.
Wow.
I know I'm being stupid here on purpose.
No, it's hilarious though.
I know. It's just stupid. Like, that's the mindset. You're right. And I told you that those are the guys who get caught with a transvestite in a hotel smoking meth. Like, those are the guys who talk all this trash, and then they're really secretly in their private life looking at this stuff, or and they're like demonizing their very activities they privately, secretly do.
That happens all the time.
Yep.
That is very common.
All right.
There was a pastor, I can't remember his name, but that was one of his, like, he was known for preaching about homosexuality and how you're doing the devil's work and AIDS is from God because he doesn't like gay people. He was one of those guys.
Yeah.
A couple of years down the road, he gets caught with not a female hooker, a gay hooker.
Yeah.
It's like, whoa, dude, you've been saying this the whole time.
You know what's crazy? I don't, like, me personally, like, I think you know what you know from your own experience, what you should and shouldn't do, right? But like, I wouldn't judge someone who actually that's something that they want to do. What really becomes a problem is when you stand as what you're talking about, a pastor, somebody who's legitimately out here, hypocritical as all get out, preaching this mess, and turning around secretly wanting to do the very thing that they're preaching against. They're getting paid by church members passionately with brimstone and hellfire about these things, and then secretly calling up, hey girl, meet me there. Like, what the?
Yeah, it was Ted Haggard. The chat's all Joel Pearson and everybody in the chat saying, was it Ted Haggard? Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. You're
Ted
right.
Haggard? Okay. Yeah. I'm going to get through some more of these scriptures. I'm going to try and fly through them as much as I can because they're so fun. I have to make comments from time to time. Real quick here. I charge you that you keep the commandment without stain or reproach until the appearing of our Lord Jesus Christ. Now, of course, people will apply that to themselves 2,000 years. Storing up themselves the treasure of good foundation for that which is about to come, so that they may take hold of that which is life indeed. In the last days, difficult times will come, for men will be lovers of self. That's not true. Bro, that's true before these guys came on the scene. I mean, it's just kind of like a Nostradamus prediction. People will be selfish, and there will be poor people on planet Earth, and there will be children, and women exist in the last terrible days of the Lord. Like, bro, you're not making any, like, that happens all the time. Avoid these men, for these are those who enter into households and captivate weak women. Do men take advantage of women? Not today. Oh, no, they haven't been for 2,000 years, and now they're taking advantage of women. It's all of a sudden just started. So that's how we know we're in the last days. These also oppose the truth, but they will not make further progress, for their folly will be obvious to all. I solemnly charge you in the presence of God and of Christ Jesus, who is about to judge the living and the dead. 2 Timothy 4:1. About to? God, after he spoke long ago in the fathers and the prophets in many forms or in many portions and in many ways, in these last days, has spoken to us in his Son. Hebrews 1:1-2. Christians like to do that 2,000 years into the future. Are they not all ministering spirits sent out to render service for the sake of those who are about to inherit salvation? Salvation is nearer than when we first believed, Paul says in Romans, Hebrews 1:14.
Somebody just said this guy should debate a real Christian scholar. Ooh, burned you. Or are we talking about me? I don't know.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm afraid. No,
you should debate somebody.
But seriously, I mean, I'd love to have a conversation. I don't debate. I'd be happy to have these conversations. But when you go through these 101 examples and walk away acting like this stuff's future, look, I've had these discussions over and over and over. But the thing is there's ways to interpret these things differently, and they do, and they find a way out. But when you go to the scholars like Bart Ehrman, you go to the scholars that I talk about that know the Greek, that look at the New Testament, all across the board recognize, unless you're an apologist, that it failed. It failed.
That would be
right. Change it, huh?
That would be a good area for you to debate in, because the topic of, are these predictions of the future or did they already happen? Because you went into that. You were a Calvinist that believed that the predetermination, all these things already happened. That should be your thing. You should debate someone about that.
Well, I did believe they happened, and in understanding some of these things, I don't think what Paul said and what was expecting happened. No. And in fact, it gets worse. I mean, Israel got screwed up in 70 AD. Like, the Jews were completely, and if you're taking salvation in the New Testament to mean the same thing it means in the Old, salvation from this, that, they didn't get saved by God. They got destroyed. in 70 AD, which is super interesting on how people interpreted this throughout Christianity. So I would be happy to have a conversation with a Christian who, like someone who's not just some fundamentalist offline, but like a serious scholar on these topics. I would be interested in that. He did not subject to angels the world about to come, Hebrews 2:5, and have tasted the powers of the age about to come, Hebrews 6:5. And I could like easily rationalize like a Christian here and try to pretend, oh, the age about to come, that's after you die, or whatever they want to try and make sense of. For ground that drinks the rain, which often falls upon it and brings forth vegetation useful for those whose sake it is also tilled, receives a blessing from God. But if it yields thorns and thistles, it is worthless and near a curse, and its end is for burning. Hebrews 6:7-8. When he said a new covenant, he has made the first obsolete. But whatever is becoming obsolete and growing old is ready to disappear. So the old covenant, or a new covenant, the old covenant's about to disappear. The Holy Spirit is signifying this, and some Christians will say that happened at the cross, or they say that happened in 78, whatever. They'll say the Holy Spirit is signifying this, that the way of the heavenly host places has not, the heavenly or holy places has not yet been revealed, while the outer tabernacle is still standing, which is a symbol for the present time. According to both, gifts and sacrifices are offered, which cannot make the worshiper perfect in conscience, since they relate only to food and drink and various washings, regulations for the body imposed until the time of Reformation. And then there's a couple passages here. But when Christ appeared as a high priest of the good things about to come, Hebrews 9:11. So it's showing apocalyptic. They're thinking this is about to happen. Now, once at the consummation of the ages, he has been manifested to put away sin. The consummation of the ages. It's like the end of all ages is upon us. Like this is the culmination of all that's been built up. For the law, since it is only a shadow of the good things about to come. Hebrews 10:1. As you see the day drawing near, like they're all looking forward to the day. Christians call that heaven. Oftentimes they're like, I can't wait for heaven, that perfect day, that glorious time. They verticalized instead of necessarily making it horizontal in history. This is what Dale Allison and others are saying. When the apocalyptic failed on a historical timeline and it hit that wall, it just went vertical. So now it's like, oh, I'm going to go, as you see the days drawing near, Hebrews 10:15. Well, some Christians hope that that's going to happen in real life. Others say that's heaven. I'm going to go to heaven. You know what I mean? Am I missing something? Just making sure I'm not missing any chats, especially people.
No, I was looking. There's no super chats.
Okay. The fury. Let me know if that does, because I can't see the screen that well. The fury of a fire which is about to consume the adversaries. Who are the adversaries, and what is this fire about to consume? About to? I mean, Hebrews 10:27. I don't see how you can push
and
that.
You know what I noticed? None of them say year or like an age from now or a long time from now. The day will come. It's always like about to, or it is nigh, or like it's always like here it comes. Like your head won't be touched before this time comes.
Yeah, it's always they're expecting it. And if the closest people to Jesus couldn't get it right, according to Christians, they'll say Paul was closest to him, even though scholars and skeptics will say he never actually met the guy, if there was a guy. He's having visions and whatnot, and he probably knows something of it from his meeting of Peter and James and possibly persecuting the church in the Galatian letter, not looking at Acts. It starts to get very complicated. Having to explain all those layers to someone who doesn't already think that way, it's difficult. But if they can't get it right, what makes you think Eusebius or Irenaeus or Athanasius or your Baptist pastor at the local Baptist church is going to get it right? I mean, come on. For we do not have a lasting city, but we are seeking the one that is about to come. Speak and so act as those who are about to be judged by the law of liberty. James 2:12. This whole damn thing, guys. I mean, come now, you rich, weep and howl for your miseries, which are coming upon you. It is in the last days that you have stored up your treasure. James 5:1-3.
That's pretty direct. The last days.
How does that mean the last days over the next 2,000 years?
You know what's even crazier about that is like the time, the kingdom when it started, the United Kingdom under David was 1,000 years before that. So there's been double the amount of time since the kingdom first came out. Double that time. Here we are. So if he means end times, that doesn't make any sense. He's doubling the time of the actual foundation of the temple itself. Right?
Yeah.
So 2,000 years is like, that's like saying two universes from now in their eyes, because they don't know what happened 1,000 years before that. You know what I'm saying?
They just go off the narratives. It
Right.
is an interesting way. Some people look at Revelation 21 with 1,000-year reign. Preterists I'm talking about, and it's very few, who think that King David was the start of that 1,000-year reign.
Right.
And that Satan was released for a little while here in the 1st century, which is why you see all these demon possessions and stuff. And they want to act like the demon. That's why Jesus is casting out demons and stuff, right? So,
That's
like,
what I think it is.
Yeah, and he even says,
I think
I
that's
saw Satan fall from like lightning from the sky, from the east to the west. There's this indication where Jesus saw Satan fall, right? And this might be something like Revelation's talking about bounding Satan up and whatnot. But there's always a gymnastic harmony. Like, you can do this with anything, and this is what they do.
You can plug anything in you want. Like I can show you right now. I could do it myself. 7 year tribulation. The 7 years of the war in Israel from 66 AD to 74 AD, the fall of Masada. There's 7 years right there. 60 Nero 666. There you go. The woman giving birth to the child. That's a Caesarean bloodline. There you go. You can just plug in whatever you want. Like I can't prove that's true.
Well, I do think Nero being 666, I think that does fit, especially when we have the Latin version here of Revelation that has 616, and that same alphanumeric sequence of 666 or 666, that idea of 660 and 6 being Neron Kaiser. It calculates up to Neron Kaiser. It's the same thing with 616. We see that. But then Christians get all worried when they see their receipt come back as $6.66, and they're like, no, I gotta buy something. I've actually seen people do that. Like, give me a piece of gum. I can't buy something at $6.66. And I mentioned this to you. I'm letting the audience know. 6 is the number of man, biblically speaking. What day was Adam created according to Genesis 1? We're not going into Genesis 2, the conflicting accounts. In Genesis 1, he's created on the 6th day. And I thought this was an interesting notion here. 6th day, man was made. The number for man is 6. 6 24-hour periods, get your calculator out, 6 times 24, equals 144. That's 144 hours.
Wow.
Okay. How many people are in the New Jerusalem, or the idea, the dimensions of the Jerusalem? I know there's 144.
144,000 for each tribe.
Something like that. And there's the 144,000, 12,000 from each tribe.
Yeah.
These numbers are just like, there's numerology in all of this. It's really interesting. So back to the scriptures. Here we go.
Back to the word.
Come now, you rich, and weep. Oh, we already did that. Be patient, therefore, brethren, until the coming of the Lord. James, he's writing this to them to be patient for the coming of the Lord. But that's for us, 2,000 years. You too be patient. Strengthen your hearts, for the coming of the Lord is at hand. Not. What if he wink, wink, it's for people 2,000 years from now. Salvation ready to be revealed in the last time. 1 Peter 1:5. He has prepared in these last times for the sake of you. 1 Peter 1:20. For the sake of who? It's me. For the sake of me. No, he's talking to somebody he's writing a letter to. They shall give account to him who is ready to judge the living and the dead. He's ready to judge the living and the dead in 2,000 years. The end of all things is at hand. In 2,000 years? No. Therefore, be of sound judgment and sober spirit for the purpose of prayer. 1 Peter 4:7. For it is the time for judgment to begin with the household of God. As your fellow elder and witness of the suffering of Christ, and partaker also of the glory that is about to be revealed. We have the prophetic word, which you do well to pay attention as to a lamp shining in a dark place until the day dawns and the morning star rises in your hearts. Their judgment for long ago is not idle, and their destruction is not asleep. In the last days, mockers will come, for this they willingly are ignorant of. They're talking about me. You know, it's talking about me. I'm sure that whoever wrote that was dealing with people who are mocking.
How many of these are there?
Bro, there's 101. We're right here.
Wow.
So here's the end. All right. This is the end. But I'm taking everyone through so they can send anyone to go through these passages you'll find. But the day of the Lord will come like a thief in the night, in which the heavens will pass away with a roar, and the elements will be destroyed with intense heat, and the earth and its works will be burned up. Since all these things are to be destroyed in this way, what sort of people ought you be in holy conduct and godliness, looking for and hastening the coming of the day of the Lord, or the day of God? Now that's interesting. He's telling them to look for the hastening. Hastening is not, I mean, this word hastening, like, it's coming, guys, and it's about to come. They wrote this letter. If this is a 2nd century document or a text, this is thousands of years old. The darkness is passing away and the true light already shining. So 1 John starts to get into kind of a more, I think, realized eschatology type idea, but still, it's definitely still apocalyptic. The world is passing away and its desires. 1 John 2:17. It is the last hour. 1 John 2:18.
Hold on a second. You got to stop on that one for a second. It is the last hour. Literally, there's nothing else saying besides that.
That's that verse.
That's the one.
I mean, it is the last hour, and an hour is 2,000 years. I mean, gymnastics, bro. Like, this is crazy.
That would be like, so that if you're going to go with that, then you would have to say from Moses to that time, to the time that that's being said, is the first hour. So there's only 2 hours. That's it. The whole, like, that's it. 2 hours.
Yeah, it's obviously not literal, but it is indicating very nearness to them. So he's saying, just be watchful. This is out. And by the way, this isn't new to Christianity. Judaism did this in the Old Testament, okay, in the Hebrew Bible, and other apocalyptic, some say Zoroastrianism had the same doomsday type of apocalypticism as what we see here. So we just don't have many records from that, from Zoroastrianism, from the Persian period, that really show us all of this clearly. But there is indication that they were apocalyptic like this as well. The Dead Sea Scrolls indicate that the nearness and the soon, and there's even a failure of the prediction quoting Daniel in some of the Dead Sea Scrolls as though they were expecting it to happen in their time and it didn't happen. So this is not new. You have to pretend that this all of a sudden has a totally different meaning than all the other doomsday crap.
Yeah.
All right. Even now, many antichrist, even now, many antichrist have arisen. People are looking for antichrist today. Oh, the antichrist, this guy, this president.
Barack Obama.
Yeah. Even now, many antichrists have arisen. From this, we know. Oh, look at this. From this, we know that it is the last hour. Now, that tells you the early Christians knew that they were living in the last hour.
Well, that also tells you that you're saying the same phrase over and over with that last hour thing. So that tells you he didn't just say it as a one-off, vague, like symbolism. He's saying it over and over as if it is literally, not literally, but it is the last hour, as in this is the end. He's saying it more than once. It means,
that's a great point. Like, this is serious to him, and he keeps bringing this up. Like, this is not a joke. You need to pay attention. It is the last hour. If this author knew the way that Christians are preaching on, I mean, obviously he'd be like, yo, it didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? He probably wouldn't know what to make of it. But if he knew the way Christians are reusing this, he'd be like, hold on, that was meant for these guys. It was supposed to happen then. I don't know how his cognitive dissonance would try to reconcile this, but it is pretty mind-boggling to see. I have to, just to show you guys, let me show you Bible real quick. It never hurts to show you back again. I want to take everyone through this slowly. All right. It is the last hour, 1 John, right? Even now, many antichrists have arisen. From this, we know 100%. This is his confidence. We know that it is the last hour. 1 John 2:18.
And to point out in that, he's saying that Antichrist already came. Or
exactly.
More than one of them already came.
And he's saying, we know, right? We know. Okay. You know, all right. Let's see something here real quick. This is the language of the Bible being used by modern day Christians. Again, I got to play him again for everyone to see.
I'm absolutely convinced. I'm 62 years of age. I've been preaching for 46 years.
He is absolutely convinced with his $50 advertisement here at the bottom left. All right.
And I'm not saying this in a boasting way, but we probably have well over between 172 to about 175,000 hours literally in study. That's reading, studying, word studies, research, reading books. And that
changed it. And look, you didn't see this earlier, but he changed it to $100. Notice that? It went from 50 to 100. Yeah. All right. Let's keep it going.
It's not an exaggeration, because since I was 16 years of age, I would go 4 hours, then 8 hours, and sometimes 10 to 12 hours a day. My staff knows I'm telling you the fact. That's what I do.
That's what I do.
And in the process of the study and the research, I am 100% not.
Hold on, bro. You sound like someone I read before. But anyway, let's see what he says.
Not 99 and a half. That we have literally entered the last of the last days, the time of the end.
Okay.
Why does it say any?
Huh?
Any, it says, for the price.
Well, that's because finally, when nobody wanted to give him 50 or 100, they were begging for anything. Give me anything by now, man. No, but seriously, at this point, who do you think is more confident? You think this guy's more confident? Or do you think John, the author of 1 John 2:18, when he says, even now many antichrists have arisen, from this we know that it is the last hour? Who are you going to believe? The guy 2,000 years ago who knew it was the last hour? Or this guy who has suits better than I probably ever will own, okay? Rocking that suit with selling a book in the background with all these money symbols. Count me in. Okay. Who are you going to trust more, right? I think I'm going to go with they were wrong, but they sincerely believed they were living in that final part of the last final hour of the last minute of the last second when they wrote this. They think, look out, it's about to happen. This is that of the Antichrist of which you have heard that is coming and now is already in the world. The Antichrist, all right, which you have heard of that is coming, and now it is already in the world. So according to 1 John, the Antichrist is already roaming around in his day. Now, who is he saying the Antichrist is a big question. Some think Docetist, the Docetic sects. Some think it might have been Gnostics. Some think that it might have been some type of Jewish sect. All right, some versions of Pharisees or something. I don't know, because the Jews in the synagogues kicked out Christians that were attending synagogues and said, you're not Jews anymore. There's no telling who they're demonizing here. Many scholars have different takes. You could take your position, but it's nothing to do with 2021. That's the whole reason I'm doing this video, is to try and help people realize you have nothing to fear about the last days or any of that BS. For certain persons have crept in unnoticed, those who were long beforehand marked out for this condemnation. About these also Enoch prophesied, saying, behold, the Lord came with many thousands of his holy ones to execute judgment upon all and to convict all the ungodly. That's Jude. But you, beloved, ought to remember the words that were spoken beforehand by the apostles of our Lord Jesus Christ, that they were saying to you, in the last time there will be mockers following after their own ungodly lust. These are the ones who cause divisions. In the last times. I wonder who they are. To show to his bondservants the things which must shortly, I love this, the book of Revelation opens with John on the island of Patmos, and an angel of the Lord is either Jesus or the Father or something is revealing to the angel of the Lord, which is revealing to John to show his bondservants, those who are slaves of Christ, by the way, the things which must shortly take place. And he goes on further in verse 3, the time is near. All right, these things that are about to happen. And in Revelation 2, he says, nevertheless, what you have, hold fast until I come. He's talking to the churches, the 7 churches which are in Asia Minor. This is not 2021, baby. This is them. And he's saying, nevertheless, what you have, churches, he's talking to a specific church, hold fast until I come. Jesus is coming, or the angel of God is speaking to the churches, supposedly. That was back then. I also will keep you from the hour of testing, which is about to come upon the whole world. Revelation 3:10. About to come. Come on, man.
Hold on. The next one is is the kicker.
Yeah. Revelation 3:11. I am coming quickly.
Quickly.
You know what I've heard? Some Christians will say, when he comes, he's going to come super fast. And that's what they say. I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. I've listened to this stuff for years while I studied all this, man. Christians will come up with anything. That's why I know when I engage in the apologetic arena with Muslims and others, they will say anything to be right and to have their position true. So you got to kind of have thick skin and ignore the cognitive dissonance you're going to hear from them that always comes up. I mean, we got experts in the Greek going, no, he's talking about this about to happen. The things which must soon take place. All you got to do is go right here. I'll put this link in the description. So when you guys get done, you can go to this website and you can get access to all 101 of these passages. You're looking at Revelation. All of these that are highlighted are Revelation. They're all with indications that Revelation, that book, was for way back then.
He says it again. Well, you're going to get to it, actually.
Yeah. And she gave birth to a son, a male child, who is about to rule all the nations with an iron rod. That didn't happen.
I think that already happened. I think they're talking about the.
I don't think that happened.
I think they're talking about the Caesar Augustan bloodline.
Oh, you really do think that that's talking about Caesar?
I think that's what I say. I think they're talking about something that already happened.
Yeah, I think personally that iron rod, that rod of iron, is an Old Testament passage. And it's talking about one day where Israel's going to rule the world. And here in this time, the Romans have literally conquered everything. I think Elaine Pagels and all these other scholars, John J. Collins' wife wrote a commentary on this. And Revelation, I think, is a vindication saying, God, you need to come and kick these people's asses because we've been conquered, persecuted, and that you need to vindicate the blood of the saints. And the saints are being killed and beheaded and whatnot by probably Roman collaborators, which might have some Jews there, but also Rome. So I think that this is that the child who's going to be born is going to be ruling all the nations, especially Rome, that he's going to conquer, and that somehow God's going to vindicate them for all that Rome has done to them, especially with what just happened in 70 AD. That's my opinion.
Well, the reason why I think that is because it talks about the woman giving birth to a child, but not too long after that, it talks about that, or it talks about the 666 and saying you need some wisdom to figure out who this is, which I think most people agree it's Nero. So it's leading up to the child giving birth, and then up until Nero. Nero is from the Caesar bloodline. He literally is like the grandson of Augustus or something like that. I can't remember which one, probably, but he's in that line is what I'm saying. So the reason why I say that is because I think they're talking about the woman being as a symbol of Venus. And if you lived in that time period, if you read of Ovid's Metamorphosis, the pagans back then thought that Julius Caesar was the son of Venus. Mm-hmm. So anyone from his bloodline would be of a child of the Venus line. So that's why I think it's being symbolic, speaking to a pagan audience, saying, this is going to rule the world. And then up until Nero, who's going to be an abomination, and then that's going to be dealt with quickly through Jesus. Like that's, what I'm saying? Basically, demonizing the Caesar as like evil. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely see.
No, I can't prove that. That's just
yeah. I
that's
mean,
just a theory.
this is a highly, the point is this book is full of imagery that we shouldn't take to the bank as literal in terms of, and deciphering the meaning behind, like, who are the two witnesses, right, that die in the city? Who are they? Well, some people say it's this guy, and some think it's this guy, Judas Maccabees or whatever. Like, there's always this, like, they'll try to like find a character that fits. And I've even thrown up an example one time when one guy was like, I think this is what it means. And I was like, well, look at Matthew 17. You have the law and the prophets, right? Who do you have? Elijah and Moses next to Jesus. Why don't Elijah and Moses be the prophets or the two witnesses in the city, since supposedly there's even lore that Moses never died. And that's some of the narratives that Moses actually didn't die. We know Enoch and Elijah didn't, so they were taken. But could the two witnesses be Enoch or Elijah, or Enoch or Elijah or Moses, or one of these two characters within there for the two witnesses, since they never died? And here they have to die. They die at the end as witnesses. I mean, you can do that all day long, right? We can play games and interpret, and it's fun to do that, but it doesn't really slam dunk these guys.
It's a super chat. Oh,
what you are missing, William says, is how apocalyptic prophecy inspired both political revolutions and new communities, besides being a refuge charlatans and frauds. I definitely think it's inspired a lot of things throughout history. And if you look into that, you know, I'll tell you guys a little secret. I haven't told the world this yet, but I made a phone call to Del Martin, Dr. Del Martin, one night. He said, hey, here's my number. Give me a call, because I was interested in just New Testament scholarship, wanting to find out what some things mean. And as soon as I got on the phone with him, I told him, look, my interests are trying to figure out what they were meaning, what the authors meant. Like, what did Paul mean when he's writing these things and stuff? He kept cutting me off and said, stop trying to find out what they were saying, what they mean. And then he said to me, do you really care what Mozart's first symphony was written for and why? Or do you not just glean the art of the symphony and its meaning to you? So he's already doing this weird new criticism where people are like, it doesn't matter what the author said or what the author meant. All that matters is what it means to you, the reader. So the author's intent has zero to do with the reader's intent, and the reader is what matters. Well, there's some validity to this in the sense that church fathers and others throughout history have reinterpreted these things for 2 millennia, and they will continue to do so. However, they're literally divorcing its initial context. When I found out that the initial context was talking about back then, that's what made me ostracized from most of the Christian community, because I kept going, what did Paul mean when he wrote to the church in Thessalonica or the church in Corinth? What was the initial intention and what was going on in that crazy ass church in Corinth when they're speaking in tongues and someone was sleeping with their mother-in-law and like all this stuff? Like, I want to know what that was about. You know, and these people aren't concerned with that. They're more concerned with, what does it mean to me? That was my slow but steady deconversion of what happened. Someone asked if I could speak in tongues. Hold on. No, I seriously used to really like sing in tongues, and it was something like that. Like, dude, I would do all that. Like, not even kidding. Yeah, seriously. All right, we're going to wrap things up here with Revelation, right?
Yeah.
All right. We were just discussing our differences on that. And in her, the great city Babylon, we found the blood of the prophets and the saints and of all who have been slain on the earth, to show to his bondservants the things which must shortly take place. The end of the book, Revelation 22:6, to show his bondservants. This is exactly what happened in Revelation chapter 1. I'm going to show my bondservants what's about to happen, what's going to take place very soon. And at the end of that book, he says, I'm going to show my bondservant. Or this was written to show his bondservants the things which must shortly take place. Behold, I'm coming quickly.
Another one.
That's what she said.
Got her.
I'm an idiot. All right. Behold, I am coming quickly. Revelation 22:7. They once again, he's coming, and when he comes, he's going to, and that's all it means. It's just going to be super fast.
As soon as we see him in the clouds, it's going to be like a flash. It's going to be like Gordon Flash coming at you.
right? I thought that. I literally thought that. Do not seal up the words of the prophecy of this book. Which book? The book of Revelation. For the time is near. Revelation 22:10. And compare Daniel 8:26, where he says, seal up the word. The angel Gabriel says to Daniel, according to the author, it gets technical, but he says, seal up the words of the prophecy in this book. The time is far off.
That's important to say that because of Daniel being written when it was, the time in the first century came around. They were thinking of Daniel the way we think of Revelation. And they're like, Daniel said the end's coming. So it's got to be 66, 70 AD.
Good point.
Has to be. So we're already in a second generation of that, which should be like way past. But
yeah, I mean, Daniel's pretending to be taking place during the Babylonian times. And I say pretending, but maybe some Christians say, no, he was. Okay, whatever, I'll grant it. That's 600 approximately BCE. The second century and the time and the troubles that they go through is Antiochus Epiphanes, which is in the second century BC, which is approximately 400 plus years between the time that Daniel supposedly is existing and when the Antiochus time happens. That's why the angel is saying to Daniel, seal up the words of this book. The time is going to be in the second century in 400 years. So if 400 years is a long time, or 490, let's be specific, is a long time, and he's saying seal up the words, then what is 2021 years? And he says it's at hand and it's about to happen. The time is near. He says, do not seal up the words of this book. Do not do it. Here, Revelation 22:10. For the time is near. 2,000 years is near, but 400 years is far off, according to Daniel. That makes absolutely no biblical sense. So you're Christians, that's a dead dude. You're done. I don't care who you are. This is clear biblical internal evidence to point out that God's timing, because it's coming directly from Gabriel, unless you want to say Gabriel wasn't sent from God, okay? God's timing is being spoken of, according to Daniel, from Gabriel, of this 400 years being far. Christians who say this is about today have no clue what they're talking about. Behold, I'm coming quickly, Revelation 22:12. And yes, again, for you idiots who did not pay attention, Jesus is saying, yes, I am coming quickly.
That coming quickly is probably, that's like what, 10 times we've heard that just in the New Testament alone?
I mean, it's, bro.
When you say I'm coming quickly 10 times to somebody, you're looking out the window like, are they here yet? And just someone calling you on the phone, I'm coming quickly. And they call you again, I'm coming quickly. They say it 10 times. You're going to be looking outside like they got to be here any second now.
I mean, yeah, that's not how language works, right? Like you would have to think this is meaning soon from the time they're writing. You really are ignoring it. And that's because it's got to be about you. So if it's not about you, your personal subjective experience always trumps the reality of the text, which is not about you. And it's not talking about your time. It's not talking about this time. It's talking about way back in the day. And that can't work. It doesn't reconcile in the mind of someone who is like trying to make this book somehow fit their ideas that they count. They matter. I'm chosen. God picked me. You know what I mean? And they can't allow that.
Absolutely.
What do you do, bro? What do you do? I'm done with that. What I'm going to do is go ahead and update the description. I'm going to put this in the comment section right now so that everyone who wants to put this, save it. This guy who wrote it is a full preterist, so he really does believe all of these things were fulfilled, but the time statements in the text are clear. It all was expected to happen back then. I definitely think full preterism is wrong, but they got a lot of things right in many ways. I got to give them some credit.
There's also on Wikipedia, just type in end times predictions. Wikipedia has a list of 200 times when popes, bishops, Protestants said the world was going to end, and it was a big deal. These are not just like some guy in some place somewhere. Like these were like recorded events that people took seriously, that have came and gone. 200 of them. Derek just gave you 101 examples from biblical text of them saying it's going to happen soon. There's 200 people from the last 2,000 years who have been saying that, oh, it's 20 more years. Oh, it's 5 more years. Oh, it's 20 more, 30 more years. Popes, bishops, you name it. 200 times.
That's, I mean, and it's going to keep going.
Yeah, there's like Ken Hovind. Ken Hovind, 2028. What's going to happen in 2028 when the world doesn't end? Is he going to push it back a little bit? Is he going to make the world end? So he's right. I don't know. I mean,
the sad part is, and I have to side big time with Christopher Hitchens on this. You know, the biggest sad part is he was in a debate with Frank Turek. And a questioner from the audience who seemed like a kind of a fundamentalist who said, well, if you're an atheist, what's the point? Why don't you just go home and stop? You could tell he was aggressive. And he said, because you guys are kind of a death cult. Like he was pretty much saying anyone who's truly going to follow Christianity recognizes the end when evil will be taken care of. And some of these people would love to self-fulfill. Mark my words. They would self-fulfill this. If someone had the button that they could press to nuke and end it, to make sure that they induce, if you will, God's judgment on the earth to end this troublesome age because wickedness is all over the world and this and that, there are people that delusional that they would if they could. And that's why people in power, if they have these kind of ideas, is really bad. But people are going to keep on and on with this crap, bro.
Yeah. Islam takes it to another level. I mean, you got some, not all Muslims, I'm not going to say that, but you have some Muslims that say that if you martyr yourself, you'll have a spot in the highest realm. They have like 7 heavens in Islam. You'll be in the first heaven, right next to Allah, and you'll have all these virgins right by you. That's I'm not saying that's not in the Quran, so I'll be fair. That's not in the Quran. That's hadith stuff. But it is being said. It is a result of that theology.
Bro, I'm telling you, man, that's why we try to just educate people and just remember this guy is right. You know, he has 175,000 hours. This guy knows what he's talking about. He also has $177,000 from people. Yeah. Match the hours I've put into the Bible by dollar amount.
Yeah.
Hallelujah.
He's probably got way more than 170. I'm just throwing a random number. He's probably got $177 million.
Probably. And that's probably how many hours he has. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you, Maynard Saves, for the super chat. Every generation since the death of Jesus has thought Jesus was coming back in their lifetime. Every generation can fit pieces to make their puzzle. Well said. Absolutely 100% agree with you. And yeah, we see it over and over and over. At what point will you finally go, I guess you could keep that open. You could keep the door open, but like what point you finally go, it's not going to happen. Can you imagine in 2,000 years from now, if we still exist and we aren't extinct, because we're really advancing in many ways really quick. Don't know how that's, I don't know. I can't tell the future in terms of how we're going to be treating ourselves here and go from there. But in 2,000 years, can you see Christians still doing this?
Crazy.
Can you?
There was a big one recently. I'm actually going to pull it up. It was one of the more. It's from like the 19th century, 20th century, I think. Hey, I got it right here. Actually, it was like what sparked off a whole new Western church movement, and I think it was the 2000. No, it's not 2000. What am I talking about? It was like 1890. Which one was it?
Are you sharing something or?
No, I'm just going to read it real quick. Okay. But so yeah, somewhere in the 1800s, there, you know, that Seventh Day Church or whatever it's called, the Latter-day Saints.
Yeah.
That church had the end of the world down pat, according to Daniel, according to the 70 weeks and all that, and that, like, the America as a nation, believed in this. Like, this was a huge deal. People started freaking out, like mostly in the Bible Belt, obviously, but even in the North, even in like New York and stuff, and probably in the West too, people were like, "Whoa, this guy's got the end dates down," and it didn't happen. So they actually had to go back to the drawing board, and they had to that church ended, and they started a whole new church movement, which is the 7-day Latter-day Saints church. That's because of a failed end times date. That church sprang up. I kid you not. There's actually about it.
This is exactly where we're going here, right? So like there's True Way, Harold Camping, the Mayan apocalypse. So I just went to this little website that I saw earlier when I was reading before I did the live. The Prophet of Hinds of Leeds. I've never seen that. Great Fire of London, the Great Flood, Montanism, and I was trying to get, where is it at? It's just do Millerite movement. That's the way to. I think that's what you're talking about, Millerism.
Yeah, no, the Millerites, 1844. Yeah. Okay, so here it is. After Christ did not return on March 21st, 1844, the Millerites then revised William Miller's prediction to October 22nd of that same year, claiming to have miscalculated the scripture. The realization that the predictions were incorrect resulted in what is known as the Great Disappointment. They were mad that it didn't happen. So that Millerite church became the Latter-day Saints church because of that. They had to revise everything.
Well, I think it's interesting that
Latter Day meaning we're in the latter days now, like because of that. That's what that means.
The fascinating part is when it fails, you have this post-Great Disappointment Millerism.
Yes.
This is the cognitive dissonance argument that actually gets brought up in this book, When Prophecy Failed, that I have.
Yeah.
Pop it up for everybody to see for a second. This book right here, When Prophecy Failed, Cognitive Dissonance in the Prophetic Traditions of the Old Testament. That idea, there's also another book on When Prophecy Failed, but it's about aliens, like an alien cult that they see. But Miller gets it wrong, and his followers twice. But then his followers don't go, all right, we've been duped. We were wrong. This isn't true. No, you would think like, all right, since it didn't happen, people would just wake up, right? No, they reinterpret everything. That's the point of cognitive dissonance.
Start a new church.
Yeah, well, that he came, but it was in the heavens. It was spiritual, or we got the day wrong, and it's still yet future. Nobody came out was like, all right, the whole thing's wrong, and we're going to go ahead and change. When you have so much vested into a movement, you don't just give it up and go, okay, maybe it's all wrong. It takes a lot to jump that chasm, which is what I had to do. You know, what people who deconvert have to do, and it's not easy.
Someone in the comments just corrected me, and you're absolutely right. So 7-day Adventists is what it is. I said Latter Days. That's Mormons. You're right. You got me.
Latter-day Saints. Yeah,
you'll see me do stuff like that all the time.
It's all good, dude. We get it. They're all cults. Anna Twink, thank you for the super chat. Jehovah's Witnesses thought the generation who saw 1914 would see the end, and when it didn't happen, they changed it to overlapping generation teaching. Absolutely. Good point. And this is what my friend Lloyd Evans, he's got the YouTube channel Lloyd Evans, I think it's under his name. Anyway, he's got an ex-Jehovah's Witness channel, and he talks about, he has text from the early 1900s that they don't sell anymore on the, they don't sell these texts anymore. The Jehovah's Witnesses really try to erase this stuff, where they made these predictions and they all fell. And these are from like the top guys. They shouldn't get this stuff wrong, but they get it wrong. I mean, it is kind of interesting that world wars were happening around that time. So you would expect people to think, oh, maybe this is the end, just like 70 AD.
And you know what?
Destruction of the Jerusalem temple. That's an indication that these cataclysmic times might be hinting at something. Sorry.
And what kind of bothers me is that the climate change is a real thing, right? It's a real issue. And those types of people are the same types of people who don't care about climate change. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to comply with that type of being responsible, I guess you should say. So they'll take credit for if let's say something does happen, the world's like really gets affected by climate change 200 years from now, that if there's still a church around, they'll be saying, see, we told you, this is what it is.
Yeah, any war that happens, any pestilence that happens, any plagues that happen, any famines, any earthquakes, any city that gets surrounded by an army, any place that has a mountain nearby, if you have pregnant women in there, I mean, all of this shit can fit somehow. And so you're going to find a way to go, oh, COVID-19. Ha ha ha. Or, there's a mountain nearby, flee to the mountain. Like there's always a way.
But my thing is these are things that you can prevent, that we can actually do as human beings to prevent. But they'll say that we can't. They'll say must be God. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, I saw an interesting comment by X Music says the sun will burn out. End of story, right? And then Diablo says, yeah, in 2.6 billion more years. Yeah, and it's. I mean, yeah. At the end of the day, sure. Lawrence Krauss came on and was talking about how the universe, not just the sun, but that the universe itself will eventually have this kind of end that is not good, for all life within it. But that's so far. It ain't coming quickly. That's all I can say.
I was actually wondering. I'm actually thinking, but in that future, will there still be a church that is like, it's still gonna happen?
Yeah,
a small sect of Christians that are like, 2.6 billion years ago, the Messiah was here, and he said he's gonna come back.
Oh, dude, great comment, Looter. Great comment. What's the point of raising your children if the world is coming to an end? Right. Well, that's the indication. So I think that the authors who were using the book or were using the Jerusalem War of 70 AD by saying women that are not pregnant and are barren and can't have kids, you're lucky. You're not bringing a child into the world for what's about to happen. Even Jesus says, don't weep for me. Weep for your children and your children's children. Okay. So this whole being pregnant in the last days, I think the authors thought, but because they're writing after the war, because that war happened, that was a sign to them. All of these signs, armies surrounding Jerusalem and all that, they think that's a sign that any moment now in their life, the end is going to happen. It didn't happen. These are all signs building up to the end that is supposed to take place and end all things, but it didn't happen. That's what I think is going on about the whole pregnant women. And if you're on the rooftop, don't even go into your house. Flee to the mountains. Like literally get out of town because crap's going down. What really gets me is these full preterists. I have good reasons against these full preterists who think everything was fulfilled then. Paul is out here preaching in Thessalonica, in the Philippian church. He's talking to people in Ephesus. He's talking to churches that are over 1,000 miles away from Jerusalem. They have nothing to fear when it comes to the destruction of the Jerusalem temple. Yet Paul thinks that the judgment of the world and that it's all going to happen soon. What are they worried about? They don't go to the Jerusalem temple. So I think that the Jerusalem temple is a sign in a way for the gospel authors, not for Paul. If you take Paul's letters before 70, you don't see the 70 AD destruction. You might see some interpolations. You might see something indicating Jews who are rejecting the gospel, that judgment's upon them. One can interpret that as if this is written post 70. I personally like to think that Paul's definitely not considering the Jerusalem temple as that thing. He has a God who does not dwell in temples made by hands. I like to think. I don't know. That's if I give Acts credit. You're hearing my thinking here. My thinking is going into all sorts of stuff. The point is, yeah, that's talking about then. That's not talking about now. But I used to dream and think. Told my wife when we got my first son, when she was pregnant, I believed this stuff. And I told her, I was like, what kind of parent am I? That I would bring my son into this world that is about to end and it's going to be nothing but chaos. Why would I do that?
Whoa, we just got a whole bunch of super chats.
All right, let me read them. Tomic, what is up? I hope I'm saying your name right. Forgive me if not, please. Billions of years is a long time. So even if the universe is going to end, we will probably find a solution with science and technology. I don't know. I mean... That's a good question to ask, though. I don't know. Maybe I'd ask someone like a theoretical physicist and see what they have to say about that. Like, how could we escape?
That is a really deep. That's. I want to make a video about like breakaway civilizations. I think that'd be interesting. Like, because if that ever does come to the time where the world could end because of catastrophes, but they have the technology to leave on some sort of spaceship, not everyone's going.
Yeah. So
the question is, what happens at that point? Is there a war going to happen over who's going to go? Is it going to be sneaky by some scientists and some political? That's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know how we would get out of this universe that we're in order to somehow escape it. But it'd be an interesting thought process to think. Thank you for that super chat. Chihuahua Tricks. I used to have a Chihuahua.
Great question, Chihuahua.
Yeah, did Jesus or did he not predict 70 AD? So it is my opinion. We have indication within the Dead Sea Scrolls that these guys were not fans of the temple priests, temple cult. They thought that they were bought out by the Romans. They don't indicate necessarily that the temple needs to be destroyed. But if you see what's going on and you have Romans like ready to kick ass, take names, and you see rebellions rising, let's say, and the authors see it, I'm granting the possibility that there was a guy simply saying, yeah, the temple's going to be destroyed. We do have some, and whether this is fictional or not, I don't know. But in Josephus, we have a guy named Jesus ben Ananias who predicts that the temple, woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, woe to you, Jerusalem. This temple's coming down. And the way he dies is interesting in Josephus' writings. I think it is in Wars.
Yeah, no, it is in Wars. It's some bananas or something. And he goes,
yeah.
Well, that same guy, believe it or not, interestingly enough, he is tortured for 7 years.
Oh, I thought it was only for one day, and then he's silent for 7 years or something.
Or maybe you're right. I don't know.
But he's silent during the tour. Like, he doesn't even say a thing.
Yeah, no, I think that is the time he's silent while he's being tortured. So he's being tortured, regardless of what the he gets tortured, and then he's only saying one thing the whole time. He's only saying, woe to Jerusalem, woe to whatever. And then he says, woe to me. And then a big rock falls out. I mean, it sounds like a fake story.
Yeah. Last of all, he's like, woe is me. And then he gets crushed by a catapult by this huge stone on the wall of the temple. Now, how does Josephus know this story, right? There's really big questions. It's like the same question of saying, how did you know that Jesus prayed that prayer in the Garden of Gethsemane if all the disciples were asleep? And then he dies. Well, did he wake him up and go, listen, let me tell you guys, because I'm about to get captured, what I just said 20 minutes ago, you Nimrods, you should have stayed up and listened to me. But here's what I prayed. Write that down in 40 years.
And also, you got to remember, to answer Chihuahua's question, the dating of the Gospels being after, they're backdating. They're looking back and then putting in prophecies.
Yeah.
Saying, this time period that I'm writing about, like John or whoever, this is back in the 30s, but I'm writing this in the 90s, so I'm just gonna inject some prophecy. Yeah, Jesus predicted that the temple would fall. He said
that's another very likely. Okay, this is a great point. It gets into the whole mythicism historicist debate, but the bottom line is the question you're asking. We don't know the answer to that question ultimately, but we know that the Gospels were written. We have very good confidence that they were written after the war of 70 AD, writing narrative, like he said, as ex eventu. Neil's right on the money here. So whether there was a guy in the early 30s or somewhere in before 70 thinking, that building's coming down because there's corrupt priests and corrupt scribes and Pharisees in the Sanhedrin. They're all money bought by the Romans or whatever you want to say. They're wicked, you name it, the wicked tenants that will be removed. All right. If there's this idea, that could be true. And that might be one of the reasons that Christianity stuck, is that their apocalyptic prophet potentially predicted this. And it happens. Now, he didn't say it's going to happen in 70 AD. Okay. It says, even in the Gospels, he doesn't know the day or hour. But it gives you these hints of like, armies surrounding, etc. So it's a great question. I always wrestle with that because I don't think we can ever know the actual absolute on that. Kendalynx, thank you so much. I hope I said that right. Thank you for the super chat. I predict the world will end for me within the next 30 years. I'm 63. Well, I'd hope you're a false prophet and you live 40 more years.
There you go.
Let's see. But you might be a prophet. And if you died exactly in 30 years from now, please let us know right about it.
Maybe by then they'll have the technology to download your consciousness into a computer and you live forever.
See, Dr. Bob talks about stuff like that.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, he's awesome. Robert Mahaney, thank you so much, my brother. I appreciate you. Always coming through with some love. And he never has a question. He just let me give my tithes to the Lambert of God.
Paying the tithes, tithes.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. We got one more super chat here. Bill Castle. God gets too much credit, but not enough blame. Would you agree? Of course.
Absolutely. Look, okay, I was talking to Jonathan Pierce. This is actually in Tuesday night. This will be premiered on my channel. Tomorrow night's Richard Carrier, which we'll talk about later. Hold on a second. He created the world. He created mankind. He created Adam and Eve, created this garden, puts a tree in the middle of the garden, says, don't touch that tree. I'm going to leave for a minute, though. When I leave, don't touch that tree while I'm gone. And then he gives him a snake. He created, if he's the creator, that means he created the snake and put it there. So that means he did that. He's omnipotent. He knows everything. He knows the future. So he knows this is going to happen. That means he planned this. So then mankind falls. He comes and sets up this temple in Jerusalem.
Skipping ahead.
Priest. Yeah, I'm skipping ahead a lot.
Yeah.
And then he's basically telling them to follow these laws, follow these laws, follow these laws. Oh, you're not following my laws. Get out of here. Go to Babylon. All right, go back. All right, now I change my mind. You guys are cool again. Now follow the laws again. Make sure you don't screw this up. Oh, you know what? I changed my mind again. Now I'm going to send you a Messiah, and he's going to save everyone except for you, the ones that I chose. How do you not blame him for that?
I mean, look at the prayer of Jesus, right? God, or let's say the Lord's Prayer here. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors, right? Lead us not into temptation. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, the glory forever and ever. Amen. Who's leading who into temptation? Even if he isn't the tempter, he's leading people into temptation. And Jesus is saying, lead us not into temptation. All right. So, I mean, obviously, like Stephen Fry recently had this wonderful conversation with who's the guy that everyone loves to talk about. He was, I can't remember his name, but the point is, the conversation coming from the other guy to Stephen Fry, who's an atheist, was assuming God is real. Like, if we're going to just play the game in the sandbox, sure, God does not get enough blame. So the super chat is a great point. However, since I don't think any of that is actually true, I would have to say, like, we're just playing the game by saying that. So according to the story, according to these texts, there's a blame on oneself when bad things happen, according to the biblical text. Why? Because you didn't keep that Sabbath, Johnny. Because you didn't keep Sabbath, God's sending us off into the Assyrians, and we're going to get raped and killed and murdered and what?
And then after all that, after he does all the killing for not following laws, he sends himself, who is his son, he sends himself and says, forget those laws. Those laws are horrible. That's a bad idea. Just believe in my son. And then you literally did all of that for nothing, just to say, just believe in my son. That's it.
And to get rid of the whole Israel idea, the nationalistic Israel, because now it's like, where are they ruling, like you said, all throughout these older scriptures, that they're going to reign the world, and all the world is going to, recognize that and grab the coattail of a Jew, and they're going to say, teach me your laws, teach me your ways, and I want to learn about your God. Like, no, it doesn't happen.
So then you have to say that he's either not omnipotent, which means if he's changing his mind like this, he can't be omnipotent because he's changing his mind and things aren't going as planned. He has all these plans for Israel, and they're not happening the way he wants them to happen. So that means he can't be omnipotent, or he's just a fucking sadist, and he's just crazy, and he just wants to kill people. He wants to torture people. Either or you become like me and Derek and just say it's not true.
Or you do like some people try to do and make everything an allegory, and they say, you just don't understand it. And it's not that ugly. You just don't know what it means. And this and this, that, which is silly at some point. There are certain things that I think people who are trying to like bash the Bible, if you will, may be taking it out of possible context. Like, does it mean what it says face value, that 2 bears mauled 42 kids? Is this an allegory of something celestial? And I said this yesterday with Dr. Bob on the channel with you. Like, even if it is somehow code for the heavenly bodies, the story itself even if it's anthropomorphizing a story about the heavens and whatnot, the story is not pretty. These are children being mauled to death by bears for making fun of the prophet and saying you're bald, to Elisha. Not Elijah, but Elisha. Or Elisha, however you like to pronounce his name. And I like what Bob said. You remember that part where he said that there were chimpanzees and the storms were forming, and then a lightning bolt struck and the chimp looked up to heaven. This is like really, it goes into animism, and it shows you how polytheism would have formed in the evolutionary process of us. Yes. And he looks up and he goes, like he's angry at whatever that was that sent lightning down. He thinks that there's an agent behind the lightning going like to the sky, like Dr. Phil said.
And I always hear theists argue that only humans can conceive of God. Why is that? They'll say, why are only humans spiritual? Why do only humans think of God? How come other animals don't think of God? You just gave a prime example.
That's
an ape going like this to the sky.
Goes like this after a lightning bolt strikes. He goes like, what are you doing? You know?
And it's funny because almost every culture of the ancient world came up with some sort of sky father deity. Like in the Hindus had the deus Pitar, and then you got Zeus, and then you got Anu in Babylon was the sky father. So it's like, is that almost a natural? They look up at the sky and they see the heavens, they see the stars, they see lightning bolts, they see the rain coming down. It's sort of a natural thing for undeveloped human, I guess, proto-humans, whatever you want to call them, to think that something is doing that. So Skyfather comes to mind.
Yeah, I think that we're so, I can't imagine in like thousands of years from now, if we continue to research and study what we might find out about ourselves, right, how our brains operate, how we think psychologically, how that all plays a part into all of this. But we assume agency into all of these things. And that is one of the biggest things that really blows my mind, is understanding that. I talked to my buddy Derek Bennett. He's got a really good channel too. And he's been dropping bombs. He did one on morality last night. Do you need God to be moral? And he's like, no, we're moral for the same reasons that you should be moral. And when these Christians talk about without God, I'd go murder everyone. And it's like, that says a lot about who you are. And he said, I don't believe you, he says in the video, but that says a lot about you as a person if you would just go murder people if there wasn't a God like that. But the point is, he was pointing out these problems and going into the development of Yahweh. And me and him were talking about this whole, monkeys, chimpanzees fisting the heavens after a lightning bolt strikes, and how they're looking up like, you know what, how dare you? I'll fight you, that kind of thing. And I said, I wonder how many more animals in the animal kingdom do that with nature. Like, how many more animals are doing that kind of interaction with nature, assuming something of agency behind it? Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
It's interesting, man. Look, we've gone almost 4 hours, ladies and gentlemen.
I was way late, but
I don't think I've ever done a live this long, but I had to cover it all.
Like 45-minute hour mark, maybe. So for me, it's like 3 hours.
Yeah, you jumped in a little late. I've been on this thing going, I haven't eaten. I'm starving.
Can I plug my next coming Richard Carrier joint?
I was just about to plug your channel, actually. I know.
You do that a lot, dude. I like that.
Yeah, I'd like. Oh, what was that? Let me do this. Do me a favor, though. Comment. Will you post your channel in the description, in the comment section? I meant for everybody, so they could see it right now.
Yeah, let me. It's just youtube.com/gnostic-informant.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this then.
I don't have the comments. I can't type in the comments over here. I can only see them.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
You don't have it pulled up in a second.
Literally youtube.com/gnostic-informant. That's it.
I just put it in the comments for everybody.
Tomorrow afternoon will be premiere with me and Richard Carrier talking about.
Is that already set up?
It's ready to go. It's gonna be tomorrow afternoon.
Hold on. You know what you need to do? I think you need to set up like
I'm going to do it after this, actually. I'm going to set up.
Yeah, set that up so that we can see that.
But I wanted to tell everybody in the MythVision chat first, so you guys had the exclusive information.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Tomorrow afternoon, Richard Carrier and me, we're talking about historicity of Jesus. We're talking about dying and rising gods, mystery cults, Gnosticism. Is Gnosticism even a real thing? Is that even a real thing? We're going to get into that. We're going to get into Pliny the Elder. We're going to get into Plutarch, Philo, Josephus. We're going to go. We're basically what we're going to do is we're going to paint a picture of the first century, and we're going to do that through conversation. So make sure you're there for that tomorrow afternoon premiere. Check
it out. I got the link in the comments. If you guys are interested in going and harassing him, there's the link for sure.
And if you're anti-Richard Carrier, come in with your comments.
Yeah.
Let's see if you can destroy his logic. He doesn't know what we're talking about. Jesus is a real person. Scholarship doesn't agree with that.
Dude, we had some deep conversations off camera when I was there in California. So the guy is definitely sharp and he's not dogmatic. He just thinks that based on what he's read, this is the position he takes. But it's really fun when you're able to talk back and forth, not as dogmatic people, but like listening why each other might take a position. And he's not dumb. I've got some videos that we haven't even edited yet. By the way, everyone, Neil's the one helping me edit everything. He's been the guy constantly helping me edit these videos that me and Dennis are doing. So like, if it's a Dennis and Richard video, like it's on Patreon right now, like all of these videos, most of them.
It's like 70.
It's probably you that edited it.
Yeah, I did a lot. I did like 30 videos with Carrier and Dennis McDonald. They were all amazing. I mean, this is like, there's gems in these videos that you don't hear, that you can't look. This is like them just talking exclusive with their opinions, with some facts that they had that now people don't know about. It's in there. It's in Derek's Patreon right now.
Yeah. Real quick, got a super chat. And Jojo, real quick. Lord's Prayer sounds like the first verse of the Quran. I'm interested in checking that out. You also said something about the airbender and stuff earlier, probably because you saw my Dragon Ball Z hat. I know of it. I haven't watched it. Just a heads up. My kids actually want me to get involved in like watching some of these cool anime shows and get into it. I don't have the time. How would I read these books to interview these scholars and stuff and do that all the time? I got to try and make more time for me though. But I'm just trying to do some great stuff here on MythVision. And William sent a super chat. He says, I can't condense my particular religious experience or that of the New Apostolic Church eschatology in 150 characters. I will send you an email. Please do, my friend. I'd be interested to hear how you in particular are dealing with this. I find this thing failed. And I think this is my thing. Before I let you go, I definitely would love to hear your personal talk on this. And then we will definitely end the show. I believe, not just that I believe, I mean, you can read the studies. Humans have experiences. Humans have experiences.
Yeah.
We have chemicals. We have serotonin, endorphins. We have things that give us meaning and purpose, these experiences that we have. When my wife tells me she loves me or hugs me, there's a video I did on why we believe in gods with Andy Thompson. If you haven't watched that PowerPoint presentation on my show, I absolutely recommend you watch that video and watch how he explains why we experience and believe and how that all started just as far back as we can go, where tribes would have the women seated in the middle in a circle and the men would dance. They would dance around the women to impress the women, and how dance and sound played a huge significant role in the evolutionary process of man, and how that releases chemicals giving you an experience. If you look at churches and Christians, hallelujah, they're like experiencing things. They're going into a trance-like state. That is all chemical induced in a social environment through sound and dance and scenery. Go into a Catholic cathedral, you'll see the imagery, and it takes you into a place releasing the chemicals and causing you these experiences. Do it in a Hindu temple or in a mosque, anywhere. They're invoking these basic, primitive human things we already have, whether it's a mosque, whether it's a Vishnu temple, whether it's a church, whether it is anything. You already had them, and all they're doing is invoking it with that cultural certain whatever it is. So I don't care about the whole image or that itself. I'm looking at the man and saying, without that, you will have experiences. And that, to me, just shows it's a human thing. And people want to say, my subjective experience is more true than yours. My building where we get the true message and all that. Get out of here. Research and look into this. What I'm telling you, you'll start to wake up. Anyway,
Yeah, years ago, and I made a video about this. You can find it in my channel about my DMT experience, which shattered the way I saw the world for a long time, because I literally saw what looked like Shiva or Brahma or whoever the Hindu, the one with a bunch of arms, a bunch of heads spinning.
I love those images, by the way.
I saw one of those on DMT, and it fucked me up, dude.
Dude,
For a long
it's true.
time. Yeah.
That one's true. This is the true God. Everybody. No.
Well, what it did was it made me like really dig into scriptures and stuff like that. But I had to come to terms with I ingested a substance. That's what happened. I screwed up the chemicals in my head, and it felt real because in my head things were not the right way. So I had to come to terms with that. But you made a good point. We have experiences in life, and they happen throughout civilization, right? So it happened as a collective. Over time, we experience new things. We go to wars. We do all types. We have bad kings that come through and may affect a whole entire kingdom, basically, through whatever sort of things he does. But these things are remembered and written down and accounted for and accumulated, and we draw up philosophies based on our experience. Philosophy comes first. Philosophy is trying to make sense of the world and trying to find answers for things. And then what happens is we go another step and we create these religions. We try to we create these dogmatic views of the world that can't be tinkered with, can't change. They're not elastic. They just have to be. This is the way we want it to be. And so we draw up our experiences into these texts, trying to make sense of the world. Paganism, when they worship a certain god in paganism, they're trying to invoke something within themselves. So when they worship the god of water or something, I don't know, like Poseidon, they're going to sea for, let's say they're jumping in a boat and they're going to jump in the water and they're praying to Poseidon to help us, guide us get through the water. But what they're really doing is they're digging deep inside of themselves and saying, we got to do the right. We got to make sure that we have the right sailing equipment, the right people on board, and we do everything right so we don't shipwreck. That's what they're doing. They're basically challenging their inner self to get to a certain conclusion. Now, monotheism basically takes all of that and puts it into one deity. That one deity is basically the same concept, but everything you do becomes that one deity. Allah, please guide us through this desert. And what you're doing is you're saying, I really hope I can get through this desert. And actually, as a result of that, you're going to do everything in your power. Make sure you dress right. Make sure you have the right shoes. Make sure you have water. Make sure your camels are healthy and ready to go to the desert. You're going to do that because you prayed for Allah to do it. And you're bringing out something inside of you to make it happen. Does that make sense?
It is interesting. There's so much we can get into on this topic, and I just want everyone to know, keep searching. If you think you got the answer, keep searching. I was very arrogant and thought I had all the answers. I knew what I knew, and you didn't. And it was like, now I know enough to know there are things I've never explored about this world naturally that may explain and answer these questions, but I know that I don't know so much now. I used to have all the answers. Now I'm like, okay, hold on. We've been around for 200,000 years with this hardware, like with these brains, with this type of physiological development. And you mean to tell me that God really didn't start showing up on the scene till the last 4,000, if you even grant the narrative or so. Let's say Adam, 6,000 years ago, the way that people like to think of it. So out of 200,000 years, 194,000, he finally decides to show up and give this atom a soul. If you take that approach, the way that William Lane Craig and other evolution/Christians want to combine them, and then others go, no. The Earth is only 7,000, 10,000 years old, So right. It's a problem. It's a problem. But Jesus only shows up in the last 2,000 years, so 198,000 years. God just lets suffering, plague, sickness. Most women died from childbearing because they didn't have ways of being clean and such in antiquity. I mean, they would die from giving birth. It was a common thing. Yeah, God just shows up on the scene, doesn't change any of all that bad stuff. He just He just shows up and gives these texts and tells people, I'm the way, the truth, the life. You got to come through me. There's so much, man. I got to get some food in me. I love you, dude. Go subscribe to his channel. Again, like I said, Gnostic Informant. Dr. Josh was on here earlier. Please go and get his book. I always promote this book, The Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament. He's working on part 2 right now. Get up to speed because we're going to end up doing his part 2 when that comes out. And you want to at least know part 1 to keep up with the arguments. I seriously appreciate you, Neil. Final word?
You have just attained true gnosis.
We are MythVision. Welcome back to MythVision. This is probably going to be about a 10-second live stream. We just wanted to give you breaking news. Many people made many claims and claimed many prophecies would come to pass, and they didn't. And so if you didn't know, they failed. I hope you have a wonderful day, everybody. It was a great episode. Kipp, thanks for being here just to like put your PhD stamp on that.
Yeah.
And
anytime.
Have a good one.
I'm happy to prostitute my credentials for
absolutely. Let's get out of here, bro.
For a price, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, everybody. Welcome to MythVision. Subscribe to our guests, or else our all-loving, all-powerful, omniscient mind that we are will punish you because we love you and we expect you to subscribe and whatnot. So Dr. Kill is in the house. I've got Matthew Hartkey, for those who don't know, in the flesh. So you docetist, shut your mouth and don't even act like you know. I know. This is him.
Until today, I always just thought Matthew Hartkey was Chat GPT. So
no, touch my hands. See, are they not real?
Oh my gosh. You know, the other day, the Egyptologist I had, Karakuni, was like, look at the medieval scar, the scar on Jesus' side. It's actually a vagina. And I was like, are you serious? I looked it up. She wasn't kidding. So it made me really weirded out just now when you said, touch my hands. And I'm like, kids, turn off. Kids, turn off.
Got to put a rating on this one.
Well, everybody in the chat, welcome in. If you feel like harassing us, you feel like challenging us, you feel like you just want to slap a question or a topic or whatever, feel free to. We do take those in the form of super chats, obviously. It's what keeps God's business running. You know, like you got to tithe at least 10% or else. But seriously, we've done some recordings, Matt.
Mm-hmm.
Like 2.
Yep. might do some more. This guy is crazy. He is a machine. He's just constantly churning out content. I'm like 2 videos and I'm like, okay, I've done 2 videos over the last 2 years, so I'm good. Like this is quite the rate of acceleration for me.
Kipp knows all about it.
I know all about it. He's always working on everything except for editing course videos.
Of course.
The shade.
Of course, you know what? I really do.
This course is never going to come out.
Oh, yes, it is. Yes.
How long, oh Lord? How long?
How long, oh Lord? How long?
Well, look, we need to address the subject matter of the live, and that is Bible prophecy fails.
Should I become a preterist with regards to with regards?
It's already. Didn't you
MVP
see? It's already
courses?
been up. The course is available now. I've seen it. It's great.
Y'all need to stop. Yeah, so Matt has come to a conclusion where the best hypotheses he can think of is that cognitive dissonance is explaining all the above, like spiritualizing passages
Well-
to it didn't happen passages, recalculation passages and stuff. It seems to best fit all of the
Yeah, but-
data.
I think it
But
has a
did
lot of
he-
explanatory scope and a lot of explanatory power. I wouldn't say it explains. I don't think there is any
Does
such thing
it?
as one hypothesis that explains all the data.
Mm,
But I think that cognitive dissonance does have a lot going for it. And
I mean, I saw these. I mean, you say that, but then, I mean, didn't Joel Edmund Anderson write, this powerful
but
rebuttal of
Wait, Matt!
ideas?
I've been
saw
debunked.
it.
I've been debunked.
And,
So
I mean, he's a scholar on his level of his caliber.
Mhm.
I mean, he pantsed you, dude. Yes.
But you know what he doesn't know?
Hmm.
Matthew likes to get pantsed. Okay.
You gotta don't share my secrets.
Okay. Hold on.
Oh.
So I was joking.
I was also
Back to the topic. So there's a lot of stuff. You brought up last night the idea that Micah gets mentioned in Jeremiah,
Yeah.
and like how Robert Carroll handles this thing.
Yeah, this one blew my mind when I read it in Robert Carroll's commentary on Jeremiah. But what I'm really fascinated with right now is the way that the Jewish and Christian prophetic and apocalyptic traditions are constantly doing hermeneutical work to explain earlier prophetic and apocalyptic traditions and hold on to their inspired high status while still making them relevant for today. And the way that Robert Carroll in his commentary on Jeremiah cites a really early example of this. And he, according to Carroll, he says that it's actually the only example in the early prophetic traditions of the Bible where we have a prophet citing a prophetic text, explicitly citing, quoting an earlier prophetic text and doing exegetical work with that, doing hermeneutical work, mounting an argument, a theological argument about the way that God works and employing that earlier text in order to make his point. And the passage is Jeremiah 26:19. And the passage that it's quoting is Micah 3:12. And Micah 3:12 is this prophecy of doom, of judgment on Judah, on Jerusalem, where it's saying that Zion is going to become like a wooded plain. It's going to be completely desolate, basically. And Jeremiah quotes that and says, but, didn't the people repent, and didn't God then relent of the disaster that he had said he would do against Judah? And it's this place where Jeremiah, because the text of Jeremiah has this view, this Deuteronomistic view of prophecy as being contingent upon human response, so that we have in a passage like Jeremiah 18, it says, God says, whenever I speak concerning a nation to bring judgment on them, if they repent, I won't bring that judgment that I promised. Instead, I'll bring blessing. But if they don't follow me and I've prophesied blessings, then I won't bring those blessings, and instead I'll bring judgment. And so Jeremiah pulls from Micah in order to make that point about the contingency of all prophecy. The problem is that Micah doesn't give any indication of being a conditional prophecy at all. And it seems like, if anything, scholars like Klaus Koch and Robert Carroll also argue that, like, if there is any kind of extension of the opportunity of repentance that would change God's mind, that's not explicit in the text at all. And there are several places in the text of Micah where it actually says, like, you won't be able to remove your necks from the judgment that I'm bringing against you. Like, if you cry out to me, I won't hear your prayers, because this train is coming and you can't stop it. But the thing is that the complete destruction of Judah, the complete destruction of Jerusalem that Micah prophesied, didn't happen. And so Jeremiah, or the editors of Jeremiah, are dealing with the fact that here's an unfulfilled prophecy. And so Jeremiah superimposes its own Deuteronomistic theology onto Micah and reinterprets Micah so that it becomes a contingent prophecy and fits the theology of Jeremiah, and thereby gets it off the hook, gets God off the hook for this unfulfilled prophecy of destruction that didn't happen. And says, well, didn't the people repent? And that's why God changed his mind and didn't bring the thing. And so Micah is still the word of the Lord. It's still the word of the Lord, and we can still believe it, but it was contingent. It was conditional.
That all sounds very convenient.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've read Carroll, but I believe he was toying with the idea too that Jeremiah was a literary creation. Am I right about that? It's
I mean, he definitely sees a lot of redaction going on, and it not being a coherent, piece from one person. But there are early texts from the prophet of Jeremiah, and then there's a lot of layers of editing and redactional work on top of that. I don't know about a complete literary creation if he does toy with that.
No, I remember I don't think he ever goes that far, but other scholars certainly have.
Mm-hmm.
Like I know I was at a conference a while ago about Jeremiah, and Reinhard Kratz gave a very interesting paper about Jeremiah as an invented literary figure. I don't particularly like the idea because I'm sort of a I mean one of the things that I love most about the Bible is all the drama.
Yeah.
So for me it's just way more fun if we can push that historical envelope as far as possible, right? Which is why I'm still, I'm totally aware of the of the exceptionally poor quality of evidence we have for someone like an historical David, but god damn it, I want there to be an historical David, right?
Hey, I was talking, wasn't I talking to you about this yesterday, just briefly?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's like a mob boss, dude. I mean, who doesn't want a Game of Thrones guy is really existing?
And same with Jeremiah too. Like when I read Jeremiah, one of the things that I think is so really interesting on maybe another level than any of the other prophets of that book is just how intensely personal it is.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, oh my god, I so badly want this guy to be like a real guy. So yeah. Sorry, I just that's kind of off topic, but I mentioned Jeremiah and I'm gonna
totally. I mean, the thing that fascinates me with all of this, though, talking about the drama of the biblical tradition, and I mean, the thing, what is so interesting to me about cognitive dissonance is the way that it gets into that drama. And I mean, if we just talk about, prophecy fails, that's one thing, but what's more interesting than just the observation that prophecy fails is how the communities that believe in that prophecy maintain belief in spite of the failure, and the way that a prophetic tradition like the Jeremiah corpus, or like the Isaiah traditions, Isaiah and Deutero-Isaiah and Trito-Isaiah, and the book of Daniel. I mean, something as explicit as Daniel saying the exact day, the exact length of time that this stuff is going to happen in. And the fact that we still, over, 2,200 years later, believe in it and think that like, oh, it's actually talking about our future, and do the hermeneutical work necessary to recover those texts and still believe in them as the word of God. That is what's fascinating to me. And the way that, I mean, Robert Carroll's book, When Prophecy Failed, is all about the way that the prophetic traditions are doing that. It's such a good book. It's dry, but it has so many gems in it. And he focuses a lot on the Isaiah traditions.
Oh, I mirrored our camera. That's why it's backwards. When
bummer.
Prophecy Fails.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks fine to me, Derek. I don't know.
You're able to read that like straight up?
Oh yeah. No, it looks good. And I just checked the YouTube feed and it looks fine.
Oh, nice.
It looks backwards to us, but that's odd. Let me see. Oh, it is.
No, right?
That's wild. Okay, cool.
Interesting.
Very.
But I would love to hear from you, Kipp, especially like about with your expertise in the Dead Sea Scrolls, because we have the Habakkuk Pesher, the commentary on Habakkuk from the Dead Sea sect, and the way that they're dealing with passages from Habakkuk and saying that these are about our time, but seem to be dealing with an element of delay and interpreting Habakkuk in such a way that it accounts for the delay of their expectations so that they can maintain the truth of their belief in the teacher of righteousness and so forth. But I mean, I think they're a fascinating example of that reinterpretation of failure.
So and I really think like this is when Derek mentioned to me, 75 odd minutes ago or so that he wanted to do this stream. We're gonna talk about cognitive dissonance and apocalypticism, and if you could just draw
from everything you're doing right now and come and join me.
And oh, by the way, it'd be great if you could pull up some shit on the Habakkuk Pesher while you're at it. So, but as I was thinking through this, in my mind, I'm like, like it's there you have two things working at Qumran, and the really interesting thing that happens when we look at Qumran is because there's no Essene. Well, I guess there are Essenes still. These ridiculous people who call themselves Essenes, but the Essenes are gone.
Yeah,
the Jewish Essenes are gone. They all died. The movement ended. Nobody is going to look back at the literature of the Essenes and say they got it right. But the funny thing is that if we look back at the literature of the Essenes, we can look at stuff, and we'll talk a little bit about both of this. We can look at stuff and say, they totally said this was going to happen, and it didn't happen. But then, but look, they've got all this stuff where they talked about how there's prophecies in the Bible that are being fulfilled and have been fulfilled and were the proof of that, right? Like that's what the Habakkuk Pesher is. If people are unaware, this is a smallish manuscript. It's and we have pretty much like the whole thing. It was one of the very first of the scrolls discovered. It was one of the first three discovered and sold. It's I think 15 lines per column, and I think 11 columns in total, and it's just the first three chapters of Habakkuk, and I opened it up here, to take a look at it. Like the text begins at the very top of the Habakkuk Pesher. This is reconstructed a little bit, but something to the effect of oracle received by the prophet Habakkuk in a vision is just how it starts, right? For how long, Yahweh, do I ask? And now he's quoting from Habakkuk. For how long, Yahweh, do I ask for help without you hearing me? Shout violence to you without you saving me. And then there's a break, and the scroll continues. The interpretation of this concerns the beginning of the generation And then there's close to the beginning, there's some missing bits that we can't quite fill in completely accurately, which will come upon them. They will shout against. There's another quotation of a bit of text from Habakkuk, and it follows with another interpretation, but the entire text is structured this way. And this manuscript comes from pretty late, I believe, in the in the life of what we believe to be the community that wrote and collected the Dead Sea Scrolls. So this is from around the mid to late 1st century BCE. I think I'd have to go back and double check that. So
is this
there's
it?
Beautiful pictures of it. Yes. So and you can see exactly there on the right hand side why they've had to reconstruct a bunch of it, because lots of the text is missing. But as you move further into the scroll, you've got lots of complete bits, and of course the bottom part of the manuscript has unfortunately worn away to nothing. But this was a manuscript that was written by the people who wrote and collected these scrolls from Qumran.
When did they date this?
I think so. I have to double check, but if you hold on for just a second,
Okay.
and if I look closely at the handwriting here, I could probably give you a bit of a ballpark. So this is probably just guessing here. So don't take this as gospel, haha. But this is probably like mid 1st century BCE. But yeah, I'd have to take a closer look at it, and I hadn't taken the time to actually look at the date either before I opened it up. So this is this is, while it's written as this perspective on the prophecies of Habakkuk, this is also a very important historical text, and one from which scholars reconstruct a lot of the history of the community itself, because there's a lot of wild things that are in here, in terms of how he's looking at the book of Habakkuk, whoever wrote and put this together, and then understanding what the book of Habakkuk actually means. So I'll pick up some of this here. Let's go to column 7. All right. So, and here he's he's starting with Habakkuk chapter 2, verse 2. And at the very top of column 7, it says, God told Habakkuk to write what was going to happen to the last generation, but he did not let him know the consummation of the era. Right? So the author here is basically saying, Habakkuk wrote this prophecy, but he didn't have a clear understanding that he was actually writing
About us.
not about the Assyrians, right? He's actually writing about us. He's actually writing about what's happening now. So
kind of like Paul does that weird thing where he talks about you shall not muzzle an oxen while it threshes, and then he goes, he's not talking about oxen, he's talking about us. And it's like, dude, he's talking about oxen in the original context.
This is, and I say this so often when it comes to looking at the way the Old Testament is handled in the New Testament, right? And I say this over and over and over again. These people were just doing good Jewish Bible exegesis. This is how they read the text. They didn't care so much about, well, did this actually happen? Is this, how much does this align with the with the writings of the Babylonians, or the texts of the Greeks? Uh, can we actually believe in an historical Daniel? These aren't the questions that these people were asking when they looked at the text, right? This was God's word to us, but it wasn't. And because it was God's word, because it was for us in their imagination, this doesn't have anything to do with what happened then.
Mm-hmm.
It has to do with what's going on right now. So this is, one of the signs of what scholars like to talk about. This at what point a text becomes, emerges from being just a popular old ancient text to being scripture, right? Something that's inspired or sacred or authoritative. One of the signs of that is this: at the point at which readers are starting to look at it and say, it doesn't mean just what it says it means, but there's secret messages in here from God, right? So we can actually read this and figure out esoteric things, secret things, hidden things that mean something for us today, that were written hundreds and hundreds of years ago. And in that sense, it becomes like fulfilled prophecy. So I'm just going to read a little bit of this,
so
right?
Just to be on the same page, you're suggesting, simply put, this Pesher, which is a Dead Sea Scroll Pesher, is saying Habakkuk wrote these prophecies God told him to. He was ignorant of knowing it's actually speaking about us today. But
that
this
is what he says.
Yep, they're about us.
What he says.
And that they're the last generation. So this
exactly
group thinks this is it.
These people, they're one of the reasons we believe that they're sitting out in the Judean desert at this site is because their expectation is that this world is coming to an end imminently. It's happening now, soon. And for them, this was and again, this is in part they're living out the fulfillment of what they see as a prophecy. In 1QS, the Ser HaYachad, column 8, one of my favorite. This is one of my favorite texts. 1QS actually cites it quotes Isaiah chapter 40 verse 3, which is a very, very popular, famous text for Christians. Because this is a text that appears in all 4 of the Gospels right at the beginning, and it says, a voice is crying in the wilderness, go out and prepare the way of the Lord, make straight the paths of our God. Of course, the gospel writers all said this is a prophecy about the coming of John the Baptist, who is going to, spark this movement of the new kingdom, which was going to be fulfilled in Jesus, and he was going to do so by baptizing people in the Jordan Valley, out in the wilderness. So this passage appears in 1QS, but the way without changing a single word of this text. This is why I think it's so brilliant. The people who wrote and collected the Dead Sea Scrolls have come to understand it completely differently. So when they read Isaiah 43, they read in the wilderness. Sorry, they read a voice cries out, comma, in the wilderness, go and prepare the way of Yahweh, make straight the paths of our God. So what they're doing is they're saying this passage from Isaiah 40 verse 3 is actually instructive to us to get out into the wilderness and get ready for the coming of Yahweh. Right? So this is and I think it's amazing because it's the same text. It's the same text.
Yeah.
It's the words are identical. They didn't have to change anything to come to two completely different understandings of what this text is actually about. So, like, this is what's going on here. But I'm going to just read a little bit more about how this works, right? So Habakkuk chapter 2, verse 2. So that the one who reads it, and for what he says, so that there's an issue here with the text. The one who reads it, its interpretation concerns the teacher of righteousness. This is the leader, the founder of this community. We don't know a lot about him. He's never identified explicitly. Scholars tend to think that this is a figure who had something to do with the Jerusalem priesthood during or shortly thereafter, after the Hasmonean revolt, and was disenfranchised from the priesthood, and had a major dispute with the priesthood in Jerusalem, and went off and kind of started doing his own thing as a result of this. So this concerns the teacher of righteousness, to whom God has made known all the mysteries of the words of his servants, the prophets. Habakkuk chapter 2, verse 3. For the vision has an appointed time. It will have an end and not fail. So that's the text from Habakkuk, right? And then the Habakkuk Pesher continues, and it uses this word pishto, which basically means its interpretation. Its interpretation. The final age will be extended and go beyond all that the prophets say, because the mysteries of God are wonderful. And then he continues, Habakkuk chapter 2, verse 3 continued. Though it may tarry, wait for it. It definitely has to come and will not delay. Its interpretation concerns the men of truth, those who observe the law, whose hands will not desert the service of truth when the final age is extended beyond them, because all the ages of God will come at the right time, as he established. For them it is the mysteries of his prudence. The text continues. See, it is conceited to say, and it is conceited and does not give way his soul within him. Its interpretation. They will double upon them. Something's missing. Find no mercy at being judged. Something's missing. So, but I hope people can see and appreciate what's happening here, where all this guy is doing is he's looking at these ancient texts. He's completely oblivious. And maybe I shouldn't say that. He just doesn't care. That's a type of oblivion. He's maybe a better way of saying is that biblical exegesis in this period operates on a sense of treating the contents almost in an obtuse manner, whereby doesn't matter what.
It's kind of an ignorant, it's kind of a naive egocentrism where it's just,
yes,
you're not even,
yes,
God wrote this, it's inspired, and you're thinking about your own life and your own present situation, the problem of evil as it affects you, where you're standing in history, and you're wanting God's answer to that present distress that you're living in. And so you read the Bible, just as today, we would, I don't know if you guys ever did this, but the Russian roulette thing that you do, you just and boom.
This is what God's speaking to me today.
They were doing the exact same thing, and finding those places where it seemed like God was going to speak to them. And it's that egocentrism that I often, like, as I kind of, evolved out of the like fundamentalism and the kind of dispensationalist futurism of my youth, I wanted to kind of absolve the biblical writers of doing that kind of thing. And so
Mhm.
the way that the New Testament writers often quote the Old Testament and say, this is about us, I wanted to try and like get them out of that and say, no, that's just our, like, that's a modern dispensationalist way of reading these texts. They didn't actually, when Matthew was talking about this was to fulfill that which was spoken, he was really saying like, you know, this is kind of a pattern, that this is in that same kind of pattern. It fits within the larger biblical story, and history repeats itself. But like the early Christians were doing the same kind of thing that the Qumran community was doing, and saying, no. This prophecy, this, you know, even not prophecies, just Psalms and historical narratives, anything.
Bobby took his dog to the lake.
Parallelomania, where they're just like, this is about us, and you just cut and paste that.
Well, that's why I was saying, can I pull up that one passage real quick here? I think it's worth it. 1 Corinthians 9, I believe it is. I know it because I always talk about it. Paul's talking about money, okay, and he's talking about rights as an apostle. Have I not seen our Lord? Are you not the result of my work in the Lord? Even though I may not be an apostle to others, surely I am to you! Exclamation point. For you are the seal of my apostleship in the Lord. Scrolling down. Verse 8. Do I say this merely? Okay, let me go up. Who serves as a soldier at his own expense? Who plants a vineyard and does not eat its grapes? Who tends a flock and does not drink the milk? He's trying to say, why am I not getting paid? Why am I not treated like the other apostles? Then he says, do I say this merely on human authority? Doesn't the law say the same thing? Well, what does the law say, Paul? For it is written in the law of Moses, do not muzzle an ox while it is treading out the grain. Oh, okay, that's what it says. Is it about oxen that God is concerned? Surely he says this for us, doesn't he? Yes, this was written for us, because whoever plows and threshes should be able to do so in the hope. You can't even get through a normal mundane law about not muzzling your oxen so it doesn't eat while it's working without it meaning, oh, it's actually talking about me because I'm a last days prophet, and this is all talk about me and what I've got going on. That's Paul.
Well, and then in the next chapter, in 1 Corinthians 10, where he says, you know, these things happened as an example, and they're really about us, upon whom the end of the ages has come. Exactly. So it's like, this was all just prefiguring our own time. And the point is that it's all leading to this place where we are now.
And this is what the Habakkuk Pesher, the teacher of righteousness, this group's doing the same thing.
I need to say something about this too, because this is good. Actually, this fits right in the next video in my series, The Dead Sea Scrolls Unapologetically, is about prophecy and Pesher exegesis, and it's a little bit behind because I've had a bunch of other things that I got to get done this month, but
like courses.
So, like I have nothing to do with that. That's on Derek, but I've got a few other things.
He's gonna blame me forever. Listen, I'm doing this for our predecessors in 3,000 years.
Where does the buck stop, Derek? Where does the buck stop? There are a handful of texts from the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are really interesting. And when scholars first started seeing them and reading them, they developed this whole category of texts that they call Pesharim, and it's based on this word Peshar, Pishto, which you see in the Habakkuk Pesher, and this indicates a special kind of treatment of the text. They've been identified as like the earliest form of like an integrated commentary on the biblical text, which is pretty exciting. I think it also illustrates a particular method with regards to treating the text, and they're not just. We have the Habakkuk Pesher. We have a nearly complete text of the book of Nahum There's a pesher for that. There's one for the Book of Micah. I think there's 2 copies of peshers for Isaiah, and there's a pesher for the Book of Psalms. There's another manuscript that's very intriguing, which has been called what is this? What is it called? It's the commentary on the Book of Genesis. And my Dr. Fodder did his he wrote the edition for this this manuscript, and has argued pretty persuasively that this is a very early stage of this type of exegetical handling of the text. And this on the basis of, he sees, within this text we start to see a transition whereby, like at an earlier period, much of the literature that we have in the Dead Sea Scrolls, which deals with what we understand to be scripture, is of the type where it's like very intrusively just entering the text and changing it, and very explicitly altering what's within the text to help to make it more sense, or to provide it some sort of contemporary meaning and application. So we see this taking place within the so-called commentary of Genesis, but then you also see some of these types of pesher interpretation. So, but I mentioned that just as a means to show we have specific examples from Qumran where this is taking place, not just within texts that we would understand to be prophetic, but like you said, the Book of Psalms, it's happening in the Book of Genesis. But oftentimes when it comes to this, I am giving people 2 messages here. The first thing I want people to understand and to know is that this is normal, right? This is just what everyone did with their favorite texts, because quite often the temptation on one side is to say, well, look at what the Gospels are doing with the Old Testament. They can't even read it properly. They're taking it out of context. They're misunderstanding, and they're misappropriating things, and they're changing the meaning of it. And this is so dishonest. It's so disingenuous. No, this is not. This is just how you read texts back then. That's how they functioned. That's what they were for. And then on the other side of this, I think it's important to point out that, this is what everyone was doing. And in so doing was arriving at exactly the same results. As I pointed out, in the Dead Sea Scrolls, you want to talk about fulfilled prophecy? Let's talk about all the fulfilled prophecies in the Pesher Habakkuk. Let's talk about all the fulfilled prophecies in the Pesher Nahum, in Pesher Isaiah, or in the commentary of Genesis. Because from their perspective,
it's fulfilled. Certain things.
It's all fulfilled.
Well, they're still expecting that to be the last generation, that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
So, like, kind of like the New Testament says, this is fulfilled, like this is being fulfilled right now. It is written, and look, it's being fulfilled in front of your eyes. Yeah, all of that's happening, but there's still kind of future expectations, and those fell, is what you're saying.
A little bit, yeah. So, and we have to go somewhere else. Like what the Peshers are what the Pesherim by and large do is say, we're using these texts of scripture, these old prophecies, as a way to legitimate what we're doing now.
Makes sense,
right? But there's another thing that's happening at Qumran, and that's to kind of give you a sense of what's going on there. Let's take a look at the War Scroll. So I just have to say, like, this is a picture of one of my favorite manuscripts in the entire world. This is 4Q Jeremiah, or sorry, no, this is 4Q MA. This is a copy of text from the War Scroll. The War Scroll was discovered also in Cave 1, and it's not quite intact, but it's largely intact. We have most of it. It's a really challenging text. People for a long time, and it's maybe the best comparative text that we have for something like the Book of Revelation in the New Testament, but it's not the Book of Revelation. The War Scroll is like a rule text. It's loaded with things that you have to make sure that you're doing in preparation for this great eschatological war that's going to be taking place. It's a collection of songs and hymns, which you sing and you perform, either anticipation. I don't know if Alex Jason, who teaches at NYU, has written about this and suggested that when it came to the War Scroll, this is stuff that like these songs and these rituals that we see within there, they were actually like this is part of a regular liturgy that they were enacting and reciting and chanting and like you would in I guess, I don't know, an Anglican or Coptic church or
church,
something like that, right? So but then it's also loaded with a bunch of expectation about what's going to happen. So there's a narration within there about what's going to happen in the last days, in the war between the sons of light and the sons of darkness. And I need to point out, so so one of the reasons I pointed out this manuscript, there's a couple things that are very interesting that's going on here. So this is there's not just the copy of the War Scroll from Cave 1. That's the largest copy, and it was the first one that was discovered. But then there were 4 or 5 other manuscripts, fragmentary copies of things that looked very much like the War Scroll that were found in Cave 4. Another one also found in Cave 11. But importantly, these texts differ pretty dramatically also from the copy of the War Scroll that we discovered in Cave 1. And this is very exciting because what we see happening here is that we've got traditions, individual larger blocks of texts that are being strung together. And you can see the text itself developing over time from earlier versions, some of which we have in K4. This is probably an exemplar of one of the earliest, to something that was much late, that was not that much later, maybe 60 years. The text has changed dramatically into now this copy that we have in the Cave 1 copy. And the other really interesting thing about this manuscript is that this particular fragment that I have here is 2 columns, right? So this is the first column, and then there's a break here, and then there's a second column, and your audience can't see it, but there's actually 2 different hands. This was written by a scribe, and then this column was written by a different scribe. So we have, and then we have a bunch of fragments from this manuscript, and the real fun is attempting to put them together, because the original editor, Maurice Baillet, he just, when he was going through the fragments, he just said, well, I'm gonna put this together in the same way that it matches, the War Scroll from Qumran Cave 1. But when he did this, what he ended up doing is putting stuff, because he didn't recognize, it's subtle, the difference between the 2 different handwritings is pretty subtle. So he apparently didn't notice the difference and ended up just following the layout of what I call 1QM, the War Scroll. And in so doing, had stuff written by scribe A next to stuff written by scribe B, and then back to scribe A again, and so it didn't make any sense at all. So what's really interesting, and what scholars are working on right now, in particular with this manuscript, is trying to figure out what this looked like. And what we are discovering is that the order of material here is dramatically different than what appears in 1QM. So lots of the same kinds of traditions with development in them, but in totally different orders. So I'm sorry, I just get excited about this kind of stuff. So I'm just gonna pull up column 17 of 1QM. Is really cool, because so this is the expectation that the people had of what was going to happen in this eschatological war that they were getting ready for. They had this belief that there was going to be a global, from their perspective, a global war. All the nations of the earth were going to start. They were going to descend on Palestine, Roman Palestine, Israel, Judah, and they were going to have this total conflict, and it was going to be the sons of light, as they identified themselves. They are the true followers of God, and they were going to be fighting alongside literal angels. One of the neat things in the War Scroll is all these rules have to do with how the camps are to be set up, and how people are to get themselves ready for fighting in this war, right? And the rules in the camp are incredibly strict in terms of purity and in terms of what you can do and can't do. And the reason for that is because they were certain that they were going to be living and fighting alongside the angels in God's army. And because of this, you had to make sure that you had to make sure that you were as pure, as ritually pure as absolutely possible, right? So this war was going to happen, and all the sons of light and who were the true followers of God, this tiny little minority, small group of people fighting alongside the angels, was going to be up against the force of all the nations, all the bad Jews, all the Jews who didn't think like they did, were also going to be within this group called the Sons of Darkness, and they were going to be fighting in the camp of Belial, which was the name that the writers and collectors of the Dead Sea Scrolls had for the devil, for their view of Satan, right? Never called him, or as far as I know, I don't know, I have to look back on that on Satan and the Dead Sea Scrolls, but more often than not, he was called Belial. Sometimes he was these demons were called the angels of the Mastamot, or angels of Mastama. Sometimes they were called the Shadim, but the forces of Belial are what's featured in the War Scroll, and there's going to be 7 battles, and after 6 of them, it's going to be a tie. 3 of them are going to go to the sons of God or the sons of light and the angels and God, and 3 of them are going to be won by all the nations and Belial and the sons of darkness. And then in the final battle, God's gonna himself intervene and then just wipe everybody out, right? So it's this wild, interesting text, of course, because this is an expected cosmic battle, but it also involves real people. For them, the enemy, the representation of the human enemy was always the Romans, and the people who collected the Dead Sea Scrolls called the Romans the Kittim, which is a term that was pulled out of the Hebrew Bible and applied to the Romans, or to people who lived on the other side of the Aegean, basically there, right? So I'm just going to read a little bit of column 17, and this is just kind of at the crux of the battle, the last battle, when they're finally going to to win. Here's what it says. He has placed their success in the burning something, those tested in the crucible. He has whetted her weapons of war, and they shall be blunted until every wicked people is destroyed. And you remember the trial of Nadab and Abihu, the sons of Aaron. By judging them, God showed his holiness in the eyes of the people. And Eleazar and Itamar he confirmed for the covenant of an everlasting priesthood. And you exert yourselves and do not fear them. Oh, this is part of a speech that's going to be delivered by the high priest to get everybody, ready for this final battle. Do not fear them, for their desire goes towards chaos and emptiness, and their support is without. There's a break. Do they know that from the God of Israel everything is and will be, in all that will happen eternally? Today is his appointed time to humiliate and to abase the prince of the dominion of evil. He sends everlasting aid to the lot of his covenant by the power of his majestic angel, for the sway of Michael in the blessing of God's lot, to exalt the sway of Michael above all the gods. And the dominion of Israel over all flesh. Justice will rejoice in the heights, and all the sons of his truth will have enjoyment in everlasting knowledge. And you, sons of his covenant, be strong in God's crucible until he shakes his hand and finishes his testings, his mysteries concerning your existence. Then after these words, the priests shall blow for them in order to... They're blowing trumpets, by the way. I should probably make that clear here. In order to arrange the battalions of the line in columns shall deploy at the sound of the trumpets until each man is in his position. The priest shall blow a second call on the trumpets and signal for attack. When the infantrymen shall reach the side of the Kittim line at throwing distance, each man will take his weapon of war in his hand, and the priest shall blow the trumpets of the slain. The Levites and all the throngs with ram's horns shall blow the call for war. The infantrymen will stretch out their hand against the army of the Kittim. When the sound of the call ends, they shall start to cast down their slain. All the throng will stop with the sound of the call, but the priest shall continue blowing the trumpets of the slain, and the battle of the Kittim will be directed, and the troops of Belial will be defeated in front of them in the third lot. And then it kind of breaks off, but you see what's going on here, right? So this is the ultimate prediction about the end of the Romans. And of course, so lots of this stuff was written in the late 1st century BCE. I think some of it probably was written already in the 1st century CE. So we're decades away. We're decades away from the Jewish war.
Right.
And the people who read this text undoubtedly, on the eve of the Jewish war,
probably some of them were in it. Yeah.
They saw what was happening. They saw that the Romans were coming and encroaching on Jerusalem, and they're like, what are they thinking, right?
They're thinking it's being fulfilled. Yeah.
It's coming. It's about to happen.
One of the things that to me is so interesting about the War Scroll is, I think, the light that it can shed on Jesus and the early church's nonviolence, because I think a lot of modern scholarship has a tendency to read modern pacifism, a more principled, ideological stance on nonviolence, back onto the early church and see them as being principled nonviolent people in that same kind of way, where I think, famously the Qumran community, the Essenes, were nonviolent in the sense that they were quietistic. They removed themselves from society, and their solution wasn't like the Maccabees, who were, let's rise up and, fight against the enemy.
Exactly.
Their solution was the exact opposite. Let's withdraw. But it wasn't it wasn't principled pacifism. It was apocalyptic pacifism. It was pacifism on a schedule.
They were violent in their heart.
It's just not the time yet. What we're doing is we're waiting on God to descend. We're waiting on God to bring the angels to usher in the messianic age, where then we will be empowered and anointed to fight in the eschatological battle. And so it was all just they're just looking at their watches saying it's not time yet, but when it is time, we are ready to fight. And I think when you read the Gospels and you read Jesus's sayings with that in mind, you get this picture of his pacifism, which, I mean, he is preaching this kind of interim ethic where you listen to his eschatological parables, and there's always this story about the landowner going away, and then when he comes back, and when he finds the wicked servants not doing it, what does he do? He's going to destroy those men. And I mean, in story after story after story, Jesus tells when the Son of Man comes back with the angels, he is going to judge. He's going to sit on his throne. He's going to divide the nations, and he is going to send the wicked to Gehenna. And the violence of Jesus's eschatology is really, really apparent, and it shows that he wasn't this pacifist that I think a lot of scholars like John Dominic Crossan want to kind of paint him as, and that's one of the reasons why John Dominic Crossan doesn't like the apocalyptic emphasis that the Gospels have, is because apocalypses are inherently violent, and it's those violent fantasies that are offensive to our modern mindset. But the Qumran community and the War Scroll, I think, is really illuminating to the particular brand of nonviolence that Jesus probably held.
Two things real quick, Kipp. We've had a lot of super chats since we started that we haven't addressed. But the second thing is my recent interview with Bart Ehrman on Revelation, the Apocalypse that I did. I asked him about this, does he see a difference between the Jesus of Revelation and Jesus in the Gospels? And he was like, oh yeah, big time. There's a big difference. But I was trying to get it out of him, and I don't think he saw what I was trying to say. Exactly what Matthew's saying here was exactly. I don't know. I mean, yes, I think there's a lot more upfront, open crap is going down, blood. The enemies are going to be, scorch earth anger toward the enemies of God. That was obvious. But he kind of said, well, Jesus isn't painted that way in the Gospels. And I'm like, but he's apocalyptic. He has the expectation of burning the wheat and the chaff, the sheep and the goat. There is it's
not Jesus meek and mild.
The
Gospels is not this completely different picture.
No, we're reading it through our churchy type of interpretation.
That's just it, right? I think so much of this, it's so hard for us to get out of our thoroughly apocalyptically conditioned worldview with regards to these things, that the expectation is, within when I was still a Christian, the expectation was that there was going to be a violent end. Yes, but I don't have anything to do with that.
Right.
It doesn't involve me. It's besides what I can even control. But it comes out of this apocalypticism from early Judaism. But I think you're absolutely right in that we need to be really careful about how we're blunting. Yes, they were, it's exactly as Matthew put it. They were pacifistic only in the sense that it was because they were on the clock. In their heart, there's nothing more that these people wanted to see than dead Romans. That's what they all wanted. And just because they were smiling and they're, smiling and nodding, and turning the other cheek, it didn't change the fact that deep down, they just wanted to see dead Romans. But there was this part of the apocalyptic worldview is this recognition that you as an individual have absolutely no, you have no real agency within the world. Virtually all of your own decisions and your character and your life has been plotted out beforehand. It's been charted, right? So you are, God's got this plan, and everything fits within it. In fact, in the Dead Sea Scrolls, there's a sermon, also in the community rule, called the Treatise of the Two Spirits, which illustrates this explicitly, that virtually everybody is either on this side or that side, and it's by design, and there's nothing you can do about it except work out your destiny.
Yeah, that's how it was when I was a Calvinist. In fact,
right,
it was
exactly.
I had already figured it out. Like, it was already part. Like, there was no changing what was set, determined from beginning to end. So it was about my behavior that I just needed to mimic and show that I was an elect by my behavior. And there were moments when I'd relapse, and that's where I bring this up about how my behavior. There was a struggle. Am I your child, God? Why did I slip up? Why am I stuck in addiction and things? And it gets really, it was a nightmare torture of like wondering if I'm his son. There's all sorts of stuff. There's all sorts of mental hell I put myself through. Can we get through a few of these supers?
Can I plug a book?
Yep, plug it.
If you're interested, this is a book that I edited. It's a Braille book. I haven't looked, but you could probably get it for a free PDF somewhere. So this is The War Scroll, Violence, War, and Peace in the Dead Sea Scrolls and Related Literature. And this is a book of collected essays from a whole bunch of different scholars. And I'll just some of the essays in here. I think they're all pretty good. I'm a little biased because I helped to put this together.
I mean, I only killed myself doing it,
Yeah, that's it. So, text, timing and terror, thematic thoughts on the War Scroll, by George J. Brooke. Writing a descriptive grammar. Oh, that's about syntax. You guys probably aren't interested in that. The Mysteries of God in the Qumran War Scroll by Anthony Meyer. My article is not interesting to anybody. Priestly Covenants in the War Scroll and 1QSB, War Rule Text and a New Theory of the People of the Dead Sea Scrolls by Robert Kugler. Violent Imaginaries and Practical Violence in the War Scroll by Alex P. Jason. The Naval Battle in the Qumran War Texts by Brian Schultz. Wisdom, Poverty, and Nonviolence in Instruction. It's loaded with all sorts of good stuff. Prophecy, False Prophecy, and War in the Dead Sea Scrolls by James E. Boley. So if you can get it, I think it's a great book. Nice. So it's a Brill book, unfortunately.
Are you wanting to read something quick before we get moving? Okay. So sure. I just think it's interesting.
I saw this super chat, and so I'm waiting on that.
Oh, this here? Okay, well, let's start. Let's start having some fun, because the chat is probably wanting to tune in. Feel free to super chat if you want to tune in with us. Mr. Monster says, let's talk about prophecies in Daniel. They are fun.
Yeah. Well, this is what I was hoping to get at in talking about the Habakkuk Pesher too, because in the same way that the Habakkuk Pesher is inspired by specifically Habakkuk 2 and how Habakkuk 2 speaks of an appointed time of the end and has this emphasis on a foreordained time of prophetic fulfillment that inspires them to become more deterministic in their thinking about, this is about our time. It's appointed in God's foreknowledge. It's going to happen. But then also in Habakkuk 2, how it says, though it appears to delay, wait for it, and has a kind of a room for there being a time where, we thought that it was going to happen. It didn't happen. And there is this delay, this apparent delay. And the way that Habakkuk says, though it seems to delay, wait for it because it will come at the appointed time. The authors of the Habakkuk Pesher are inspired by that because they find in the prophetic tradition, on the voice the voice of God, a justification for their own time of eschatological delay, and that strengthens their hearts in order to say, see, this experience of dissonance that we're having in this time of non-fulfillment was actually, it's a part of the plan all along. God had this in mind, and he wrote about it. He told Habakkuk about it. Habakkuk had this understanding that there would be this period of partial fulfillment, but still we're waiting. There's a delay, and it's all a part of God's plan. And so it kind of envelops their own time of anxiety, of eschatological anxiety, within this broader understanding of God's sovereignty, and that it's nothing to see here. It's all according to plan.
Well,
Daniel,
this is just, go ahead. Sorry.
No, well, Daniel does the same thing. Daniel, in the same way that the Habakkuk Pesher is inspired by Habakkuk to make that claim about God's foreordained purpose, and the delay is just an apparent delay. In Daniel 8, which is the first place where Daniel actually, and it's, as far as I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, Daniel is the only place where we get a specific prediction of time, where it's, you give the exact days in a Jewish apocalypse.
Yeah, I think so.
And they actually make an attempt at saying it's going to be this many days until the fulfillment of God's promises. But the first place in Daniel where that comes is in Daniel 8, and it's counting from when Antiochus Epiphanes took the daily sacrifices and offerings away from the temple, and they could no longer offer sacrifices. And so it says, from the time when the daily sacrifices are taken away, it says that there will be 2,300 evenings and mornings until, and it says the appointed time will come. And it's actually echoing Habakkuk about that emphasis on the appointed time. But the 2,300 evenings and mornings is when the sacrifices would be made in the temple in the evening and in the morning. And so it's 1,150 days. It's 1,150 days that it's counting. And that's the first prediction it makes. It was 1,150 days. Obviously that number is different from then in
1280
later in Daniel 11 and 12, you have 1,260 and then 1,290, and the 1,260, I mean, you're already, you've got 100 days more. All of these can be more or less 3.5 years. You can say, time times and half a time is the general time frame that Daniel gives, where it's in Daniel 9, you have 70 times 7 or 490 years. And the main focus is on the time after the daily sacrifices are taken away, after there's the abomination of desolation set up in the temple. And then there's this time times and half a time. And so it seems like the author tries to make that time times and half a time more specific at several points throughout the text. And the first time is in Daniel 8, where he says it's 1,150 days. Then he says in Daniel 11 or Daniel 12, 1,260. And then he says, but blessed are those who wait and come to the end of
1335, isn't it?
1,335 days. So adds 45 days to the second prediction of time. And that blessed are those who wait. John Collins points this out in his
Hermenea,
gold standard commentary right here, best commentary on Daniel. Points out that, again, as in Daniel 8, Daniel is echoing Habakkuk and saying, blessed is he who wait. It's Habakkuk 2 when it says, what's the exact phrase that Habakkuk says is that, speaks of those who wait. The righteous will live by their faith, but it's those
right.
who wait. And there's this emphasis on waiting and being patient in the midst of the apparent delay. And it's only an apparent delay. The time is appointed, but there's an apparent delay. And so it seems like Daniel, the author of Daniel, sitting in this time where he had made a specific prediction, a specific amount of days, those days pass. And some critics of the explanation that the author of Daniel is just adding then another extra amount is, well, why would he just tag on another amount of days instead of getting his eraser out, erasing the previous prediction and saying, oh no, this is the amount of days I said all along. The reason is found in his exegesis, in his use of Habakkuk. There's an apparent delay, and he is inspired by Habakkuk to say, this apparent delay sits within the purview of God's perfect plan, just as the authors of the Habakkuk Pesher did. And they said, no, this is a test of our faith. Yeah. We are called to wait, and blessed are those who will wait and come to the end of this time of apparent delay. And so it's all he is justifying his previous prediction, saying it wasn't wrong. It's just that there's an apparent delay here, and the time has been extended a little bit. And so we have to be patient and wait, just like Habakkuk said.
Yep.
I'll tell you what, Daniel's a fun one. Seth Heideck says, I want a historical Borat. And then Seth says, how can you not like a guy send to bears to attack children for calling him bald? And then Seth.
Hey, I gotta say, I didn't mention Elijah there anywhere, or Elisha, but I don't know.
James, brother Jesus, as Teacher of righteousness?
Teacher of righteousness.
Teacher, okay.
Cognitive dissonance after he was tossed down the stairs. No.
I don't think that's
I mean, it's so late. It's so late. You have to basically shift. I know there are some pockets where it's popular to try and shift the entire Jesus movement back a couple hundred years, but you just can't do it. And that's what you would have to do in order to make any sense of
teacher of righteousness.
Teacher of righteousness in line with James.
Thank you, Lebowski.
Thank you.
Jefferson. Appreciate you, Lebowski. Ichapod. Dude, this is a good one right here. What's up, team? Derek, please treat Matthew to a coffee on me. His video on cognitive dissonance explaining Christianity was fire.
Thank you.
Go subscribe to Ichapod. I'm telling you, he's doing some great stuff. He's been showing up everywhere. I'm like hoping that more people will get involved in the community. I seriously appreciate everybody here in the chat today. Brady Goodwin. So, the rapper, the hip hop Christian artist. That's Ichapod.
Wow.
Oh, is it? Is it Ichapod or is it Ichabod? When I see that, I wanna think
it's
Ichapod. The Greek pronunciation on that.
Yeah, you remember it might be Ichabod, but you remember
it reminds me of Ichabod.
Enemies of Darkness, where he had to remember 3 words and he gets to the end and he forgot one of them and he's like, Shadrach, Meshach. I said your words. He didn't remember. I don't know. Ichapod, Ichabod. I don't know. Ichabod. It's a pod. Okay, it's a potty. Subscribe to him for sure. MNAG in the house. Just here putting my support in something important. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Very important. Really Thank you.
Seriously appreciate that support. We're giving it to the Apocalyptic Feld Funding Foundation that we just created today. I don't know how to pronounce this name, but they became a member.
Guts.
Yeah. Weinreich. Dude, killer name. You just became a member. Thank you for that. Seriously, appreciate your support and being a member.
I want to just say one more thing about Daniel while we're still on that previous chat, but just talking again about the drama of the way that the biblical tradition reinterprets previous prophecies. We were talking about Jeremiah and how Jeremiah reinterprets, he updates Micah, where Micah had an unconditional prophecy of judgment, and then Jeremiah reinterprets that to be conditional. Well, then Jeremiah makes this prediction about 70 years until the time of restoration, until the end of exile. And then Daniel takes Jeremiah, reinterprets him through Daniel's deterministic apocalyptic framework, where Jeremiah was conditional. Daniel is very deterministic, but reinterprets Jeremiah so that it's not 70 years, it's
70 times.
The angel Gabriel reveals to him, actually, that speaks of 70 times 7. And then Jesus in the Olivet Discourse says, actually, the abomination of desolation, Daniel was about the Seleucids. I mean, it was about the
Romans,
Antiochus Epiphanes and the Seleucids, and Jesus and Baruch and other apocalypses in the first century reinterpret Daniel so that it's now about the Romans.
Yeah.
And it's about their time. And it just keeps going and going and going.
One of the things that we see in the Dead Sea Scrolls is a number of texts which have latched onto this 490 years of Daniel. But what they're doing is they're attempting to provide different calculations on how to divide it up, how to understand what happens within that 490 year period. And you've probably got, I don't know the wall, but I think you've probably got about as many as 5 different ways of calculating and parting up this 490 year period, depending on the text you're reading, and all just in this one place, right?
Yep.
So I mean, so much of this stuff I think is it's so flexible, it's so malleable, and the people who read this literature were just like creative kind of literary geniuses.
Yep. That's why earlier I was getting up, Kipp, and I was looking. I had this like spark of interest in finding John J. Collins' book, Apocalyptic Imagination, because he has a chart in that book. Like, kind of checks off all this different literature. No, it's somewhere, dude.
I've got my copy over here.
Do you? You want to grab it real quick?
I'll grab it.
All right, you guys are getting the shindig here. This is the skinny. You're on the front row seat, seeing the good stuff. But there's a spot in there where he specifically, I think it's the Habakkuk Pesher, that actually is doing this 490 year thing. I'll have to double check. Yeah, they're using the Daniel thing as well. So they're like doing all sorts of stuff. They're a blender of ideas.
So 2 things. First, this one, highly recommended.
Back it up a little bit. I think that's better. You can see that, right?
Apocalypticism in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Excellent stuff. Goes into the Habakkuk Pesher a lot in there and relates it to the book of Daniel. But then Apocalyptic Imagination, I think I have an earlier copy than your edition, probably.
Yeah, mine's the black cover.
Yeah, you got the newer one. I've got the
which one does
only
Matthew
good
have?
people get the new one.
Oh, see, that's the one that I have, but I was just looking at my bookshelf now, and I believe that is another book that is still in Norway.
I'm going to do something here temporarily. Forgive me for butchering here. We're going to try and set this thing up. All right, let's see if we can get... So this chart in here, you can't even see the words, but in fact, let me get up in there. So he goes in, like, checks off like all the criteria that these particular manuscripts cover. And you can pause this later if you're watching this after it's live and actually read these. Or you can just be smart, and buy the book. That's an option too. Better. But I might as well let me get you rather have your face in clear because I just scoot to your distance and then we're good.
Yeah.
All right, that's better. So in this section, you highlighted the hizzy out of this thing. So there's some really good stuff here. I don't think he has Habakkuk Pesher's not in that list on the chart, but in this section, dude, it's been, I don't know, a year since I read this. Somewhere in the section, he brings up the 490 years, and it's related to this Habakkuk Pesher and its failed apocalyptic expectation. And it's just a blurb. Like, it's like 2 paragraphs, but it's like dense. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that's a killer. Because it fits right into this Daniel's failed apocalyptic expectation. I mean, they thought it was going to happen in their time. And one comment on that, just one comment. I'm popping up the next super chat so we don't get rabbit trailing here and forget that we're trying to make sure everybody's happy. Look, the reason this is a problem today of addressing this issue is that, well, we don't have Essenes like a continuation of this movement standing up trying to defend themselves and go, no, the teacher of righteousness was correct. In fact, it did get fulfilled in all the words he said, yada, yada, yada. Christianity is still like an active living organism that is like really holding and maintaining to this literature. So when we're poking holes at the beehive, the hornets are going to come out and they're going to try and sting you. It's a living thing still. Does that make sense? So it's very sacred. It's very special. Don't touch this. This is why I continuously say special pleading, this and that. And it's like the one Christians that we do hear that come on who are being called not Christians by other Christians, by the way, such as Jonathan McClatchy calling Dale C. Allison Jr. a not Christian on Twitter. Right. Like, yeah, get a Christian to tell you. They'll tell you who the non-Christians are in no time. But he admits, yeah, they were wrong about that. Yeah. Those are predictions about the soon near. They were wrong about that. You got to have a lot of respect for people who do that, no matter what they believe at the end of the day, because that guy is like taking a strong stance on something that really is sensitive and tough for your faith.
Yep.
And the ones who act like there's nothing going on here. Christianity does not fail. There's no failed apocalyptic stuff. Jesus was right on everything he said, and Paul was right on everything he said. I imagine if the Essenes were still living and there was still a community going, they would say the same thing. Kind of like Orthodox Jews say there were no failed prophecies in the Hebrew scriptures.
Yeah.
They go along with the conditionality if they can. They go along with whatever they can to make sure it's not failed, the same way I see Christians. So I just wanted to make that comment if that's something you guys wanted to add something to.
No, that's good.
Not to that specifically. I wanted to read another text here, just as an example of here. This is an example. This is from a manuscript cataloged as 4Q390. It's one of the manuscripts that I did my. It's been called a copy of an apocryphon of Jeremiah. I'm not really. I don't particularly like that title because I don't actually think it has anything to do with Jeremiah, although it's based on another text that has something to do with Jeremiah. But this is an example of one way in which one of these Dead Sea Scrolls manuscripts was thinking through this idea of 490 years. So this is reading from fragment 1. I will turn and deliver them into the hand of the sons of Aaron for 70 years. And the sons of Aaron will rule over them, and they will not conduct themselves in my way, which I am prescribing for you, that you may warn them. But they will also do what is evil in my eyes, like everything that Israel did in the days of their former kingdom. Sorry, this is my...
That's a jab at the priests.
Yeah, exactly. Well, specific priests, right?
Right, of course.
So... except for those who go up first from the land of their captivity to build the sanctuary. Unto them shall I speak, and I will send unto them commandments, and they will understand everything that they and their fathers abandoned. Then from the completion of that generation, in the 7th Jubilee, after the devastation of the land, they will forget statute, season, Sabbath, and covenant, and they will invalidate everything and will do what is evil in my eyes. So I will hide my face from them and will deliver them into the hands of their enemies, and I will surrender them to the sword, and I will let survive from them fugitives or a remnant, so that they may not be completely destroyed by my wrath. when my face is hidden from them, and the angels of the master will rule over them, and I will reject them, and they will return to do that which is evil in my eyes and walk about in stubbornness of heart. So that's just an example of the way. There's one way in which someone is taking this 490-year period, and then they're mapping it out, but then assigning periods of time within there to correspond to stuff that's happening in Jewish history from the time of Nebuchadnezzar basically up to their current time or their expectant immediate future time, right? And then of course you can lodge all your own complaints about specific groups and specific people, like the Bnei Acharon, the sons of Aaron, who were sacrificing in the temple, right? Wow. Distinct from us, of course, the good guys. So, but that's just one example. There's others.
Shangfa Shi, thank you for that super chat. That's very interesting about Satan. I've learned that wasn't a name, but rather an office within the Council of the Gods. If that's the case, how many different characters occupied that office?
Well, let's see. We're currently occupying the office.
Right.
So who are the guys after us?
Listen, I can't even remember. Well, we won that election by stealing it. So, that's what we do.
So, how many different characters occupy? Is this person asking how many different characters occupy the office of the Satan, the accuser?
I suspect. I mean, you've got Belial, you've got like Azazel, like various demonic names and stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
an evolution that takes place where, like in texts like Job, the Satan is not an enemy of God. He is a part of God's heavenly court, and he has an official occupation, which is to, like the lawyer in the court bringing evidence against people. He is accusing people to God so that God would act against them. But there is that evolution that takes place.
Thank you for that. JR, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Usual, the Hebrew Israelites sure do embrace the Jesus of Revelation.
Which is the Jesus of the Gospels, too.
That's the thing, right? I think Bart was kind of trying to separate a little bit of what we're seeing. And I'm thinking maybe this one's just a little more upfront about what he's trying to accomplish, whereas the other one is not clear because I think the churchy interpretation model we've been living with. Yeah,
I think there's something else I think is worth saying here with regards to perspectives of violence within apocalyptic imagery and apocalyptic texts. One of the things that scholars tend to do is they'll look at a lot of this apocalyptic literature and read within them or reconstruct as a result of what they're seeing, conditions of what's happening at the time to prompt this kind of stuff. And invariably what we tend to think is that apocalyptic literature is all a product of persecution. People are going through a really shitty time, which prompts this heightened expectation for change and for the end, and escalates these feelings of resentment and hatred and otherness. When I have taught introduction to the Old Testament before, and something that I used to do when it came to teaching, going through the Psalms and centering on what scholars like to call the imprecatory Psalms, which are the really, really violent ones that talk about how much they want to see Babylonian babies' heads smashed against rocks and their enemies, utterly destroyed. One of the things that I like to do is show a clip from the movie that Michael Moore made back in how long ago was this now? Fahrenheit 9/11. I think that's got to be 20 years old by now. And I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's a documentary of sorts about the Bush presidency and the Iraq War. And there's this really harrowing scene in there of like a group of American soldiers who have just fought a battle or had an engagement with some people in like a residential neighborhood in Iraq, and of course, ended up destroying all sorts of private property and killing civilians and all these so-called instances of collateral damage. And there's a woman who is screaming out to Allah in this amazing scene, just screaming out to him, how badly she deserves justice and how much she wants Allah to come down and to destroy the Americans and to cut their limbs off and to disembowel them, and she is in the heart of it, after having just seen her entire family or her friends or neighbors cut down by soldiers, has this visceral emotive reaction through which she expresses these fantasies of violence, right? And that's what so much of this is a product of this kind of world where these people saw and lived through like horrible things, atrocities and persecution and oppression that none of us can even imagine, which prompted the production of this kind of very, very strong, violent language and imagery. I just thought that was important to point out.
Yeah, you got him, and his curiosity is popping off.
So, excellent book, another one by John Collins, called Apocalypse, Prophecy, and Pseudepigraphy. And there's a chapter in there, chapter 18, the title is Cognitive Dissonance and Eschatological Violence, Fantasized Solutions to a Theological Dilemma in Second Temple Judaism.
Yeah.
The whole chapter is talking about the dissonance that Jews were living with in believing that their God is the creator, sustainer of the universe, and that they are his special chosen people, and that he has promised them blessing. He has promised that they would be the head and not the tail, and yet they are living in a situation of occupation. They are living in a situation of persecution, and that this is the context in which apocalyptic fantasies of violence emerge, because they are trying to respond to that dissonance, the chasm between their belief in the one God who is good, who is all powerful, and who has chosen us to be a blessing to the whole world, and yet the situation of destitution and of persecution and of lowliness that we find ourselves in continually, and that it's easy often to judge those kinds of apocalyptic fantasies of violence, but Collins does a really good job at describing and empathizing with that experience of felt persecution, and showing how if you're in that situation, this sometimes feels, when you're in a situation of powerlessness, this is the only way that you can find release. You have all this built up pressure. And of course, the belief is the problem. I mean, the belief that you are serving the one
God that controls what's happening
all
right
that's
now.
happening. That is what's creating that.
My best friend controls the universe.
Yeah. That's why you need to find an explanation. But either way, that experience is going to be rough. And those fantasies of violence are a way for them to release that built up pressure without resorting to, an ill-advised violence now.
Yeah, and you see that ill-advised go full-fledged with rebellions that end up getting squashed like bugs by Rome. It's pretty intense. Imnag, thank you for the super chat. As this channel picks up popularity, fundamentalists will come after you guys full force. Any thoughts on how prepared you are? I believe it's already started. Any concerns? They can get very vile. I
do this for fun. And this is just, I'm a hobbyist, and I really am not. This guy, you've got a thick skin you've built up over the years where you're used to all that stuff. I don't enjoy that kind of stuff. And for me, it's just, I'm fascinated with the subject itself. And so as long as I can just keep my mind focused on the fun of it, then I'll keep going. And I try, and I'm not the best at it, but I try to ignore the negativity as much as possible and just do what I'm doing.
Oh, so the solution, I would say, is what I'm going to get good at, and more over time you're going to notice, is becoming someone who ignores and blocks. Because what I'm doing right now, because I'm on a friendly basis with most people who, disagree with me at the end of the day, the goal is to try and keep decent relationships with people. If I find that it's getting heated or out of control or too much, or there is kind of like just throwing people under the bus, at some point you got to go, all right, enough. Even the Dalai Lama, after getting bit for the third time by a mosquito, killed the mosquito. Okay. They don't take life at all. They're supposed to not, at least. He said strike 3. That's it. My point is if it keeps coming, block and move, block and keep going. Because what I'm going to do isn't going to stop. We are educating. And if someone who is sincere, wanting to investigate and figure out what the case is, historically, you've come to the right place. If you want to know what your Protestant packaged deal offers you, go check out some Protestant Christian channel or Eastern Orthodox channel or Roman Catholic channel. Like, we are coming at this with historical methodology. We're not interested in drawing a conclusion in particular on any of this stuff. Yes, we have our bias. Yes, I have my conclusions, but it's more of a historical research channel. Sometimes I sprinkle in my anti-apologetic stuff, but it's majority not that. It's mostly what is the case and deal with the data. And I have Christian scholars who come on and they set that standard pretty good too. So it's like, hey, dude, if I can get Christian scholars to come on, maybe Christians should follow suit with Christian academics, not necessarily their apologetic ones. Anyway, that's my thoughts, Imnag. I really appreciate the super chat. And, Kipp, even the other day, you kind of corrected me, and I didn't really let you know that I reciprocated that. You were like, no, your channel isn't anti-apologetics. Yes, you do that kind of stuff, but you mostly are interested in historical inquiry and what is the history of stuff? What's the case on things? And that is my goal. And I think the less I do that, I'll sleep better at night too. Yep. JR's back again. This had nothing to do with the Romans. This war scroll was from the time of Melchizedek and Abraham.
Nope. Sorry. Yeah, no, it wasn't.
I'm wondering where that thought comes from.
Yeah.
What would be the evidence or justification for that?
Well, think about it this way too. I imagine Orthodox Jews will argue that they have some type of genealogical line all the way to David. I think Rabbi Singer thinks that he's either connected to Aaron or David or something. There's no way to genealogically prove it, but there's something about carrying that. Well, no, we have a lineage that goes all the way back. And I wonder if this literature is sacred to JR, and they're going, no, I believe it goes back to Melchizedek. You might have hard copies of what we know from the 1st, 2nd century BCE, but I think this goes back to Abraham or Melchizedek. But as far as data or evidence, there's none to prove or show that.
Yeah. So, the way that we do this, the way that scholars do this is I start with what we have, which are manuscripts. In the case of the War Scroll, we've got copies from as early as like 50 BCE to as late as maybe 30 or 40 CE. And then we look at conventions within the text too. If you can gain any sort of internal historical insight on the basis of what an author is writing, that's always really helpful. One of the things that scholars look at in something like the War Scroll, so I believe it's Jean Duhaime has pointed out that lots of the structure of the descriptions of the eschatological battle within the War Scroll align with pockets of things that we see in First and Second Maccabees. And then someone else has pointed out that the war rules themselves and the way that that it talks about arranging yourself for battle, the kinds of formations that you take in fighting this war, actually looks very close to Hellenistic Greek war texts. So I mean, there's all these little pieces.
Doesn't it refer explicitly to the Kittim?
It refers explicitly to the Kittim as well. I mean, consistently throughout the text. Of course, and of course, the Kittim are mentioned in the Book of Numbers.
Yeah, but I found that,
and again,
that's what I was going to ask you. Is like, didn't later on, oftentimes Jews would find in kind of the family tree of Noah, or find within the nations that are described, and they would attribute them to contemporary nations that they had. Like, so they kept reapplying biblical terms to these things. So,
yeah. So, but all that to say is there's a combination of things that we're looking very carefully at in an effort to provide as clear a picture as we can of when a text was written or why it was written, without just accepting on the face of it everything that the text says for itself, because authors all write from these agendaed perspectives. We can't help it. So this is kind of what we do, and this is with regards to the War Scroll. This is where we've ended up. So I'm afraid it just doesn't work to see it coming out of the Bronze Age.
Christine Elise, Alice, forgive me if I butchered your name. Thank you for the super chat. I didn't see a comment, but I didn't want to leave you hanging, or question or something like that. Really appreciate the support, and I seriously thank you for that. Vesper, are there any other forged prophecies like Daniel?
I don't like the word forged, because I think it provides an anachronistic sense of intellectual property on texts and traditions which didn't function with the same sort of values in place. In fact, I mean, this was a common convention within early Judaism, certainly, was to ascribe, if you had something really important to say, then you needed to ascribe it to somebody who was bigger and better than you were. So, I mean, this is
more often than not, the apocalypses were pseudepigraphy in that way, right? They
almost all of them. Yeah.
Enoch, or
the Book of Jubilees, was written by angels with the plates up in heaven. Or so this isn't an apocalyptic text, but my favorite is the ultimate mic drop of authority. Sorry, the ultimate mic drop of authority has to be the Temple Scroll, which claims to have literally been written by Yahweh in the first person. So this is it's a writing convention. As for but that's what we're there's lots of this kind of stuff. The text that I read from a little bit earlier was been called the Apocryphon of Jeremiah because it's been it's part of a collection of literature featuring the prophet Jeremiah in a position very similar to Daniel, where he's doing the same thing, right? He's expounding prophecies about what's going to happen, in the future. Of course, he's writing from the time of like the Eve, or in the Apocryphon of Jeremiah, actually, he's writing from Taphanes, which is where he was kidnapped and taken after the destruction of Jerusalem, the final destruction in 587. He was taken to Egypt, and this is where he speaks this long prophecy about everything that's going to take place. Talking about the Persians and about the Greeks and about the Hasmoneans. So I mean, it's very, very common, but we shouldn't call these things forgeries. It was a popular common convention of writing in antiquity.
Thank you so much for that. Margaret de Velden in the house. Good to see you, Margaret. Haven't seen you in a minute. Christianity changed from mainly Jews to mainly Gentiles, so the Roman hate, Katim, should have faded. Comments? Thanks, and love these sessions.
Yeah.
I think so. I think the renegotiation or reinterpretation of Revelation, for example, became like, and then eventually notice like Athanasius and Eusebius and like Irenaeus even thought it was about his time because the Romans put one of his people to death in the arena. The emperor at the time was being told by one of their guys, was like, hey, we can't afford these gladiators, but we can afford criminals that are breaking our laws. And these Christians over here, they're breaking our laws, not listening to what we say about obeying, not speaking in public places, whatever it might be. And so they're taking Christians, throwing them in the arena. Now, of course, we get the side of the Christians saying, oh, poor us. Now, yes, poor them for sure over silly law like that. But the point is, like, they put themselves in the predicament oftentimes. They weren't always hunted down. Myth of Persecution, Candida Moss, go read the book. Anyway, and then there were bad times. I'm not trying to say it was all like that. But yeah, the idea that going from like hate the Romans to hold on, we're all Romans now, what the heck, to actually the book of Revelation is an allegory and like symbolic. Athanasius starts talking about, and later on, the Protestants start to realize it's actually the Catholic Church. So it gets used all over again and it keeps working. So the interpretation is quite interesting.
Well, you can see this progression specifically of the antipathy toward Rome that kind of fades away. If you just read the Gospels chronologically from, Mark being the first gospel to Matthew to Luke to John, you can see a progression in the trial narratives, the passion narratives, in the portrayal of Pilate. Pilate is portrayed much more negatively in Mark, the earliest gospel, than he is in John, the latest gospel. And you can see that progression pretty clearly where Pilate gets whitewashed and the bad guys become more and more the leadership of Jerusalem, not the Romans.
Yeah. Keep them off our backs. Margaret, thank you for showing up, and it's great to see you here, seriously. JB has a good one. It's big time cognitive dissonance when you're singing praise songs to God, hallelujah, 1 minute, and wondering if he will fry you forever the next. Cracks developing, though. This failed prophecy thing has legs.
Yeah. The reason why, I mean, I as right as Matthew is about this, it's unfortunate that I don't see a solution here, because one of the remarkable things about prophetic literature is just how malleable it usually is. So even though prophecies fail, and this is a big part of what Carroll is writing in his book too, right? They're never going to they're never going to fade, because as they fail, you can just find new ways to understand them and reapply them. This is something I noticed myself with regards to the literature at Qumran. They tend to be quite specific, but not so specific.
Yep.
And I think that's a design feature.
Yep.
And part of that is this. I think there's this. I don't know if it's explicit, but it's kind of a way of ensuring the permanence of these texts, right? Once it fails, there's still an element within there that you can recycle and then just reapply to something new. So
I mean, look at not even the Son of Man knows the day or hour. Just before that, he says, "Here's the season.
Yeah.
Here are the signs. This generation will not pass." But I don't really know the day or hour. And what do we get to focus on? Particular Christians who still hold on to these expectations will say, well, he didn't know the day or hour, and he could be talking about today. And it's like,
use
dude,
that to invalidate everything he said.
Everything he said before. Like, what are you on the same? Are you reading English with me here? Like, we're not reading the same book or something. Like, what happened? And so there's like, if they find a weak spot, a wiggle room, a place that gives them the chance. And like you said, you're thinking it'll stay alive as long as that's an option. JR came back, says, we do have the Ahad still living today. They are still at war with the rabbis, sort of.
Amazing. Oh, I don't know anything about that.
And then JR said, Bilal has them brainwashed, and the Yahad still fights to wake the nation of Israel.
Wow.
Wow. I don't have much more to say, but wow.
And then Alan Bird says, recently learned that Urban II and the First Crusade was based on apocalyptic ideas. The book Armies of Heaven by J. Rubenstein is a good intro.
Interesting. I haven't read that one.
I haven't either.
Yeah, I don't know that either.
Huh.
Oh, but that's cool.
That is. Wayne Rossi says, are the characters who undergo apotheosis understood to have joined the Council of the Gods? Are the other accounts of apotheosis than Enoch? Are there other accounts of apotheosis than Enoch, Elijah?
Within the Christian tradition, or sorry, within the Jewish tradition.
I imagine Jewish.
So there's actually, I don't know if so I don't know if we can say that they are understood to have joined the Council of the Gods, because I think where the apotheosis starts to I guess form out of this ancient Israelite religion, people need to understand that like many of the traditions within the Hebrew Bible, while they come from the Israelite religions of the Iron Age, have been heavily redacted and reshaped and revised during the post-exilic period, during which Judaism actually emerged as like this new diasporic expression of the old religion, with the new second temple, but now with also these new communities of Jews living, in Alexandria and Babylon and all over the place. So what we're talking about with something like Enoch, who walked with God and then was no more, you've got this whole tradition developing in the Second Temple period. Traces as far back maybe as the time of Alexander, but probably not even quite that far. This idea of him becoming like a divine figure. And so this is a product of this much later worldview, which no longer has the same kind of sense of a Canaanite pantheon that we see expressed in views about the Council of the Gods or the Council of God, appearing in various places within the Hebrew Bible traditions. And I will say, while he's not a figure who was directly apotheosized, is that a word?
Yeah, I guess. I know what you mean.
But so we do have other examples of figures, who live in heaven, in the Second Temple period. Famously, Moses is there with Elijah and Jesus at the Transfiguration. In Second Maccabees, chapter 15, I think it's chapter 15. Judas Maccabeus is given a sword by the prophet Jeremiah. He actually hands it to him from out of heaven,
right?
In order to help him defeat Nicanor. And so we have examples of this kind of thing, this idea of a figures from the history, heroes of the Jewish faith, functioning in this cosmic realm. But I don't think you can I don't think you can map that back onto like the old ideas about the divine council.
Right. Digital Hammurabi in the house. Dr. Josh says, MythVision, why do you continually have fraud scholars on your channel? Embarrassing
Wondering
atheists.
the same thing.
Yeah, cognitive dissonance. We've been talking. How do you not know this by now? I mean, I'm literally trying to make sense of why I'm suppressing the truth and unrighteousness and want to live in sin. This is the reason. And you know that. You know why I don't want those true scholars on my channel. You know why.
I'm here because I hate Jesus.
So right. Someone's going to clip that. Someone clip that and put that on something right there. I'm here, and put that in a remix. I'm here because I hate Jesus. I'm here because I hate Jesus. Oh my gosh.
Oh God. My mother's gonna see that and she's gonna disown me all over again.
Oh my gosh. Well, Josh, I'm inviting you next week on the channel, and I'm going to keep the consistency of scholars I have on the channel. So you're welcome to come and join me.
The shit scholars, the shit fraud scholars. Yeah.
Yeah, those fraud scholars. JR says, Kittim, city of Cyprus, sons of Belial.
Sons of Belial.
Belial. Yeah. Thank you so much for JR.
Hey, the Belial is actually a play on words, eh? So this term Belial comes out of 1 Samuel, and it's applied to the sons of Eli. Eli is the priest at Shiloh. He's got these rotten sons who are, they're enriching themselves out of the sacrifices being offered at the shrine, and they're also having sex with the women serving in the shrine there, So they're really bad. And the text actually says, it calls the B'nai Eli Belial. So it's and when you see it written in Hebrew, it's actually it looks like it looks like a play on words. It says the B'nai Eli were the B'nai Belial. So that's fun. I think.
Actually, I'm letting everybody know you can vote right now in the chat. Press 1 if you like our fraud scholars, please. You have an opportunity now to participate.
If you don't, should you press 2 or any other number? Any other number. If you don't like the fraud scholars.
There's only one option.
You know, if you,
or how does this work, Derek? If not everybody is pressing one, then does that fuck up the algorithm, or should everybody press?
You know, honestly, they can press 2 or 3 if they also do like my fraud scholars. So almost any number if they like our fraud scholars, but if they don't like our fraud scholars, they can also type any number in right now. So vote whatever number is subjectively true to you right now, and then I will have my mind reading capabilities let me know who's for the guy and who's not.
What number should they press if they hate Jesus?
You know what? I'll let you determine that, because you have a way of knowing. You have a sense of omniscience in your thinking here. So I trust you. I trust you with your atheist powers. You know, it's pretty clear. I've seen you do some things.
Okay.
Hangfa Shy, I always feel like I'm butchering 90% of the people's names. Forgive me. But they probably love super chatting so they can hear me say forgive me. That's very telling that you would structure their what is it?
Is that millennial strategies?
Millennial strategies, probably.
Okay. Along contemporary Greek ideas.
Oh, military strategies along contemporary strategies. He's talking about the War Scroll here. Yeah, absolutely.
Greek ideas. This strengthens the idea that idea this is all man-made. I could believe it if they imagined heaven's weapons or something.
Yeah, no, it's true. So I mean, this is you know, we write what we know,
right? Well, the next one's Vesper says, I mean, are there other texts written after events? So when he said forged, I think what Vesper was trying to say is ex eventu, right? And yes, there's several pieces of literature that act as though something is fulfilled. And we have good internal and external clues, oftentimes depending on the text, on this was written well after, and they're acting like it's happening or it's in their future.
So John, that if you take a screenshot of that that you shared earlier,
you got to hold it up to the camera.
That chart he has.
It's the same one.
Okay. He has the otherworldly journey apocalypses and then the historical apocalypses. And of the historical apocalypses that he lists are Apocalypse of Abraham, Second Baruch, Fourth Ezra, Jubilees, Apocalypse of Weeks, Animal Apocalypse, and Daniel. And on the ex eventu question, are they written after the fact, post dating their prophecies? Every single one is ex eventu. Every single one is post dating their prophecies.
And this is not and this is not even something that's restricted to the Second Temple period, like the post-exilic stuff. This is in the Bible too. You know, the little apocalypse, which is in the book of Isaiah, is sort of it's thought by a lot of scholars to be like a very early sort of form of this. You can see some of that in there, but I particularly like 1 Kings chapter 13. I think that's right. I think it's 1 Kings chapter 13. There's a story of Jeroboam, who has taken control of established basically the northern kingdom. They've separated from the Davidic kingdom and set up their own place there in Samaria. and he erects these shrines at Dan and Bethel so the people, don't have to go all the way back into enemy territory to Jerusalem to worship Yahweh. They can worship Yahweh, represented by a golden calf, of course, at either of these two shrines. And so he's at the shrine at Bethel, sacrificing to Yahweh, and the text just calls this guy a man of God, comes out and prophesies against Jeroboam, and mentions to him how, in hundreds of years Josiah is going to come, and he's gonna break down these altars, and he's gonna burn on them the human bones of the priests, and this is all going to take place hundreds of years from now. And of course, when this does happen, when Josiah does arrive at Bethel and sacrifices all of the priests of Yahweh there, he makes sure to take note of this prophecy that was uttered by the man of God, and instructs everybody that his place, his burial place, is still there, and we need to make sure that we look after it, don't disturb it, don't touch it. So it's
I think most of the literature, it works in this vein of like, it's either Kepha traditions, you have second and third Isaiah, you have people later writing and then tacking on, acting like they're this guy in the past. The other interesting thing is, apart from just the literature, has archaeology buried the Bible? Israel Finkelstein and Silverman literally show like a lot of the sites that the Bible claims that Joshua's conquest happens and this and that happens and yada, yada, yada. There is no layer of archaeology before the 7th century BC in many of these sites, which what I'm saying, that means nothing ever happened at these places before the 7th century. The Bible writes them as if they're 12th century at the time of Moses and Joshua. No, they're 500 years later, and there is significant, in some of these cases, significant things happening, but they're happening in the 7th century, not in the 12th. So there's a lot of like anachronistic, like inserting narrative into the past by 500 years, but really this is stuff that's maybe happening in the current day.
Go for it.
No, I just wanted to say something about second and third Isaiah. Because I think it's important to point out that what's happening there is different. This is not ex eventu prophecy. So what's taking place there is these are songs and poems and literature that's basically expressing the zeitgeist of the present day, which happens to be post-exilic or exilic and then post-exilic Judaism. But they're not written. These are not prophecies, and they're not written as if this is something that is being fulfilled now. So what happens though is, because this literature is appended onto the prophecy of Isaiah proper, over time it gets subsumed under this rubric of Isaiah, right? So even though this was never intentioned to be the kind of thing that we're talking about making prophetic fulfillment after the fact, it becomes that just by virtue of the association to this earlier literature, even though I don't believe there was ever anything of that intent in the writing of this stuff in the first place. I just wanted to say that.
Almost like compilers or redactors put it together and went, oh, this is Isaiah, but it may not have been.
Yeah, so somebody over time, as you're reading this text that has been put together, you start to think about the whole thing as Isaiah, when in actual fact it wasn't. And even at the time this stuff was written, I'm not even certain was intended to be Isaiah, right? It just it ended up that way.
Were you about to say something before we get to
I was
the
just gonna
say
ask
something,
if you guys had ever heard of George Washington's Valley Forge vision?
Mm-mm.
You ever heard of George Washington's Valley Forge vision? So
I've heard of George Washington.
So George Washington had a vision at Valley Forge, at the Battle of Valley Forge, where he saw the outcome of the battle, and he saw, 100 years into the future, he saw the Civil War, and he saw what the outcome of the Civil War would be. And then he saw even farther than that. And the apocalyptic community that I was a part of, actually, in our prophetic history, we had George Washington's Valley Forge vision as a part of our story that was incorporated into our prophetic history.
Wow.
But go to Wikipedia and look up George Washington's Valley Forge vision. You'll read a whole bunch about it. But the thing is, it was written in a paper during the Civil War by I forget which side of the war the guy was supporting, but he was writing it basically as wartime propaganda for one side, and he was predicting the outcome. And I mean, he must have been, I guess, on the side of the Union of the North, because he got it right. He predicted the correct outcome of the war, and then
Cool.
and then charismatic Christians, century and a half later, are reading that and thinking this was actually a prophecy of George Washington, and then we reinterpreted it to then be looking even past that and looking at World War III coming just in the future, and to our future. And because then it predicted accurately all these things after George Washington's time, now we know it speaks accurately to our future. But that's an example. I mean, that is how exponential prophecy works. It fully is exactly just like Daniel and Enoch and all the others. But it's a more modern example, and it's fascinating. When I realized that, because I believed it, I thought George Washington actually had this vision, and then coming out of that community, and I literally just read Wikipedia on that and found out, oh my God, like I found the paper that it was written in, the guy who probably wrote it and all that. And it's just like, I cannot believe, like we just believed that this was true because it fit in with our worldview.
Thank you, someone. Prophecies never fail is because multi-generations could literally wait forever. Latest I heard, every year in the Bible is actually 50 Jubilee years. So this time the rapture will truly happen before 2023 or 2030, sorry.
Well, at least we'll live to see it, right?
Yeah, I'm hoping. Can't wait. Thank you, someone. DMG, does the Old Testament explicitly state what a Messiah is? The term seems vague, and it seems odd that Jews and Christians are awaiting someone with few, if any, recognizable attributes. Great chat.
So, now this is, I mean, the Messiah, Mashiach is a noun that just literally means anointed one, like one who's anointed, and it's always applied in the Old Testament. It's applied to kings and to priests, and I'm not sure if it's applied to a prophet. But this is I tend to think we see pockets of messianism emerging in some of the later texts in the Hebrew Bible in the Old Testament. Certainly in the book of Daniel, you see it in Zechariah's night visions. The second part of Zechariah, you see it in the book of Haggai. But interestingly, this term Mashiach is almost never applied in this period to this figure who's going to be the deliverer of the oppressed nation of Israel. There are other terms that are used to apply to him, usually something like the son of David, or usually like the prophet or the priest. There's this expectation, right, of this figure. The term, I think, most famously applied to a figure of deliverance appears in Second Isaiah, where it speaks of Cyrus as the Messiah of God, and it calls him that because he's the one who has made it possible and issued this proclamation of release and nation building for not just the Jews, but for many people. But the Jews think they're special. So that's where it's first mentioned, and then we see this, but we do see this term picked up later in the post, probably more in like the Hellenistic and later period. So after 300, you see it then applied pretty frequently in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Two special figures. Quite often, the Dead Sea Scrolls call the prophets Mashiachim. It's explicitly. I was on this channel a couple weeks ago, and I read a text which explicitly identified Moses as the Messiah of God. Right. So it has a pretty flexible term. The term Messiah itself, and doesn't really come to solidify into I guess the Greek translation Christos. You see it taking on this firm expression as it's applied to Jesus, right? And then certainly Bar Kokhba was identified as a Messiah, and you have others from this period of time, like the 1st century CE, 2nd century CE, who are also then identified as Mashiach. But it's an interesting question in terms of like an historical investigation of where this term came from and how its meaning developed over time. I'm sure somebody's done the work on that, but I can't think of anything specifically offhand.
Thank you, JR. I was typing Baal, and the spell check put Belial.
Wow.
Yeah. Hey, yep. Wayne Rossi says, "Can you recommend a commentary on Isaiah?"
I would always start with the Hermania series. There's the Hermania commentary on first.
Some of those are,
and they're pricey. But that'd be a good place to start for a critical perspective that would really deal with the texts and not come from a position of doctrine or of harmonization or trying to defend a particular faith stance, but very scholarly.
Some of I think the Hermaniah commentary for Deutero-Isaiah might be a little old, unless they've got something new. I don't know. But I was gonna say Hugh Williamson has he published the first volume on, I think he's doing the whole book, but his first volume, which is I think Isaiah 1-16, was just recently published. It's 5 years old.
Nice.
Maybe, I think. So that's a pretty good one. But again, it's he
just
still has a lot of work to do.
chapters, and he's working on the rest of them. Wow.
Yeah. So, but yeah, Hermaniah is good. Anchor Bible is really good too. And those are sort of like within biblical scholarship, those are sort of like the industry standards, the industry standard texts for critical scholars to consult. Hermaniah, which is published by Fortress Press, and the Anchor Bible, which is published by Doubleday and Yale University Press.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Last one, and then I'll get out of here and let you enjoy the rest of your weekend. Zachary, what New Testament equals Jewish Christian? Revelation, James, Matthew. So pretty much what literature in the New Testament would you say is like a Jewish Christian?
Oh, I see.
Yeah, definitely those. It's hard because it's all on a spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, it just depends. I don't think that there was an older generation of scholarship really liked to build a kind of iron curtain between, Judaism on the one hand and Hellenism on the other. And more recent scholarship recognizes that all Judaism was Hellenized Judaism
right.
in the time that we're talking about. So it's not as simple as saying, well, these are Greek ones and then these are Jewish ones. I mean, Paul is extremely Jewish, but he is also very comfortable in the Hellenized world. The stories that he's living with are the stories of the patriarchs, the stories of the law and the prophets. But he is fleshing them out in a way that, I mean, he is the thing that made Christianity palatable to the Roman world. And if it wasn't for him, it's questionable whether Christianity would have succeeded like it did in the Roman world. But Paul was Jewish. Yeah, I think that
according to Paul, he was the best Jew.
Yeah.
The most humble. Definitely the least. But he worked harder than everyone. He'll let you know how much he worked harder than all of them. Seriously, I appreciate you guys. Got to give you a quick little plug here as we're wrapping up this video. Subscribe to Dr. Kipp Davis. Did we get you some subscribers today? Let's see if we got you some subscribers.
Oh, did you? Did I get any?
I don't know. I can't see because it still says putting in the chat room.
We actually have fewer now. Weird.
Dang, why is that?
Probably.
Oh, God.
That's funny.
And Matthew's too. Subscribe. I want to see if we can get some people who haven't subscribed to you, Matthew, that are watching the stream right now. Christine's laughing at you.
Yeah, I'll laugh it up.
God, is he wearing a shirt? Oh yeah, he's wearing a shirt. All right, we'll give him skin colored shirt. Yeah. Any final words from you guys?
There's a couple things coming up. I'm going to be with Dr. Josh and Derek on Secular Soapbox on Monday evening, talking about the documentary Hypothesis. So please check that out. I am also going to be at the University of Helsinki the first week of May. And on Star Wars Day, May the 4th, I'm giving a public lecture titled "These Things Are Written That You May Believe: Sellers, Scholars, Apologists, and the Fake Dead Sea Scrolls." So I'm working with the people there now to try and figure out if we can stream it or at least record it and then broadcast it later. But yeah, I hope that that's something I can. And if anybody's in Helsinki, then like come to the lecture. So
what time is that going to be on Monday?
5 o'clock Pacific.
Okay.
So I think that's 8 o'clock Eastern.
Making sure.
Make sure you show up.
Yeah, I gotta make sure. I make sure I show up to listen to you guys tell everybody because I
I don't know, or because Josh and I probably got this. If you've got something else that you need to get done.
Well, yeah, I hear you. I think I'm
pressing.
picking up what you're putting down. I think I understand what you're trying to say here.
Non-fraud scholars only.
No pressure at all on getting the course done. We should tease everybody just to let them know I am working right now on an 18 lecture course with Kipp. Kipp recorded it. I just am trying to edit it all together
Then Ryan, my queen upstairs, is going to be packaging it all and getting it right. And then it'll be up for sale. It helps the scholars such as Kipp. It helps MythVision. It keeps spreading the information. And it goes through everything: human sacrifice, polytheism, the tribe clan kind of dynamics in ancient Israel. I mean, you name it. We get to apocalypse. Yeah, and there's some really cool, iconic scenes from huge, famous shows that we've seen that play a role in him teaching this course. But it's a lot of information. It's a lot. Okay, it's a lot. Trust me. But yeah, thank you.
So it's coming.
That is coming. Very soon.
Oh,
okay.
Good.
Soon. Not 3.5 years, not 1,260 days.
Not 1,260 days.
None of that. Seriously, though, I really appreciate you for coming on, Kipp. And Matt. Matt doesn't do this kind of stuff.
Nope.
He's like probably like burnt on both ends right now. He's probably like, I got to take a nap.
I'm gonna sleep 12 hours.
This is my first non-Twitter exchange with Matt. So
good to meet you.
I do believe, I do believe you are. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're reviewing Lydia McGrew's book right now, aren't you?
Yeah. Well, I've been reading like a chapter a week, and it it gets harder and harder to finish the book. The farther I get into it, the less energy I have for it. But the goal, I mean, I want to. What's that?
But I was going to say, I mean, you and Ben, the amateur exegete,
and non-alchemist. We were gonna get together after we all finished reading it and just have a discussion about it, because I think it definitely deserves. It needs responses.
I'm waiting on that, man.
Yeah.
No matter what, this is hey, I'm going to predict something. This is a prediction which is going to prove that I'm a prophet. Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
Buckle up, Buttercup, and clip this, because this is the case. I predict, hold on. I predict that after your review and after you and the others get together and you rip this thing into pieces and then give a praise here or there, because that's what will end up happening. You'll say, oh, wow, she noticed something I never really paid attention to. Cool. Because that's a cool guy you are. But once you give a critical assessment of her material, that's right, a cool guy. You can pay me later. The people who are what are called McPologists, they are the McCrew apologists. No matter what you say, they're not going to change their views. It doesn't matter what you say.
I mean, I don't expect that, but
I'm predicting it. I'm standing here today. Call me a false prophet. If I'm wrong about this, you're not going to change a single person's mind that follows the McCrew's position at all. Because they're right. You know that, right? You're actually wrong.
I'm resisting the truth. Yeah.
Right.
I have no doubt. Oh, yeah, no. But I'm seriously, I am very excited to see what you guys.
We're reading it so that you don't have to.
Yes, thank God. Thank you. Thank you. If I could, one more thing. I recently wrote a book review, and published it over at the Amateur Exegete that people should check out if they're interested in stuff that I do write sometimes. So if people are interested in stuff that I write.
You did a killer review of Francesca's book, but really reviewing. You give a good assessment. Yeah, that was really good. So, where's the link to that? I'll put it in the chat right now.
Oh, okay. Just go to the Amateur Exegete. It's I think now it's like the third post on there. It's called "Good God: An Anatomy of a Terrible, Horrible, No Good Book Review."
Great title.
So it's pretty long. It's like, but it's not as long as Joel's book review.
Where's it at?
Just scroll down on this.
Scroll down on here, and it'll. Oh, okay. Good God, an anatomy of a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad book review. Guest post by
Kipp. So I was Ben Ben took a picture of his copy of God and Anatomy for the blog post splash page, and unfortunately he's got like the shitty American one, so it's not the super sexy blue cover, but that's just
Well, guys,
yeah, this was fun.
This is good.
I'm outie. I'm heading out. Don't worry, Kipp. I promise to start continuing editing this, and I'm gonna need that download so we can keep doing what we're doing. I'm watching the time, brother. I'm watching the time. It is the last hour, So, all right, guys.
All right.
Thanks a lot.
Good to see you guys.
Never forget, we are MythVision. The like button. Love you guys. We are live. I figure why not come on a little early? Everyone will be like, whoa, hold on. It was supposed to be 18 minutes from now. I have a show that I'm jumping on in about an hour, ladies and gentlemen. So I said, why not go ahead and jump into this and get early started? I'm having Jim Majors join me today. But for those of you who don't know, I was a fundamentalist Christian. I did everything I could to keep the Bible true, to keep it something I was being honest with the text and still believing in this. And I went to a position that eventually was in the vein of eschatology called full preterism. They teach that all Bible prophecy is fulfilled, written as though it's fulfilled. So when I became a skeptic of the biblical text, I then started to say, well, maybe this is all ex eventu. Maybe everything in the New Testament is written as though it's fulfilled, but really, it's esoteric, it's spiritual. It doesn't mean what you think it means. Therefore, it's kind of like saying, did you guys know that the entire universe has done a complete rebirth yesterday? Oh, you didn't know that? Well, it did, but nothing actually happened. Nothing really occurred. It's on a spiritual level. But I don't want to straw man, because the temple's destruction is obviously a focus of the New Testament. And that's a very important aspect of the prophecies that are given from the mouth of Jesus, really the authors of the New Testament, because it changes throughout the synoptics. By the time you get to John, it's not the same as it is in Mark, Matthew, and Luke. Regardless, I figured I'd take on this position that I once held in the critical world. I said, what do the critical scholars have to say? What does Bart Ehrman have to say? What do the other scholars who are poking at the Bible have to say about this whole notion of a failed apocalyptic preacher named Jesus? And so me and Jim Majors hung out, and I said, okay, let's do a show and just talk about some of the reasoning that goes on within the New Testament, but also what Christians do. Many of them are saying, guys, at any moment now, the end is going to be here. The rapture of God. And don't get left behind. You need to accept him into your heart as Lord. You guys know the BS, which we know is faulty. Even as a Christian, I came to that conclusion. I said, the church is wrong, man. They're wrong. The text is saying it's about to happen. Then, back in the first century. And so the futurists are wrong. They think something's coming in the future. But what about these preterists? Everything's been fulfilled? And so with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and invite Jim Majors on, and make sure you go down in the description, subscribe to his channel, help support what he's doing. He's a PhD student, and I'm not sure what college you go to, but you're a PhD student and your expertise is focusing on Daniel specifically. Welcome to MythVision, bro.
Hey man, thanks for so much for having me, and thanks so much everybody for joining. This isn't exactly my wheelhouse and my expertise, but it is something that I enjoy talking about, and I did study a little bit. So it's but theology isn't my strong suit, but I think we're gonna get through it okay.
I think so too. You were also a Christian like me. I came to this funny fringe, and I say funny fringe because it goes against the entire Orthodox Church position called full preterism. Now, most of my audience, this is the first time they've ever heard of such a thing.
I didn't know you were a full preterist.
Yeah. I held to this because, I mean, Jesus can't lie. Duh. You know, like it had to happen because I was a textual Christian who like went hard on the Bible and was like, this is expecting, like there was an expectation to happen very, very soon. Paul was supposed to be alive. I mean, to the Thessalonian church, he says, you know, those of us who remain and are alive at his coming. It's like, okay, buddy, don't get married any day now. It's about to happen. Corinthians. So,
or like in Acts 2 on the day of Pentecost, you know, and when they all start speaking in tongues, and Peter says, "Look, this is what was prophesied in the end of days. Like this is it. It's happening." And then like you said, you know, that the further we get through the Gospels, you know, starting in Mark and progressing through, especially starts picking up steam in John, and then in Revelation, we really start to see this imminent view of the end days.
Yeah, John seems to spiritualize. It becomes more of a what do you call that? Realized type eschatology. It's not talking about this imminent, holy crap, it's about to happen. Everything's become, oh, it's inside you, or I am the resurrection. What? What's happening? Everything starts to take on an esoteric meaning.
Yeah, like with the coming kingdom, of God, starting in Luke, actually in Luke and John, you start to see them interpreting it in this spiritual sense. You know, it's not a physical kingdom. You know, it's a kingdom that dwells within us, and that's really what preterists go on, is the spiritual interpretation. Like it's, you know, Jesus' second coming was actually fulfilled in the destruction of the temple, but it was a spiritual second coming,
right? Or something else, because that's how.
Right.
I say this up front to like give a fair warning on what happens when you go to save Jesus. Not when Jesus goes to save you, but when you go out of your way to save the Lord, okay, you will do anything. As a believer, you'll lie if necessary. You'll change the meaning of things. You'll do anything you can to save Jesus from being a false prophet, from being a liar, you'll do anything. You'll come up with these, the whole Bible, the whole New Testament's a fiction, and it's written as if it's all fulfilled. You'll do anything. And that's what the Israel only crowd is. So I must address some of the awesome comments about, first of all, your mustache, man. You know what I'm saying? That is a well-groomed mustache.
Thank you.
I have a full preterist fetish, they say. I always talk about this full preterism. The reason I talk about this, ladies and gentlemen, is if Christians had one thing after you've like done all these things to show the faultiness of the Christian Orthodox or the New Testament text, when they run to something like full preterism, it is the last bastion of the biblical text. It is the place where our last stronghold to keep the Bible true, because the text clearly teaches in that time, first century, it's sometime there. Now, don't get me wrong. 2 Peter comes on. A day is as 1,000 years. 1,000 years is a day. But this is so important because Christians find this and finally go, oh man, how do we deal with guys like Bart Ehrman? Let's make it all fulfilled. So I came from that. That's why I talk like that. People go, why don't you attack the Muslim faith? Why don't you specifically go after this faith and that faith? I was a Christian. I was a full preterist. And those who don't know how interesting this topic is won't understand this is the sneaky little way of hiding to protect Jesus from being a failure. And I plan on taking it down. I plan on showing more and more how it doesn't work. No matter what you try to do, it doesn't work. So
I know a lot of the audience, or at least some of the audience, might not fully understand what preterism is. So would you mind pulling up the slides for me?
No problem, brother.
Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, man.
So let me know when you're ready.
Oh, I'm ready. It's right there.
Okay. All right. So preterism, as you can read, it's a viewing Christian eschatology. Eschatology is the study of the end times, the end of days. And they believe that all of the prophecies concerning the last days, the end times, were fulfilled with the destruction of the temple in 70 AD. And this implies a lot of things, like an early dating for Revelation, for John. Everything has to be dated back before the time of the temple, because if it's not, then it's not prophecy. Preterism comes from a Latin term meaning the past, since that's what it's dealing with, is these biblical prophecies that had already passed. So in preterism, you've got two flavors. Two main flavors, right? You've got partial preterism and full preterism. Full preterists are psychos like Derek was.
Still am. I still am in a way.
And full preterists, there aren't very many full preterists. There are what some people call hyper preterists, where they believe that everything was fulfilled with the destruction of the temple. Now, there are some partial preterists who hold that most things were fulfilled, but the second coming of Jesus and the resurrection are yet to come.
Mm-hmm.
So a full preterist, 70 AD is the second coming. It's usually interpreted as a spiritual coming, giggity, and the final judgment and the resurrection of the dead. And it's not aligned with the historic creeds and confessions. The early church fathers didn't hold to this. In fact, it's considered a heretical position.
I'll go ahead and for a clarification on that note, two things. No one ever held to this till the past 250 years, approximately 1800s and something is the first time we actually see someone who presents.
I got a slide for that, sucker.
Well, we're going to get into that. I just have to say that. And the number two is one of the interesting things that full preterists like to do is they date everything before 70 AD because what is the prophecy portraying? It's saying, look out, just right in a few years from now, you're going to see it happen. And it's the temple. I got so many problems with that, but nonetheless, I'm not denying that there is an aspect of ex eventu applying to the 70 AD temple. It's just they want to clump everything to this. And so I'll shut up.
Right, exactly. So with full preterism, this is essentially where it puts us. If you're on timeline, this is where we are right here in time. And this is where the judgment was. So judgment's already taken place. And what's happened in the past is you had the fulfillment of the Old Testament and the covenant with the people of Israel, and with the death of Jesus Christ and the inclusion of the Gentiles, all came to fruition in 70 AD with the destruction of the temple. So we're over here living in either the new heavens, the new Jerusalem, the new kingdom.
Yeah, this is heaven now for many people.
Right.
It depends on the group.
Not every view views it as this. There are some full preterists who believe that we are actually the ones who are left, the ones who wish we could die but we can't, and we're suffering, and we're left here on a hell on earth to be left behind, so to speak.
Some of them, I'll say, between the cross image you have and judgment, they don't actually allow Gentiles that aren't Israelites. They include the Israelites in that. They say that the Gentiles are Israelites, and this is just about the gathering of Israelites before 70, which is the final judgment where God ends up saving Israel by destroying Israel. It's really weird. But anyway, that's the kind of stuff that they do. And then the new heavens and new earth, they particularly take it off planet Earth. They say, hey, it's out there. And, when you bring up stuff like, I saw a new Jerusalem coming down out of heaven to earth.
Right.
Oh, well, that's allegorical. It's always something, dude. It's always, let me make this Bible connect. It's a big Frankenstein, and all the pieces are there. You just got to bend them to make it all fit,
Right. Or some will interpret it as the church being the New Jerusalem or whatever.
Exactly.
So what I was talking before, hyperpreterism, it has a lot of utility, right? So it fulfills difficulties, like when Jesus says this generation will not pass away until all these things take place in Matthew 24. When he says there's some of those who are standing here who will not taste death until they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Or you will not finish going through the cities of Jerusalem until the Son of Man comes. All of these difficulties are like, well, Jesus never fulfilled these. Well, with hyperpreterist, he certainly did. So hyperpreterism has all of the questions answered. They might not be the right answer, but by golly, they have the answer. So what I consider preterism, or some people might consider like a moderate preterism, it still fulfills things like Matthew 24, Matthew 16:28, Matthew 10:23, and verses like Revelation 1:7 that says he's coming with the clouds. It's often interpreted metaphorically. For example, N.T. Wright is one of these, is a preterist, and he interprets the coming with the clouds as, well, he's not coming, he's actually leaving. He's actually going back to Yahweh. So it's just our misinterpretation. And some preterists down here on the end still leave room for the second coming. They believe that the second coming is going to happen, and then that is when Jesus will judge the living and the dead, followed by the resurrection. Generally, they believe in one resurrection. Well, two if you include Jesus. Well, three if you include the saints in Matthew. Shit, sorry. So partial preterists, they believe that 70 was the end of the Jewish age, but that you still have Jesus in the future to judge us. You still have tribulations to come, the pouring out of the bowls and so on and so forth, the blowing of the trumpets and the crying and the weeping and gnashing of teeth and so on and so forth. And the last days, it's referring to the period leading up to the destruction of the temple. And last days also refers to extending beyond that, the second coming of Jesus that's going to happen in the future.
Right. That's your partials, and you now you're
Right.
getting into the partial timeline. Okay.
Right. So here's your partial timeline. So right now we're here, but there's still we're right here, but there's still events that can happen over here somewhere. So it's still in the future. As long as it's in the future, then partial preterists are good. But the destruction of the temple does have a lot of significance for them. Some partial preterists will try to push back the date. Actually, most of them will push back the dating of the Gospels and Revelation to where they're before the year 70.
Go back to that chart real quick. I wanted to bring something up that I find fascinating. What with the Millerite experiment that happened, and it wasn't an experiment, but when you look at it as an experiment, they expect the end to happen, right? This is history that we can observe. We have writings about. They thought the end was going to happen in 18 something, right? 1840 something.
Yes.
When it didn't actually manifest, when there was no real end to anything, the church did not like stop and go, guys, we're believing in a bunch of BS. Let's all stop believing in this story. No, cognitive dissonance set in. One side said it's spiritual. It happened. It didn't. No one really literally saw these things happen, but it's spiritual. The other side said we got the date wrong. So when the cognitive dissonance set in, the church, the Millerite movement church, continued, and of course that's where we end up getting the Jehovah's Witnesses out of. They're date setters like crazy. Well, in this image you have from 8070, this little bomb that has 70 AD on it, and the church, that continuation, the reason that there is a church today has everything to do with what they expect to happen has not happened. And so if it did, we wouldn't be arguing about these things. This would be something that I think would be wrapped up. But they pushed the date forward. 2 Peter 3, a day is as 1,000 years. Guys, it's coming. We know the Lord has delayed, but he's trying to save more people. So with that being said, I just want to make that emphasis there that the reason a church still exists for full preterists, partial preterists, is because they're waiting for something. Some say, no. What you're putting a date on things that didn't have a date on. I think I'm onto something here, other critical scholars, but they're still expecting something, which is why they still have a church today.
Right. Well, while it's not the case with all eschatological views, with Christianity, specifically with preterism, you have a heavy influence by apocalyptic literature. Like I said, that's not the case with all eschatology, but it just so happens with preterism, you have texts like Daniel and Revelation that can be reinterpreted and reimagined in so many different ways that they can literally be applied to almost every situation. They can be applied to Persia, to Babylon, to Greece, to Rome, so on and so forth. Just any period of persecution where they are looking forward to some sort of relief. So the motivation for preterists is to fulfill these difficulties, specifically with the words of Jesus, because Jesus is essentially predicting his return before the generation dies. And so preterists will interpret it as, whereas modern non-preterists will say something like, oh, well, it's referring to a different generation, not Jesus's generation. Well, no, preterists say, no, it was referring to that generation. That's it, but it ends in 70. So there is no difficulty there. There's no need to twist Jesus's words, which should be cringy for any Christian. And like I said, they push back the dating of Revelation to usually about 65 during the reign of Nero. Right here, this is the early dating. But all of the early Christians, up until the 6th century of the Common Era, they held to the late date, which is what most scholars go by, the late 1st century, 95, during the end of the reign of Domitian. And well, I mean, we know this for several reasons. There are allusions to Vesuvius, the eruption of Vesuvius, with the hellfire and brimstone raining down, and the plague that comes, and the blotting out of the sun, and sky turning dark, and the mountain falling into the sea, so on and so forth. That, for those who don't know, when Vesuvius erupted, it blew off the entire cap and split the mountain in two, and it blew a column of ash like 20 miles high.
Damn.
So these are some of the earliest Christians. Earliest Christians were futurists. People like Irenaeus, Justin Martyr, Lactantius, Papias, all these early Christian texts and early Christian fathers didn't have room for all of them, obviously. They were all futurists. None of them imagined that the second coming of Jesus and the resurrection and all these other things that had come to pass. It wasn't until well, shoot, this is supposed to have the one for here. Oh, well, shoot. Okay, sorry. Well, it wasn't until hundreds of years later that they developed this view.
So bear with me. My mouse died.
Sure.
So I'm not going to be able to click anything for a minute. I'm trying to get that situated, but please continue, man.
Oh, yeah. No worries, bro. You're good. So like, for example, in Revelation 8, it says, the first angel blew his trumpet, and there came hell and fire mixed with blood, and they were hurled to the earth, and a third of the earth was burned up, and a third of the trees were burned up, and all of the green grass was burned up. And the second angel blew his trumpet, and something like a great mountain burning with fire was thrown into the sea. And it talks about like the sounds of trumpets, and a third of the living creatures in the sea died. And then it's like, okay, well, that could possibly be about about the eruption of Vesuvius, but do we really know? It's like, well, I mean, we have writers like Cassius Dio and Pliny the Younger. Cassius Dio refers to giants in the smoke, and these locust giants that are a plague. You have the preterists usually say that, oh, well, it's talking about Vespasian. All of these what they call the Antichrist predictions culminates in is fulfilled in the person of Vespasian. But the eruption of Vesuvius was in 79, 9 years later, almost exactly to the day after the destruction of the temple in August of 79. And Cassius Dio writes it. This is his verbatim. He says, "Then came a great quantity of fire and endless smoke, so that the whole atmosphere was obscured, and the sun was entirely hidden, as if eclipsed. Thus day was turned into night, and light into darkness." And he goes on. He says, "It filled the air overhead and darkened the sun." It falls right into line with Revelation 16:10 that says, "The fifth angel poured out his bowl on the throne of the beast, and his kingdom was plunged into darkness."
It never ends, and they they like recapitulate this over and over. The Christians do that even recently in history. They'll look 1948, Israel was established. There's always something.
Oh yeah. I've heard people use Russia and Germany. They've done it with World War I. They've done it with World War II. They've done it with Vietnam. They've done it with Desert Storm. They've done it with Operation Iraqi Freedom. Over and over again, it's been reinterpreted. People are reinterpreting it right now with the very unfortunate situation going on right now in between Gaza and Israel.
Yeah. Well, I got to say real quick, normalizing atheism. My birthday is coming up in 4 days. Appreciate the shout out. Go subscribe to his channel too. We love what you do, man, and keep it up here at MythVision. Just trying to help people who are like me, who are like you, Jim, who are kind of people who float in limbo, so to speak, and say, look, we don't buy these things, but we want to normalize that. It's like becoming more normal, but nonetheless, it's abnormal to not believe or follow in line with the rest of the sheep on these particular topics. One comment I want to make, and you can bring this up briefly, mentioning Daniel. Daniel flops on its face. And so because Daniel flops on its face, they don't say, what we've been believing is hogwash. I really should try something else or figure out if there's more truth somewhere else, because this failed. And if God promised these things would happen, then it should have happened. But if it didn't happen, was he listening? No, we did something wrong. It was our sin. It was always some explanation, or we did wrong.
Right.
Even when a failed prediction like Daniel comes on, it's right up to a certain point, then it fails.
Right.
The New Testament's now using an already collapsed prophecy ordeal to rehash in Revelation. Can you comment on that?
It starts in Daniel. They're supposed to only be in exile for 70 years, and then they're supposed to be, have the temple restored and be restored back to Israel, back to where they were in charge and they were in rule. But little did they know that for the next hundreds of years, over half a century, they were going to be under the rule of somebody else. And then once they did gain rule, it was only going to be for a short time. So Daniel uses the Jeremiah prophecy because of this unfulfilled prophecy. It's like, hey, we're still being persecuted. We're still under foreign rule. We're still being pressured to do these things. There's still Hellenistic influences. There's still all these issues, taking away of the morning and evening sacrifice, the desolation of the temple, the erection of the altar to Zeus. You have all these issues that the Jews have to explain and say, well, God said it was only going to be 70 years. So why is this still going on hundreds of years later? Well, Daniel has the answer to it. And when Daniel falls on his face, well, Revelation has the answer to it.
Well, I want to say thank you, Gary Stone, for the super chat. He wants you to elaborate, if you don't mind. Jim Majors, will you expound on how people are doing this today with the current Israeli conflict?
Oh, I can't. There's not any one particular interpretation. That's like I said, that's the thing with apocalyptic literature, is that it's so vague that it can be applied literally to
anything,
to anyone. Like, for example, in Daniel, it talks about the king of the north and the king of the south. Well, that's all in context, right? That depends on where you are. The author of Daniel is obviously using the king of the north and the king of the south, juxtaposed to his position to the position of Jerusalem, which was considered the center of the world. So from there, everything is north, south, east, and west. So the Ptolemies and the Seleucids.
I do think it's interesting in the vein of what Gary's asking, though, is every time an Israeli conflict in the land of Jerusalem happens, that is something that is always biblical. I mean, that will have prophecy in 10,000 years from now. I feel like people are still going to be going, oh, well, there's something promised here. There's going to be something here. And it's like,
right. Well, wow. it's because it's such a crucial element. It's one of the things that really can't be reinterpreted. It's one part of this apocalyptic schema that gets borrowed and reused that remains the same. Whatever the interpretation is, it's always interpreted in light of Jerusalem or the temple.
Exactly. And I think that's the point you're trying to make, is like all the other elements, though, can be rehashed. Reading The Apocalyptic Imagination by John J. Collins did a number on me, bro. Like, I did not realize the apocalypse, like, there is a milieu out there of apocalyptic literature that shoots this whole thing into the ground, like, very fast. They're reusing text and it didn't happen. And like I said, the reason the church still exists today, in my opinion, I don't mean any offense to a believer out here, but this is my honest opinion as someone who clinged on to versions of eschatology from premill dispensational to amillennialism. Then I went to partial preterist, postmillennialism, all of that because of evidence, right? So like what from my perception of evidence, then I ended up becoming full preterist because I said, dude, all this stuff was meant to happen then. Did it happen? Did it happen or not? And I was clinging between partial and full preterist. Once you go full preterist, it's a slippery slope because now you disagree with the entire Orthodox Church on everything.
But it's convenient. It's so convenient because you don't have to worry about battling with these texts. And I when we talked about this night before last, whenever we talked about it, I mentioned that most preterists are Calvinists.
Depends, man. They're going to say, oh, nope. See, you don't know what you're talking about. This is the kind of stuff they do, too, by the way. It's just a rhetorical way of saying, you're ignorant. You don't know what you're talking about. No, there's some hardcore free will Church of Christ full preterist, right?
Of course. I'm not saying that this is a universal application by any means. I'm not saying that all Calvinists are preterists. I'm not saying that all preterists are Calvinists. I'm just saying that it definitely is a trend.
Yeah, especially in partial. Look at Gary DeMar, Kenneth Gentry, R.C. Sproul was one of the major guys who participated in this, making me a partial. And then I ended up going full on because I was like, I believe Jesus' words over men. That's what I said.
Exactly.
Hold on. We got a super chat.
But then where does that put you? Where does that put you as a Christian? How did you feel once you'd accepted that, knowing in your head, knowing that the second coming had already passed, something that you may have been, I'm sure, were looking forward to before you converted?
A couple things. I'll get your super chat in just a second, Arjun. This is a good point you make. First of all, I was already a full preterist I became a full preterist and I was already a Calvinist. So my ego was there. I was elect. I was the chosen, right? There's a serious ego that comes with that. And it's not that ego that you're just chosen. You think you're right about everything biblically. Like if you talk to a staunch Calvinist, you'll see what I'm talking about. Not only was I never a Christian according to them, because perseverance of the saints. Tulip, if you don't persevere, you never were. Even though you can argue against that in various passages because they want to harmonize everything. They make everything once saved, always saved. I started to say, hold on, I've been wrong about the church, consensus of the church. So my ego being a chosen one, and that the church is wrong. So there's this bigger ego. I'm right, and billions of people on the planet are wrong.
Right.
So this put me in like this weird, like, I hate to use the word Gnostic, but you kind of feel like there's a gnosis there because you're like, I know, and they all don't know the truth. Mm-hmm. And they're all telling you you're wrong, but you're like, shh, I got the Bible on my side, buddy.
Right. And you're sitting there and you're saying, well, look, the gospel authors, you've got the author of Revelation, you've got Paul, like you've got all these people saying it's happening soon. Like, you're the one in the wrong, buddy.
Yeah, he thinks he's going to be alive at this coming.
Right. But then these stupid church fathers, they obviously don't know what they're talking about, and they all, just believe wrong. So
right. You're hitting something so valuable, because it's like nobody understood any of this. No one. Only this secret group that knew this text. And who the authors are, who knows?
Well, it wasn't even that. It's even worse. It wasn't that they didn't understand it. It's that they completely believed it to be something else. It wasn't even something that was up for debate.
Yeah. Well, I think the reason that the church fathers go off into various different explanations, right, is because it didn't happen. So they're continuously pushing forward. Is that a rooster crowing in the background?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, are you about to deny me thrice here? I mean, come on, my friend.
You got a couple more to go.
So real quick, super chat. Arjun Van de Weird. I always say that. I always read it like literal. And I don't even think the J is supposed to be pronounced. So I apologize for butchering that. Which churches adhere to full preterism? Church-wise, there's this huge issue in the Church of Christ. Like there is a divide, and they demonize the, I guess, Orthodox Church of Christ version demonizes the full preterist versions of Church of Christ. But I can't think of any churches that aren't completely out there splinter sects. They're not in the vein of anything orthodoxy. When they show up in orthodoxy, they're excommunicated or considered outside. I was excommunicated from the Presbyterian PCA Church as a Reformed Calvinist during this process. So I know that it is not permitted within orthodoxy at all. That's the only church that I know of that like flaunts openly, we believe the coming of the Lord happened, other than splinter churches.
Right. And I mean, I can't think of any particular sect, like even like offshoot, like Primitive Baptist or whatever, but it does tend to be Protestants that believe this. That there are many Catholics who believe this, but there's no, of course, with in Catholicism, there's if they make a decision about something, it's a unified decision for the entire church. But there doesn't seem to be a position on preterism. There are Catholics who believe full preterism, partial preterism, futurism, idealism.
I think the historical version of preterism actually came out from a Catholic.
Yes,
it initially started from a Catholic in response to these counter-Reformation arguments. So this was an interesting thing of how it began. But like everything within belief systems, and if you add apocalyptic stuff to it, it just gets recirculated, rehashed, reinterpreted. And I think preterists feel like they have this electness of knowing, so to speak, because they're like, you don't see the historical verisimilitude here, how this is actually fulfilled and how this happened, and you're using it here. And I got to agree with them in many ways, because people are like quoting Matthew 24 right now, probably for what's going on in Israel. And it's like, dude, really? I mean, look, flee to the mountains. When you see these armies surrounding Jerusalem, there are armies right now surrounding, there are people around Jerusalem right now. It's like, dude, this did happen. This is history. But
then ask them for an explanation for the dating of Revelation. Ask them why the early church fathers didn't agree with this. Ask them why. Ask them. What, especially partial preterists. What justification do they have to not be full preterists? What justification do they have to extend, the second coming and the resurrection, but not everything else? You'll find that it's very much pick and choose. That the full preterists are generally full preterists because they don't realize the implications and they like that it answers all the questions. And partial preterists realize that the implications of being full preterist, and so they let slide as few answers to questions as possible.
Absolutely. Real quick, my friend Eric Romeo, he's in Peru, I believe, says Josephus wrote that at the fall of the temple, soldiers and chariots came down from the skies. Any thoughts about that? Regards from Peru, bro. And thank you for the super chat, my friend. One thing I want to mention is this is a go-to place for full preterist. When they want to say, look, Josephus mentions armies in the clouds. That's evidence. What did Jesus say? The Son of Man will come on the clouds. And this is all 70 AD. This is the stuff. Well, I actually have a scholar that I'm trying to interview specifically on this topic, who's an expert on Josephus, to understand what Josephus meant. Now,
Good.
the best bet that he could have is to say, like, as full preterist, is to say, okay, Christians interpolated into Josephus the meaning that Jesus came, right? Or to try and make that. But they're using Josephus literature to try and apply it to a fulfillment of the temple's destruction. I think one thing to keep in mind is Josephus was a religious Jew, number one. So the significance of what's happening to the temple has religious significance to him as not a Christian. Zero to do with Jesus. It has nothing to do with Jesus. So trying to connect those dots is something I'd like to ask Steve Mason, who's a professor written extensively on Josephus. But do you have a comment you could make on that particular passage or that idea? It's supposedly like in that same passage, a cow will give birth to a lamb and all this weird language.
Right. I mean, a lot of that comes from from oral tradition. You know, there's oral prophecies, you know, that the Pharisees held, you know, the Sadducees held to the written Torah. But you had, you know, other Judaic sects that held to different scriptures and different oral traditions. And some oral traditions are, you know, they have weird things like that. But with the chariot, you know, coming down and Jerusalem being destroyed by that, I mean, it's obviously an allusion to the invaders, right? To the Romans destroying the temple. But I don't see it as him interpreting it as being Jesus. Right. Even though I believe that one is an interpolation for sure. There's still at least one reference of Jesus by name in Josephus. Yeah. And so I think if Josephus was referring to Jesus, he would say Jesus. And nowhere when Jesus is talking about coming back does he mention about coming with an army of chariots. I don't know if that's what you were insinuating, but that is what a lot of people interpret that as.
Matthew 16, right, talks about some of them standing there will not taste death. We talked about this. Like, it's supposed to happen before everyone dies. Some of you standing here will not taste death until the Son of Man repays each man according to their deed. Judgment, and you know, if you've been good, you get a good reward. If you've been bad, you're going to get judgment. The interesting part is that the judgment thing they tie into this destruction. Well, you'll see him with his angels. Talk about angels, right? Repaying each man according to his deeds. The preterists want to point to Josephus and say, well, he saw armies in the clouds, or at least he accounts that people saw armies in the clouds on that day, or they saw something. And whether this is some reflection because there's a storm in the sky and they're seeing something, scholars, from what I understand, don't look at that and go, oh, that's prophecy. No, in the New Testament.
In so many cultures around the world, in ancient China and ancient Egypt, I mean, even as far as Christianity goes, you can look at Constantine, you know, seeing the Cairo in the sky. You know, it's something that it's basically signifying that there is divine approval. Right. You know, that you have the deity on your side, that they have your back, therefore you are in the right. So in any case where the argument could be made that they're in the wrong, it's like, well, no, you know, I saw a vision in the clouds, the chariots came down, they were fighting on our side. So in this case, it does seem that Josephus is talking about divine retribution against the Jews.
Yeah, I think that does fit this criteria in many ways, but trying to connect those two dots aren't necessary. I don't think that's like a way of saying it happened, it's fulfilled, is the way that the preterists are saying.
Right. Well, the preterists are saying that it's because the Jews rejected Jesus, you know, and so, you know, 36 years later, 38 years later, that he made judgment on them, that for rejecting them. So he destroyed the temple, and which is what he was supposed to have predicted in Matthew, you know. Well, in the Gospels.
Yeah, that's and that's the interesting part about this is a lot of these people who aren't even preterist in any way don't see the significance of the temple and how that is. It's important you do look at that. But the full preterists make everything. The whole New Testament connects dots. And then when it doesn't connect the dot, or they hear arguments from people who aren't full preterists that, nah, this hasn't happened yet, or they were expecting this to happen and it didn't, they date the books before 70 AD to make things fit, you know. They've got a lot working for them, though. I'm not going to deny it. You know,
but they have a lot against them. The word didn't reach every nation.
Well, it depends on the group you ask. They'll say Paul said it had been preached to every creature under heaven, and you got to get.
Well, he gave that command, but was it done by 70? Absolutely not. Christianity didn't extend beyond the coast of the Mediterranean, you know, for a good while. You know, it wasn't until Constantine that it actually took off. Like, it was spread out throughout the Roman Empire, but it was sparse.
Interesting note on that, though. Paul is heading to Spain, right? He's full preterists interpret this particular passage that says the gospel has been, past tense, they say, preached to every creature under heaven, right? So they think everyone has received it. They don't mean bugs and beetles and dogs and cats. They mean all humans, right? Or at least all the ones that needed to hear the message. Problem is, Paul's still trying to make it to Spain. Looking in Acts, he hasn't made it there to preach this message. So how is Paul saying it has been, yet they haven't even made it to Spain to give this message, and he dies before he gets there? So there's a lot of problems with this. It's just, how do we make it fit so our story's true? And that's the problem I keep seeing.
Well, in a lot of cases, you know, when it talks about the whole world or across the four corners or what have you, especially in Paul's case, looking at it in context, they're generally referring to the Roman Empire. So the Roman Empire was the known world to them, like that was the world. You know, it certainly didn't go to Key West, you know, or to San Diego and deliver the gospel.
I'm with you 100%. 100%. Before we did this live, there's this guy, Jason DaCosta, who is in the vein of full preterism, and he has another channel and stuff. And I guess he's been on a hiatus lately, but he did a video and he had to bring my name up. You know, he had to bring my name up. It's part of the Israel only crowd. But I actually said, look, dude, let's do a live, have you come on, and let's engage in this particular topic where he thinks the ethne of the New Testament are actual Israelites. And I said, dude, I'd be willing to have a discussion and debate, not listen to what he has to say.
Wait, one more time?
The Gentiles that Paul is talking to, not the Jews.
Yeah.
The Gentiles are Israel. The Jews are from Judah to them. So there's the two-house theory. And he argues that it's only about Israelites, ethnic Israelites, which to me is not what I'm finding. But I just figured I'd make the comment, like, for those who are watching, who are probably preterists, who are aware of this, I did make the open public announcement. I'd be willing to challenge him here on MythVision. I don't shy away from this discussion. He has such ad hominem, like the way he approaches this with me. It's like, dude, let's talk. I'm not a believer. I'm not a Christian. So, but at the same time, I'm not going to be an idiot and sit here and just buy a conspiracy theory. I do think it's a conspiracy theory, because how do you address actual non-Israelites joining this movement? You have to have a conspiracy set up. Pagans just found this one day and jumped on it and said, let's believe this thing that has zero to do with us. Or did Paul open the door and it was cracked, but they slammed it open. And then next thing you know, Jews are now ostracized. That's what ends up happening. So,
well, nobody wanted to go through that door. Everybody knew that the crack was open. Everybody knew that it was available to them, but none of the Gentiles wanted to go through, because up until the time of Paul, going through that door meant getting the tip of your junk snipped off, and you're losing your BLT. You know, there was too much to give up for them. You know, they still wanted to be able to worship other deities. You know, they still wanted to be able to practice their pagan rituals and not be, you know, not have to conform to these dietary restrictions and all these other ritual necessities. But Paul really opens up the door for them and is like, no, it's good. You know, it's all about just reinterpreting it. I think it's really telling. Whenever they say they say that we have a gospel for the Jews and you have a gospel for the Gentiles. I think that's really telling.
Yeah, why would you have two separate gospels, so to speak, for two different groups?
Right.
I mean, if that's what it seems like it's portraying, but also this new covenant idea that's mentioned in Jeremiah is talking to the northern and southern kingdoms, right? It's clearly in Jeremiah. However, it's a reestablishment of the law. Like this is a remarriage to the law of God, to the Torah. And here you have
in no covenant, in every covenant, whenever there's been a new one, never did it make the old one obsolete. It always added on to it. It wasn't until the Christians interpret there being them having a new covenant, so to speak, because the actual new covenant's in Jeremiah, like you said. But their interpretation of the new covenant acts as if it made all previous covenants obsolete, which is really a slap in the face to God.
According to the Torah, and according to the Hebrew scriptures. So they recapitulate. I call it recontextualization. They're doing this Pesher thing where they're reusing it, and it has zero to do with its original context in the same vein. So that what is happening in the historical situation in the first century is not the same back then. But I do want to harp on Daniel, since that's your expertise briefly. In Daniel, there's prediction ex eventu. You just did a debate on this. The timing and dating of this text is 2nd century BC. And there's a prediction that things were supposed to happen in Daniel's day, the end. All the apocalyptic literature that's surrounding Daniel and the New Testament, fourth Ezra, there's tons of it listed in the
Enoch, Maccabees, and
I'm talking about like even down to the book of Revelation that's contemporaneous to that, that you find
contemporaneous.
It's in the same like time, even late 1st century, early 2nd century. We still have literature. It continues a little later on after that. Even John Collins talks about this, but they're all talking about an end of wickedness. They're not talking about a local, small little situation. There's supposed to be a real earth-changing event happening, and it never happens. So everyone keeps using this old material and slapping it onto their sandwich. By the time you get to the New Testament, you've got BLT mixed in with a turkey sandwich, mixed in with bologna, with, I'm just saying all this stuff to try and make it happen, and it doesn't.
Well, most of it does happen. The only part that does, it happens right up until the middle of the 3rd division of the 70 weeks of years. There's only 3.5 years left, but from that period on is when they screw it up. From where there's this abomination that makes desolate. Which is the erection of the altar to Zeus and the slaughtering of a pig over the Jewish altar. But the important things are fulfilled because to a Jew reading it in the 2nd century BCE, they don't just see these false predictions coming, because up until that point, they see all these hundreds of years that have been accurate. And for them, while Antiochus doesn't, defeat Ethiopia, he doesn't die in between the mountain and the sea. He still dies. There's still a restoration.
A human dies? A human dies? I'm just kidding. No, that's expected.
But you still have the for the Maccabees, it's for the Maccabees, it's something to rejoice about, because they won. They in the face of what they thought was going to be a complete loss. It was almost hopeless, but because the Maccabees knew the terrain, they could fight 6-1 and win. And because they won, and they, for a very short period, even though they were under, they were just a vassal state under foreign rule, they still had rule of themselves. They were no longer under direct oppression. So they had something to celebrate. So even though it didn't wind up happening exactly the way it did, nobody's going to bitch about it, because
Daniel too.
Hey, it's close enough, because the end goal was that we win, and we won. So and then but then it wasn't much later, just just 100 years later, a little over 100 years later, that you can apply it to the temple. There's so many things that you can apply it to, because there is, people like Nero and Domitian and people like that. But it does necessitate another text to provide clarification and addendums that really make it certain people stand out. So then you have Revelation coming, which introduces ideas like 666, the different beast, the fire and brimstone imagery with the dragon and the woman with the stars, and so on and so forth.
Well, yeah, I think they just rehashing, like you said, Daniel, to utilize in Revelation. The thing about preterists, though, they don't permit Domitian to enter the scene. They don't even see Domitian as part of this at all. They see
right, because it's too late, because it's past the temple.
And that's all you need.
Right, but I don't see what the problem is, because all they would have to say is that
I'm gonna block
the author of Revelation was a prophet.
I gotta block this troll real quick. The dude down there, Wesley Curley's just, bro, he just, like, if you're gonna comment, you want to preach a little here and there, we don't mind. You comment over and over and over. It's like, dude, chill. So I just blocked him. Please continue.
What's he saying? I didn't see it.
I can't even understand half the crap he says in English, and then he writes in Hebrew and all this stuff. So I just went ahead and blocked him. Yeah.
Gotcha,
So go ahead.
No, that's really about it. It's just like I said, I can say it over and over again. That's just the nature of apocalyptic literature, is that it has that utility, and preterists take full advantage of it, but they end up shooting themselves in the foot, because you have a lot of issues. A lot of issues.
All you need is one thing that goes after 70. You got a problem. Yeah. And the biggest problem I see, there's preterists who want to say that the church continues and that we're in that new covenant, new heaven and new earth phase. Because remember, heaven doesn't literally mean heaven. Earth doesn't literally mean earth. It has a covenant explanation. Death does not literally mean death. Oh gosh, let me get started on the dictionary, guys. Everything doesn't mean what Christians think it means. You Christians are wrong. It means something else. The day that Adam ate the fruit, he didn't physically die. Well, then how did he die? They don't allow he got kicked out of the garden and that he was going to meet death at some point, that he was going to die, because they say, well, it had to happen that 24-hour day. And so their interpretation of death in the garden goes all the way to the end of death in Revelation. Already happened. Right. That's all old covenant. Real quick,
but whatever you do not even think for a minute, considering or asking them to consider that maybe Jesus's death was metaphorical or allegorical. That's what? No, that was definitely literal, because it has to be.
Yeah, that's a great point, and I think that's the big crux, is why the church kept holding on to an actual resurrection. Yeah, literally. William, thank you for the super chat. Aren't the reinterpretation of biblical prophecies a way for Christianity to renew itself through the formation of new sects and congregations? I believe 100%. In fact, it's my opinion, and you can correct me here if you think differently, Jim. The reason we have denominations isn't because it's just vague language, even though it is in many respects. It's that the New Testament, the Old Testament, all these books contradict when you try to make them one message. So when someone goes, you need to go to this church because they really are accurately line upon line, precept upon precept. When's the last time you heard that phrase? Interpreting the biblical account. And that's why we have the true answers. We know the truth. The groups I'm talking about do the same thing, and they can't agree on anything. Is it corporate body view, or is it individual body view? Yep. Is it IO, Israel only, or is it ongoing new covenant, heaven now, realized eschatology? What is it? And you could go anywhere you want and borrow to new places within the text to create your little ventriloquist dummy. Have the Bible say what it needs to say. You can have it talk, and it says what you want it to say, so that you're not wrong and that the Bible's true. That's what Bart Ehrman said on the interview I did with him recently. If you want the Bible to not contradict, you can make it not contradict. But that word "make" has a lot of weight on it and what that means.
Yes. Yeah, I challenged Christians here a while back. I said, give me any two texts that are about the same thing that you think is a contradiction, and I will harmonize it. Anything doesn't have to be about Christianity, and I'll harmonize it. Just to show that if you want something to say something bad enough, then you can do it. And I will say it's a lot easier to do it with the Bible in English, but you find that from the very first mention of theological language, just in the Gospels, and just whether it's Christological development or the view of sanctification, or the view of Jesus's divine nature, or his subservience to God, whatever it is, as early as the Gospels, you see a schism in between people. And no two people that write on Christianity for hundreds of years can you put their texts side by side and say, yeah, these guys agree. These guys are saying the same thing. So they all disagree somewhere, and you will find that nobody disagrees. I always say that you'll never go to a church and find somebody there who doesn't agree with what the pastor's saying. Why? Because they will go wherever the pastor is saying what they want to hear.
I agree.
Yeah, you won't find somebody speaking in tongues in a Catholic church. It just doesn't happen.
I don't see that that's the particular teaching that they follow. Real quick, Jonathan McClatchy, welcome to the chat. We actually brought up his examples. So
yes, that's a great point, Jonathan.
I'd love to have a conversation sometime with Jonathan, actually. And so he says, if you want the Bible to contradict, you can also make it contradict. And this is a fact. So this is something. Look, I'm taking jabs at evangelical Christians today, and not just them, full preterist, you name it. Everybody all in the same lump, that are taking this divine approach that all these texts all magically somehow work themselves out perfectly. And with the examples that you brought up, I actually went into this when I actually was prepping for the show with Dr. Ehrman, thinking to myself, maybe Ehrman will actually concede to some of your points, because you brought up some interesting ways to view these things to try and reconcile these contradictions. And I thought maybe he'll go, you know what, that's not that big of a deal. Maybe that might work, and that works. But my question for you, Dr. McClatchy, would be, do you find any contradictions? I'm interested to hear, like, skeptics like me and others sometimes go overboard, and I agree with you that sometimes we may over skepticize and over try to make things not work because we are on this biases that, well, we don't believe it, and so therefore we're looking to see if there are problems. And I get it. But is there a balanced view that you take and you say, look, we've got problems for sure? Or do you take everything, undesigned coincidences and such examples, to try and reconcile the Gospels? How do you see any problems? And that's my question to you. I'd love to get up with you after this. We're friends on Facebook, by the way. I'd like to talk with you and see if there are any particular contradictions that you see, or do you just see everything here divinely correct and no contradictions? It all works together. There's no issues within the New Testament in that regard. So,
I agree with Jonathan. And Jonathan, good to see you. I haven't talked to you in a while, man. But I think it would be more helpful to sort of rephrase it. I mean, it's whether contradiction or not, harmonizing or not. The point is that if you want something to portray a certain idea bad enough, especially whenever there are 2 or 3 texts with minor differences, you can make them say what you want. If text 1, text 2, and text 3 say 1, 2, 3 different things, and you want the other 2 to say to portray what one means or to bolster it, you can. If you want to bolster number 3, you can. If you want to bolster number 2 with the other 2, you can. It's all about what you want to do with the text.
That's why I'd like to get Dr. McClatchy. In fact, I'd like to see you critically take on the preterist. I mean, you take your time, and I see how you deal with text. I'd like to see him do a critical assessment of people like full preterists, because look, there's some things that they definitely separate themselves from Orthodox Christianity in every regard. I mean, like almost every regard. They literally argue when Jesus ascended on high, he might have cast off his body.
I'd like to see Jonathan McClatchy and about 5 full preterists in a pool of Jello.
Michael Poole, thank you for the super chat. How do preterists view the relative failure of Jesus' message in his lifetime among the Jewish people? So I guess it depends on the preterist. A lot of
and the message.
That's true. The partial preterist will say there was no failure in his lifetime. They'll say the resurrection, final judgment, and such are future events. And one thing that I can appreciate is they'll go to passages, even though I don't necessarily agree with the conclusion, they'll go to places like Revelation to say that judgment is a post-mortem scenario, not necessarily an in-history cataclysmic event in many respects. Now, sometimes it sounds like when you die, then the judgment. Other times it sounds like judgment's going to happen here on earth, that this is what's going to happen is God's going to come in and make judgment happen. So it just depends on where you go. But full preterist, they don't accept any failure at all. I mean, they make it all a success and an actual accomplishment that did happen. They just wrestle over the details.
Or they don't seem to be aware of any difficulties. I think would be a better way to put it, because there certainly are difficulties, but they're not at the forefront of their mind. There aren't any immediate difficulties like in Matthew, but when you bring in things like the coming of the Messiah is supposed to be, like in Psalm 118, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. It's like, well, if these are the Romans who are destroying the temple and they're coming in the name of the Lord, are we supposed to, like wave palm leaves and like, are we supposed to praise this guy? Like, what are we doing?
Real quick, Jonathan, thank you for the answer back. He says, yes, I believe there are real contradictions in the gospel.
My man.
And I have written about those too.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Yes, please, but please link me on that, bro.
Yeah, just message me on Messenger, Derek Lambert, Derek Lambert. So we're friends on Facebook. Send me what you have. I'll look it up. I do plan on also interviewing Dr. Ehrman again here sometime soon, hopefully. I emailed him yesterday, and I'm like, hey, let's get together again. But
you got to refill your piggy bank, bro.
Yeah, he takes the chunk out of there. You know what I mean?
Subscribe and like MythVision. Donate whatever you guys can. This channel deserves it.
Oh, I appreciate it, man. Well, look, I like to get many ideas. And if I'm going to present and allow Christians to come on, I do want to have the other side critical. Like someone yesterday was like, why don't you get Dr. Heiser on? He can reconcile these issues, Old Testament contradictions and stuff. And I said, I'd like to, but he denies the documentary hypothesis. He completely refuses to see any form of that being the case, multiple source material creating the Old Testament. So I said, I really would like to see a conversation with him and an expert on the documentary hypothesis dealing with source material in the Old Testament. That would be an interesting discussion. I have never found anybody who rejected the documentary hypothesis who actually held an alternative, a viable alternative that explained the difficulties the way the documentary hypothesis or the variations of the documentary hypothesis do. I think that's well said. Is there anything you'd like to say closing up on the topic of this whole prophecy ordeal? It's just, prophecy is the prediction of a future event before it occurs. And there's just no good evidence that prophecy exists. I'm open to evidence for it. Especially whenever you want to claim that it's divinely inspired. But just in the case of preterism, just preterism, while it looks good on the surface, you don't have to scratch very hard to see the shit underneath. I feel like it takes away, if you really focus on it, it takes away the power of what was expected. Everything starts to become vague and not that, oh, the temple, that's reality, but nothing else really matters. What is resurrection? What is, and so I've told full preterists, you guys should read the Gospel of Thomas and incorporate that into your canon, because in that he says, when will the repose of the dead be? You know, and the disciples asking Jesus, and he says, look around, hasn't happened. Or he says, no, look around, you don't see it, but it has already happened. Sorry. So it's already a fulfillment where it looks like realized. So technically full preterists are kind of Gnostics. They don't accept that label, but that's really what they are, is a form of Gnosticism, if you will.
Yeah. Yeah. Or proto-Catholicism.
If it depends on who you ask. Depends on who you ask.
Yeah. But I mean, thank you so much for having me on. I had a great time talking about this.
I did too. I'm glad Jonathan popped in. We got to have off-air chat.
I'm glad all 220 of these amazing people popped in. Thanks for watching, guys.
Well, dude, it's Jim Majors. Look at your mustache. Everyone saw that mustache and was like, irresistible. Dude, gotta come check that mustache out.
That's all I got going for me. I'm just gonna paint the rest of myself green and just come on with the mustache.
La 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 la. That's all you said, but the mustache is what kept him in here, man. It's seriously
That's right. Right.
So I want to share this screen real quick to let everybody see. Down in the description, if you will, please go show my boy some love. Go subscribe to his YouTube channel. The mustache is there for everybody. You get plenty of the mustache as long as you go and subscribe to his channel and hit like on these, man. He's done a lot of debates. If you don't know, he's been on Modern Debate a lot, which is a growing channel. Some of the topics I can't even get into, but I love the guy. He's a great host, but nonetheless, it's like flat earth gets I mean, all the stuff that you can imagine gets brought up. Bigfoot, did Bigfoot exist? It's like all that. Go here to his YouTube channel, subscribe, hit the bell right there, ding, ding, ding. And then when he drops a bomb, you can check him out. But that is it. That is all I have. Ladies and gentlemen, email me if you have any questions. We've got so much more to do. I really want to get Steve Mason on now about that Josephus quote to deal with armies in the cloud.
I'll be really interested to see what he has to say about that.
For sure.
It's not my expertise at all.
Absolutely. And Jason DaCosta, I have said it. I'll say it again. You are welcome to join me live. Let's have a debate discussion, you and I, on the Israel-only topic. And I've gone to your channel. I've said it. You know, we can get rid of the ad hominems and go ahead and let's do this. Let's talk about these ethne being Israelites and go into that. I would ask that you read Jason Staples' work, though. I know you have some little trollish comment to make about all this stuff. Really, Jason Staples would be important on Second Temple Judaism and the Israel idea, what that means. So I'll be interviewing him soon, too. He was a student of Bart Ehrman. I'm looking forward to that and talking about his book. So with that being said, we are MythVision. Thanks for joining me, Jim. All right, everybody. We're going to get started here with a 30-second countdown and let everybody start trickling in because I just read an awesome book. I can't wait to touch on some stuff with you guys, and this will be exciting. So let's get it kicked off. Okay, guys, I'm your host, obviously, Derek Lambert. If you don't know that yet, welcome to the channel. Here's my corny little 10-second intro for you guys because it takes time for everyone to trickle in, and we're going to start talking about failed prophecy in the New Testament, pretty much how the second coming did not happen. But there's a lot I need to build up to this, and you guys will be able to join me if you want to live today. I'm hanging out with you. So here's the intro. Someone said that intro was cheesy the other day. And all I could think about was Dr. Price when he says, "Blessed are the cheesemakers," from The Life of Brian. So fine. Whoop-de-doo. That's fine with me. Welcome to MythVision Podcast, everybody. Let's see. Everybody's starting to slowly trickle in. You guys might make it here before Jesus ever returns. So, this whole video is about the New Testament and prophecy. I guess I can back up and tell you guys, like most Christians, they think the end is coming soon. They somehow think it's probably going to happen within their lifetime. And I just interviewed, let me share this with you guys. So this is my Patreon here. Let me go down here. I interviewed Lloyd Evans on Failed Prophecies. Where's he at? There he is. So Lloyd Evans and me, we did Failed Prophecies for the Jehovah's Witnesses and how they made many predictions. Of course, the doomsday predictions fell once again, as usual. Russell Gamirkin's coming up, guys. I got Matt Delahunty. What would it take to convince Matt, right? Shannon Q, little plug showing you guys the Patreon. Of course, there's tons and tons more there. But I wanted you guys to see that the Jehovah's Witnesses do nothing new than what the New Testament was already doing. The entire New Testament, the vein of the New Testament, is all about date setting. The end is soon, guys. Anticipation of the parousia, the destruction, judgment, etc., etc. And I was a Christian who had many dreams about the end, which was very soon in my life. It was going to happen probably before I died because, we're all special. We always think in our lifetime, this is when it's going to happen. I went to this non-denominational church, and the lady pastor, which is a big no-no for most Orthodox churches, unless you started to become more liberal, she said that Jesus told her verbally that he was going to come back in her life, like before she died. And I remember this. She is dead. She's a wonderful woman. I always loved her every time I saw her, but she's dead. And of course, Jesus has not come back. Goes to show you, tons of people do this, right? And if you've gone to church and you've heard this, I told this to my sister-in-law yesterday. I told her, you need to read this book. Okay, this guy right here, I just did an interview with called Broken Promises. Extremely good book. I should have put a link down in the description. Actually, it is. It's in my recommended books, the Amazon affiliate link down below. You guys can look at the book. It's like $8 on ebook, $13 hard copy. This book, I'm getting ahead of myself because at the end of my trying to hold on to Jesus, I had started studying eschatology. Eschatology is the study of last things or end of days, the last times, the end of time, all those Armageddon, stuff that you see in the book of Revelation, all that stuff. And I started to study that and take it seriously and realized, okay, Jesus, or according to the Gospels, Jesus said, it's going to happen. I'm coming back within the lifetime of a lot of the disciples that were there, like Matthew 16, and of course, Matthew 24, Luke 21, Mark 13. These different synoptic gospels play the same end time scenario, so to speak. And then you can get into Paul. Paul's talking about don't even get married, all this stuff, right? And I said, man, am I going to believe the Orthodox Church that has had the Orthodox position, Jesus will come back, the resurrection's going to happen, future tense, at some point in our distant future or sometime in the near future? Or am I going to believe Jesus, who said to the context of his disciples back in the first century that he was going to return then? And I had to wrestle with that. Like, believe everyone else, everyone's swimming one way down the stream, or I had to go uphill because I wanted to follow what the Bible was saying. And I found myself becoming excommunicated from the Presbyterian PCA church. It was a Reformed church, actually right down the street from where I'm at, because I couldn't go to that church anymore. I had to sit in front of 5 judges that were like judging me at the church, trying to get me to repent from believing in this doctrine called preterism. Preterism is the teaching that the prophecy of something happened in the past. It's past tense. So I'm rambling here, guys, but I want you to see where I'm going with it. the last stand I had within believing in Christianity was to try and defend that Jesus actually did return in the first century, because that's what he said he was going to do. And Christians love running to 2 Peter 3. A day is as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is as a day. No one knows the day or hour, not even the Son of Man. Yet Jesus wants to give all of these signs and seasons, and things are about to happen. Paul's talking about those of us who remain at his coming in 2 Thessalonians. It's like, these guys don't have time to finish their breakfast. Get ready, because he's coming back. I accepted that that was the truth. But what do you do? How can you accept that what he said was the truth? It was supposed to happen then. You have to define things differently. And what happens is the full preterist, not partial preterist, Gary DeMar, Kenneth Gentry, other R.C. Sproul, partial preterist that I was before I came to this position, full preterist have to redefine terms to make them mean something in the context of the first century. And I want to give you one example. This guy, and I'm going to show you an image here, is the one who convinced me of full preterism initially. And I was actually a Reformed Calvinist at the time. So Don K. Preston, this guy right here. Okay, let me open it up for you guys to see. You won't be able to hear him. Hold on one second. Very enthusiastic. Maybe I should let you guys hear him, man. His teaching, he was very nice and kind, and like, it grabbed me. I was like, okay, this guy kept teaching Jesus is coming back. I had no choice but to accept when the text was saying these things. I said, dude, this is legit. Let me see, where's he at? Yeah, Now God's TV. Oops. I didn't hit the audio part. Apologize, guys. Stop share. Sharing now. Here we go. I want you to hear how he speaks. If you aren't aware of him, you will be now. All right, so here we go.
Morning to you. Welcome back to Morning Musings. My name is Don K. Preston. I am the president of Preterist Research Institute of Ardmore, Oklahoma. I appreciate you being with me here on Now TV. I do appreciate hearing from some of you in regards
so
to
I'm going to stop,
of my videos.
But this is the guy. Okay. Let me pause this. It's in my ears now. Okay. This is the gentleman who started to go through the evidence in the New Testament that Jesus expected it to happen soon. The disciples expected it according to the narrative. It all is going to happen soon, guys. Get ready. He's at the door. It's the last hour. You know, on and on and on. Soon, mellow, the term in Greek, like, it's about to happen. So he convinced me. And I said, man, I got to stick with the Bible. I can't go with these guys just because everyone else feels comfortable with certain teachings. And I had always wanted to find out more and study. And so I ended up coming to the position. Here's the thing. These guys take passages like 2 Peter 3. Because Jesus predicted that things were going to happen soon, that means they wanted to lay everything on 70 AD, the temple's destruction. Everything, including 2 Peter 3. Now, I don't know about you guys. If you've done any research on scholarship and understanding, 2 Peter is a forgery. Hands down. I didn't know this as a Christian. I didn't know this. He still makes these arguments, of course, as a Christian, a Church of Christ. I think he was a pastor at the time, but it's a forgery. What's that mean, Derek? Whoop-de-doo. A lot of those books are forgeries. Who cares? Well, the dating of this text gives you a lot of reasons to understanding the text itself, that many scoffers and mockers will come in the last days. Where is this coming? Has he delayed? That kind of thing. This book being written middle 2nd century is obviously trying to dull the fangs of those accusers toward the Christians who are waiting any second for their Lord to return, and yet he hasn't come. As a full preterist, I had come to the conclusion that all these books were written prior to 70 AD, New Testament books. That means the Gospels included. Remember now, I'm still drinking the Kool-Aid. So I thought everything was pre-70. I even argued the book of Revelation was written before 70 AD to try and make my point. And as I continued arguing this point, I realized Jesus came back. Never once did I realize the implications of forgeries and texts like 2 Peter 3 coming in and saying, look, A day is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is as a day. Okay. He'll come when he'll come. Or when you look in Matthew chapter 16, verse 27 through 28, approximately, guys, I don't have the book open, but it says something like this. There are some of you standing here, talking to his disciples, who will not taste death. You won't die until you see the Son of Man coming in power with his angels, pretty much bringing the kingdom of God to repay each man according to their deeds. Give the righteous their goods, give the unrighteous judgment, right? Judgment, salvation, resurrection, you name it. He's coming. And some of you standing here are going to see this. Full preterist, just keep doing this right here. And they go, yeah, it happened. And you know what's crazy? I had that open. There are videos that get like 1.2 million clicks on YouTube about the lamest fake, Jesus is going to come any minute. You know how we know Donald Trump said this. And if you look over in the Middle East and you find it, it's like, what? Like, have you been reading what newspaper Bible are you reading? You must be reading everything you want into today's time, not realizing Jesus is telling his disciples right there, when you see armies surrounding Jerusalem, flee to the mountains. Okay, Bob, which mountains? Appalachians or the Rocky Mountains? Where are you going to flee? He's talking to people in Jerusalem, according to the narrative. So it started getting complex. This thing became very complex. Did Jesus come back? And I wanted to borrow preterism and bring it into critical thinking. I wanted to bring it over into the critical scholarship world. I couldn't understand why Bart Ehrman would say Jesus was a failed apocalyptic preacher. Doesn't he see that the fulfillment happened? That he said it was going to happen, and this is just a fictional story saying it did? And that's when I started to challenge even my full preterism. A lot of the guys who have left it are either Israel only guys, or they don't challenge the preterism. They keep buying into this, drinking the Kool-Aid of preterism, yet they're no longer theist or whatnot. So guys, I'm so not even looking at your comments, and I am now going to your comments. So repent, heretic, someone says. Yes. In the name of Jesus, I'm so sorry. My mom makes me pray from time to time. I do it for my mom anyway. I love my mom. By the way, my granny's in the hospital right now with brain cancer. So, I'm going to be driving down there soon. Hold on. Here we go. Dustin Ullerby. Derek, do you think the end could refer to the end of barbarian Israelite practice in Judea? No, I'm beginning to think, Dustin, that the end is actually something like climatic. Okay. I'm not going to justify Noah's flood and make it local and make it, well, if you go back and you see that there were floods within the Mediterranean region, it was this specific flood. Could be, but I feel like what happens after the fact is Christians want to protect the Bible, or whoever the person might be that believes in the Bible. They want to defend their Bible, so they want to change evidence to the facts. Like the Homeric epics, the Iliad, the Odyssey. In the Greek world, many people had no problem with Zeus flying down from heaven and having sex with women. Just what it was. Later on, because they were religious texts to the Greeks, they saw them, they venerated those texts. They allegorized the narrative. Well, let's not make, he couldn't have meant that literally. Let's allegorize it. The preterists are doing nothing different. They're finding the issue. They're saying the church has had it all wrong all along in terms of it was supposed to happen back there, but they keep pushing the date forward. Well, one day, any day now. And of course, these cults that come on like Jehovah's Witnesses, they're just trying to apply it to now and using the New Testament as their little framework. But the preterists want to reinterpret all of this language and stuff to say, it has to have been complete. So when we say stars fall from heaven, or when we say, for example, the elements shall melt with fervent heat, we mean the elements of the temple. And when we talk about Noah's flood, if you read any of the covenant creation material from Tim Martin and J.L. Vaughn and others like that, if you know what I'm talking about, this is, guys, there's this like 0.1% out of 100% of Christianity. It's like super, super small of a group of full preterists that call themselves covenant creationists. And they believe pretty much their eschatology finds its way back into the Genesis narrative. That Genesis is a prophecy of Revelation. And Noah's flood, some of them have speculated, was not an actual flood of water, but it was a flood of armies of men that came and attacked ancient, whatever they were, Israel at the time. And so it wasn't really water. It was really people. They reinterpret it to fit the narrative that helps their position on their eschatology. New heaven and new earth? Duh, covenant or people. Why? Because one time Moses said, give your ears, O heaven, and listen, O earth. So they think that means people. And so they redefine everything to make sure their Bible is protected and their Lord is saved. The Savior is not saving them. They become the Savior of the Savior. I hope that makes sense. They're trying to save Jesus from failing. And Bart Ehrman and others have been calling him out for quite some time, and nobody's been paying attention that are in full preterist world because they get so stuck in the dogma, they don't know how to drink anything other than fruit punch. It's just the way it works. Okay, I'm going to give you guys an invite here in the comments. You're more than welcome to join me if you want. And I just wanted to let you guys know, Jesus will never come back. He never did. Full preterists don't like that part because they think, well, yeah, you're right. He won't ever come back because he came back in the first century, just like the text says. And then some of the full preterists will say, well, it's a fiction. So no, he never literally came, but according to the story, he did. I think you're implying some stuff. I'd like to see the text that said he did come back. Show me in the canonical text that does that. So I'd be interested to see it. There is a link here, guys. I hope you guys join me. I'd be interested to hang out with you and have fun here on MythVision. Here we go. Okay, hold on. Let me fix this, bro.
Oh my goodness.
What's up?
I didn't get my makeup done.
Uh-oh.
I am an astrotheologian.
Okay, astrotheologian. So can I ask you a question what you mean by that real quick, just so our audience understands? Do you believe the entirety of the canon that we have is all secretly something else?
Mystery school initiation stuff, yes. We join in the body of Osiris, of Jesus, yes. Orion,
okay.
The Orion constellation is very big in religious myth. Lots of it, I'm not saying all of it, a lot of it is astral myth.
Okay. Sorry, people are commenting.
And then we have the death and the rebirth thing, so that's an initiatory thing that runs through all religions, is a death and rebirth initiation. And now the rest of it is just used to justify a royal lineage, so that we have somebody who's descended from the gods to explain authority. And that's
okay.
pretty much it.
I used to be in astrotheology.
It's not everything.
That's what I was going to say. I don't deny that there's implications there, that there are obviously mythological tones that come from the celestial bodies and stuff that they're using within the narrative. And I do think there's mystery school. Yeah, I think there's definitely stuff there. I just don't buy the whole narrative is playing into that, because I don't believe that all of this was one story, if that makes sense. Leo, what's up, brother? Let me do this.
Leo Cloud, what's happening, buddy?
You're muted, man. I think let those who have ears hear, and I see. I'm just kidding. I can't hear you, man.
Dog, I'm the biggest fan of your show. I'm so thankful for your relationship with Dr. Price is so precious. I love
Dude, he's awesome, man. He's awesome. Hold on. Leah. Okay, dude, your audio is muted, bro.
Love your headphones, though.
Yeah. Well, look, I've read some of The Devil's Pulpit. Have you read some of that? You know what I'm talking about?
I have an undergrad in religious studies and master's in theology. I'm working on a presentation. I'd love to be on your show one day. I'll put together a good PowerPoint and stuff.
It's you, Leo. Sorry. Put a PowerPoint together, man. Send it to me. You got my email. It's in every description of all my videos. Leo, I've unmuted and muted you, and nothing, dude. I think it's on your side, brother.
We can make up words for him. We can ad-lib Leo.
I don't know, dude. Hold on. I want to say to Roderick, because he also wrote a book on full preterism. Dude, if you want, feel free to jump on. I'd love to have you come on here. I just wrote that too. We can have a hangout.
Checking
Hold on,
1
go.
2. Checking 1 2.
Hey,
There he
you
is.
are.
All right.
I knew Satan had your tongue, bro. I was like,
No. Coruscant had my Microsoft had my headphones.
look, everybody
Wolves.
hit that like button, man. We got 116, 117 people watching. Hit that like button.
Like and
Obviously, yeah, it helps us, man. It helps us grow.
And
so
it will exercise Microsoft from my headphones.
And
see,
check out his Patreon.
yeah, I got hundreds of videos on there that haven't
Yeah,
been
yeah.
released. Leo, are you waiting for Jesus to come back, bro, or what?
No, I'm waiting for Mosa to come back because that guy owes me money. Jesus, I owe him money, so the more time he waits, my grandmother owes him money, so you see she's that old, apparently. That's it. Guy's old grandma proves historicism, go figure. So, no, if Jesus comes back, I'll be pretty annoyed because I owe him money. Well, my grandmother owes him money, but she's gonna strike the debt on me, which I really don't want to do.
Dude, just read this book. Really, really worth reading. I interviewed the guy. It thoroughly goes through every text topically in the New Testament that talks about the return, or at least implies a soon coming, a soon end, apocalyptic type of stuff. I mean, Paul's running around. Here's something I have for full preterists who might be watching. The full preterists want to say that 70 AD destruction of the Jerusalem temple is it. It's the thing. Paul's 800 to 1,000 miles away from the Jerusalem temple, telling guys in Ephesus and who knows where, don't get married because it's about to go down. Scratch relationships. It's about to go down. What's about to go down, dude? I'm 1,000 miles away from the Jerusalem temple. Why would this matter to me if preterism's correct, that the temple is the finality, is the climax, is the end? This gives a broader perspective, I think, on what was expected by these messianic figures, these messianic thinkers, if you will. They thought that something was about to happen.
You got to distinguish between Paul's messianism and Jamesian messianism, because they mean very different things. I mean, it's pretty obvious that Paul and James don't get along.
Yeah, I have I was gonna say I have a hard time with knowing exactly what James's messianism is, because the one book we have is a forgery of him. You see what I'm saying? But I do agree with you that they don't see eye to eye. Yeah.
No, but we can know about James because that's the thing Paul is refuting. You can't get rid of that. Paul is just, most of Paul's stick is him saying, yeah, no, James, you don't want to associate with that guy. It's bad mojo. Really.
I have a hard time knowing what we can know, though. I'm very skeptical. Not saying we can't know. James was obviously pro-circumcision and more Torah observant. I just have a hard time knowing what we can know. It's almost like asking, can you imagine asking Donald Trump evidence for, let's see, Barack Obama? I mean, can you imagine the filter if he doesn't? I don't. I'm just making the point that for a fact that Donald Trump's not going to give accurate information on Barack Obama because he doesn't like him, or vice versa. So I have a hard time knowing what we can know, but I do believe you're right to some extent on that, for real.
That's kind of bias saying it. So that assumes he doesn't like him, so he makes stuff about. I don't know about this particular instance, but that assumes, well, he doesn't like him, so he makes stuff about him. How do you know? Well, look, he knows stuff about him because of this. It could be just as easily the reverse.
Fake news is nothing new. Religion is merely propaganda, mostly, that we've been propagated. In the Catholic Church, they have the propagation of faith. It's merely propagation for slaves to obey your masters, and that authority is put in place, divinely architected.
Well,
it's false.
Well, that's a way to look at it, but that's true, but it started as a way to pacify the Jews. I'm a big subscriber to Roman provenance theories. It started as that,
Caesar's Messiah, Jews. Joseph Atwell,
and then it just became, well, you do it for everyone. It just works. Do it. Plug it. It makes.
Let's talk about end of times Messiahism and Zionism today.
Yeah, let's remember the end of the world.
You're muted.
And they run the freaking world. And there hasn't been one video on MythVision that has talked about Zionism. You talk about Israel first, but if you talk about their power,
what Zionism? What Zionism? You're kidding me? Look, man, you can open BBC, you can open CNN, you can open even Fox News, and you're gonna get people that
where
are
you're getting your news from?
No, I don't watch any of these. I'm talking about all of the mainstream news. You don't open them, you get tons of people who do not just not legitimize Israel. They say Israel. I wouldn't even say that. I mean, you can open the BBC and you have, or CNN, you get ridiculous stuff like 5 dead in terrorist attack, 1 Arab, 4 Jews, and it's a guy from the West Bank who went and killed 4 people.
There's how religion is still prominent and today. This relates to today. We can talk about theological.
Look, this doesn't have a lot to do today. This doesn't have a lot to do with religion, apparently. It doesn't have to do too much with religion, apparently, because most Israelis are secular. Most Israelis are secular, and the state is secular.
Then it's just racist. If they don't have the religious ideology, then it's just they're either religious supremacists or racial supremacists.
No, it's an ethnic state. Nobody's up at arms because the Japanese have an ethnic state.
Well, what if America had an ethnic state?
Well, America isn't an ethnic state. That's not how it is. You can't go to these countries. You can't go to Japan or to, I don't know, Korea and tell them, hey guys, what you're doing is not very kosher. And they'll be like, look, we have a country. That's just how we are. It's just the way things is.
Why does Israel protect its borders and they have a wall and everything? But then
because every country protects its borders.
America,
we're getting off.
We're
getting off track, gentlemen. We're getting off track. Look, we went from Jesus is not coming back to something irrelevant here on this particular issue. Don't get me wrong. It could be relevant because John Hagee and others want to try and say another temple is going to be built and that's going to cause the end. But here's the thing. That's the problem. That is the problem I have with a lot of the fundamentalists that are out there that are extreme Zionistic in their approach, and their eschatology ties into, I'm going to throw this out there. Maybe you guys give me your 2 cents.
World events right now.
Real quick. The guy I interviewed today who wrote this book, he said he thinks, and he wasn't sold on it. He thinks that there was early Messianic Christianity that might have kicked off the war with the Romans. They believed, of course, that when they started or initiated the battle, that, of course, Armageddon would kick in and Yahweh would come and, of course, with his angels, defeat the enemy, the Romans. Well, Christians aren't too different in their way of thinking. Let's restore Israel. Let's build the temple. Let's make the end happen because God's going to come and make this end happen. This has happened before with fundamentalist presidents, for example. They've had that mentality. So there's dangers in eschatology. If you let that eschatology frame your mind that Jesus is coming any day now, you potentially can create some havoc in modern times.
The first coming for the Jews.
No, Messiah. You're not even. No, it's Messiah. You say Mossack.
Come join us, Oz.
We want Messiah now. We don't want to wait.
You're saying it wrong.
It's end time temple cult genocide.
By the way, Messiah. You know what Messiah means, by the way?
Wipe out Edom. Wipe out Amalek. That's the white Europeans. Sorry.
No, that's not what those things mean. No, that's not what those things mean. They can't mean that.
Is that what's popularly believed?
No, that's not what popularly believed.
You might believe in the metaphysicalness of it as an allegory, but people take it literally. And we need to stop doing that.
Very few people take the Bible literally. It's very difficult. It's very difficult to take any of this literally, I think.
There's beautiful stuff in there. I love it. It's about awakening our consciousness, rising the chrism to become crested. It's mostly about our cerebral spinal fluid and waking up your 7 chakras.
Well, crested
relates to the 7 heavenly luminaries. The moon to Saturn. Satan.
Look, can you let me say something, please?
Yes, I'm sorry. I got excited. I love you, Bible. Thank you for engaging in me, and thank you, MythVision, for hosting this.
I'm just listening, man. I'm waiting for some people to pop on.
Lio, go ahead, brother.
Well, if you look at the term Messiah, it means pulled. And I mean pull in the way you take something and pull it in oil. And it came from a tradition, and this is something that was common in the Near East, to take whoever was appointed as a political leader and pull him in oil, thus purifying him, usually olive oil. Okay? Hi, Oz.
The goyim need to be purified.
No, that's not what it means. You're
Right?
interpolating into that.
What's up, Oz?
Yeah, Aquarian, go read Elders of Zion. You know what? Leave me alone.
What's up? What's up?
Welcome to
I
MythVision,
broke
bro.
apart your religion pretty well.
Good to be here.
What's happening, cuz?
What up?
So, dude, you think Jesus is coming back or what, man?
Well, in order for a Jesus to come back, there has to be a Jesus. So no.
Thank you.
No, actually, no. Actually, no. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true.
He never
because
came
one
the first time.
interpretation of. Well, no, it doesn't mean he doesn't come the first time. He can't come a second time if he wasn't there originally. If you look at Philon, Philon claims that Jesus is this type of manifestation of God, and it can have reincarnations of it, which is something that sounds very. It might be what Paul means in his Jesus.
I'll be specific. From the 30-something years that I went to a literal. I heard you right before I was jumping on that people don't read the book literally. I think you're talking about the Bible. I grew up, my entire family in our circle all took the Bible literally. So if we're talking about Jesus coming back on a white horse and coming to save the world,
It's not a white horse. It's a white mule. It's a white mule even.
Okay, whatever technicalities we want to put out there, no, that's not happening.
Look, the thing is, a lot of people take it literally because they read it in a translation. When you read it in a translation, you're not taking it literally, even though it's translated into something that it can mean.
It's the constellation Pegasus. It's in the stars. Next.
Aquarian, can you read Hebrew?
I definitely can't.
I'm learning Hebrew just to make fun of it, actually. It's Aramaic.
It's a funny language.
It's Sumerian. Y'all think Hebrew is the first language ever given? It's not. It was mostly taken from Phoenicia, Acadia.
Well, the writing system is Phoenician. The writing system is Phoenician. Not so sure about the origins of it. I heard things for here and for there, in this direction and that direction. However, if you do read it, you need to, in English or in any non-Hebrew language, for the Old Testament, you need to realize you're reading a translation, and translations by their nature are going to have the author interpolate meaning in order to convey ideas.
Yeah,
so whether you know it or not,
look, can
you let me finish? Aquarian, can you let me finish?
Well, get to the point already. I love you, brother, but get to the point. What's the point?
You're very rude.
I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being rude. I love you.
You guys.
I don't love you, but that's okay.
Hold on. Joe LaFaro, I hope I said that right. George W. Bush in a phone conversation with French press Francis Mitterrand told him that Western... I can't fucking read. Told him that Western nations needed to be in the Middle East militarily in order to fight the forces of Gog and Magog. Yeah. That is a scary implication on these type of eschatological positions. Since we've already weighed in, Oz, would you like to weigh in? And by the way, Oz, Leah, would you be interested in debating people over on Oz's channel?
Yeah. So does it pay well?
It pays badges of honor, I guess. I don't know.
Well, I did just have.
We'll travel.
I did just have 2 slots open up on our. We have a tournament, debate tournament on the 20th, and the pool right now. I think I'm up to like $600 for the winner, something like that.
Wait, what? Yes, yes, I'm in. Me enter.
What's up, honey? Yeah, I'm live.
So, anyways, look, Oz, what I was trying to tell you is that even though you were reading it and you thought you're taking it literally or not because you're reading a translation, that's just how translations work. You see it, if you read a manga or anime, you see it all the time. I mean, I can just give examples in something particularly I like that's in Japanese originally, and everyone, including me, in the community, of the fandom of that comic book, that, oh, this means that. No, that's not what it means. That's a conclusion you jumped to because you couldn't know the original Japanese. That's just an example of this.
Well, and Leo, just so you know, because I did not.
Not into anime and manga? No kidding.
Well, no. I didn't communicate this point very well. So for 30-something years, I'm an atheist now, and so when I read it, it's all fairy tales to me today. But growing up and then 30 years in the church, we were taught that those were literal. You know, the Bible's literal. Those stories were literally happened.
If you take it as a fairy tale, you're doing it, all of it as a fairy tale, you're also doing a mistake because some of it is obviously historical. Some of it is events that are well attested in. history, especially the big battles like the Battle of Kadesh. Well, that's not mentioned. I'm trying to think of historical. The conquering of Jericho. That was definitely there was a Jericho. King David, the siege of Jerusalem. Some events that just had to happen are there, or the exile into Babel. That just or the siege of Jerusalem by Nebuchadnezzar. Those events just happened. We know that they did because we see them in other sources outside of the Old Testament. So if you're saying, well, to me it's all just fairy tale, you're going a bit too far there, my friend, because some of it has to be historical.
Okay, so I'll be specific again. When I talk about the fairy tale, it's the divinity of a Christ. It's the supernatural claims. It's all of that are the fairy tales to me.
Look, guys.
No, I don't believe in supernatural stuff either.
My friend here, Dr. Joshua Bowen, just said, "Why do I keep running from a debate with Skylar Fiction?" I gotta address this, guys. He's got me on the spot, and it's totally embarrassing. So I have to address this. Look here, man. Look here. I don't have my glasses anymore, and I don't have hair gel anymore, like I did that night. So I actually called in to Skylar Fiction's channel one time, and he put me on air. I was on video, and I was like, "I'm a Christian, and I'm going to disprove you guys." And he's like, "Dude, this is a troll," because my name was I'm Right, You're Wrong. I had like created a YouTube channel, and he put me on there, and I looked like this nerd with glasses, and I was like, "You're going to hell." Like I was doing something stupid, man. But ever since I got defeated in that debate, Josh is right, man. I got beat. So there you have it, man. I'm scared to debate him. Okay, Skylar, if you watch this, I'm scared.
And hey, shout out Dr. Josh. That's my boy. He's going to be modding our T-Jump debate tonight.
Who's T-Jump debating? Because he's always debating somebody.
It's a Christian. His name's Matt Adams. I think he's got about 4 or 5 debates. If you go search it on YouTube, he's a Thundy.
Interesting.
Fundy.
Okay, he's always debating somebody, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Dr. Josh, man. Dr. Josh is so chill. He mopped the floor with the whole slavery debate on the Old Testament, condoning slavery and stuff. That was a really good debate with those two Christians.
Yeah, totally. The curse of Ham is what's been used to justify slavery. They were turned black because they looked at their dad while he was naked, which actually goes to sodomy.
No, that's not true. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think you got things mixed up there, brother.
True.
That's not.
I think you do have some facts there mixed up because, yeah, I think that I do know that they do point to that. There are cults that do point to the whole Ham saying you're cursed, the curse of Ham. But the reason that they were turned black, I don't think that has anything to do with him with that.
Of course it doesn't, but that's what they believe. It doesn't matter what we believe. It's what they believe. The biggest slave
A very
ship.
small minority of people believe.
Oz, do you see this?
Look at the part that Judaism played in the slave trade system. It's really sad. I got through being upset. I happen to be from Judaism. My mother is from Poland. Family died in the Holocaust. And so I got into it. And I looked into it, and I became really sad, angry, mad, and now I'm sad.
If you got into it, why didn't you learn Hebrew?
I don't want to learn Hebrew.
Well, you said you wanted to get into it, and that's kind of a requirement.
I do, because I love Jewishness. I love my Jewish family, but I see the theology, and I'm trying to break this down, and it's being used for harm. And I wouldn't talk about it if it didn't affect our foreign policy and our domestic policy. Otherwise, I just let it go.
Oz, you see this? Steven Sorensen's asking what the contest is about.
Oh, yeah, I sort of asked that too.
Yes, so I'll give.
I'm so off topic. I'm sorry.
I'll give the just a brief overview, and then I'll give you my email, and that's probably the best way, and I get the details. But it's a 16 person tournament. And the first 2 rounds, first round's 30 minutes, second round's 45 minutes, and I forget the last 2. And the topics, there will be a specific topic per round until the championship, and then whoever is in the championship will get to select, to choose and agree upon their topic, and then whoever the winner is gets the It'll be in the form of either a Visa or MasterCard with the. It's like $550 or $600 we got up to so far that we've raised for it, and then also we have a custom made like championship belt that'll travel.
Interesting.
Who judges it? Who says you win or you don't?
Yep, I'm putting together a panel of judges and mods, so I'm doing that actually as we speak. I was working on that all day today. So,
well, I hope I'm not messing you up, brother. Dude, the whole reason I did this live for everybody who's on here right now. By the way, if you see that, I hope you see that there, Leo.
My recommendation, just to answer it quick, my recommendation: watch Israeli television. It actually does help. Especially with subtitles. If you learn it, focus on the Nikud because you don't need to know the letters to learn the Nikud, and the letters don't make much sense.
I can't hear you, brother.
Yeah,
I got bad
they
hearing.
don't want you to convert to them. They don't want conversions.
No, it's possible.
Hey, quick question.
Takes a year.
Someone said if reading Hebrew makes what he reads true. By the way, who the hell is muting Oz? I don't know. I think Oz might be muting Oz. I'm not muting you, am I?
Reading Hebrew doesn't make it true, but it makes it easier to understand what you're reading. So,
no, that's a running joke on our channel. #MuteOz. So,
inside joke.
You guys are trip. So, I just got excited. Read this.
That's a big.
This guy right. It's actually not a long read. You could read it in a day. It goes through every reference in the New Testament about the second coming of Jesus and or things pertaining to it, and shows that over and over these promises were made and they didn't happen. Just failures. And it really excited me because I thought full preterism was the case before I ended up leaving Christianity. Actually, Dr. Price really tore me a new one, man, when I was looking into his material, and he gave me plenty of reasons to be skeptical of all of this stuff. And you guys know I'm like an hour away from him, so I'm always harassing the hell out of that guy.
Preterism for us one more time. I'm sorry.
Preterism?
Yeah, just define it.
Yeah, so it's past tense. It's the idea that something's fulfilled in the past, to make it simple. So if I may make a prediction and you come 200 years after the time in which I said something was going to happen, let's say it did happen, you could say, well, I believe that did get fulfilled in the past. You're not looking for it in the future. Most Christians are waiting for Jesus to come in the future. They're waiting for the end in the future. Preterists believe the end happened in the first century, but they redefine what the end means. It doesn't mean a world-shaking event. All it meant was the 70 AD Jerusalem temple was destroyed, and they attached the resurrection to it and judgment and the whole nine. They do all of that.
You know, I just want to interject. I do remember seeing a while ago a documentary remarkably called Remembering the End of the World, which claims that... Oh, question.
I just want to say thanks to Joe. I forgot to tell him before for that $10 super chat, man. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. The reason he brought it up, the event, was to point out that powerful men can do great damage to the world when are influenced by religious beliefs. I definitely believe that's the case. I mean...
You know, that might be the case, but he had secular reasons primarily. The secondary reasons usually don't matter, so...
Yeah, I just think we can point out that example with eschatology. It's very harmful in cults like Jehovah's Witnesses, other cults that I've been interviewing lately, and of course what we brought up earlier. Lots of different stuff. So,
you know, I know a lot of a guy who used to be a Jehovah's Witness, and he and his brother say that Jehovah's Witnesses are pretty lazy and they don't save money because they think, well, the world's gonna end anyway, so why bother?
Yeah. That makes sense. Do you guys remember Harold Camping? 2011. He said the end was going to happen, and most of the cult actually sold their houses, bought poster signs, and were going out there trying to like convince everybody the end was going to happen. I feel really bad for people like that, man. I mean, I was in the same shoes where I was thinking the end was going to happen any day, and I told my wife when I got her pregnant, I said, look, I feel really bad. Like, what kind of parent am I to bring my child into this world when I know that hell's going to break loose at some point here in my life and my children have to go through that? Like, that was how convinced I was in the whole thing. Oz, I'm promoting your email, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, brother. Let me
So,
see if we. What were you going to
so
say, though, Leah? I cut you off.
I
bro.
was gonna say that this idea of of all of these doomsdays being prehistoric is not exclusive to Christianity. In fact, there's a movement in mythology that says that all of these doomsday events are not in the future. They're in the past, and they've been bumped up in the future because people didn't want to deal with the psychological ramifications of witnessing these events, which I find fascinating. So the end has already happened. I mean, Doomsday happened. There was a cataclysmic event in the past that apparently according to this theory, of course, that every culture experienced, which is why every culture has a flood myth, every culture has a dragon, every culture has a Doomsday comment, whatever. Which is why it's always moved to be in the future, because people did not want to deal with it. So they've been putting off the what do you call it? Traumatic, the
apocalypse, the whatever it might be, the climatic.
They've been putting off dealing with the trauma of the cataclysm that happened into the future, which is why humanity's history has been characterized by unresolved traumatic, something similar to cultural PTSD. I find
I
very,
love the
very
word
interesting.
apocalypse, Derek. Apocalypse comes from apro, which is April, which is the opening of spring, of light out of the dark. So apro is the opening of the Cyclops, the eyes. So apocalypse etymologically means the opening of the eyes, which is what happens as we enter into the Aquarian age, out of the age of Pisces, which is faith, the fish of Jesus, and we enter into the man, the water bearer. Where should we prepare the Passover? Look for the man bearing the pitcher of water, bearing the knowledge, and our internet communications revelation is making this happening. Derek is a big part of it, and we're breaking down this Jewish faith, this Christian faith, this Abrahamic religion to see it for what it really is, which is mostly astrotheology and the awakening of the chrism within our own body, because as above, so below. And now this tears apart all your religious narratives, and now you're just grasping for straws. End of story.
No, that's not what it means. I'm sorry.
I want to say thank you. I appreciate you being kind and of course, loving the channel and stuff, but I would definitely not go that far. Right. I at one point I was looking for all of the connections and that everything had some linguistic etymological connection. At this time, I'm no longer thinking that way. Don't get me wrong. I think the passage of a man carrying a pitcher of water has the potential for being Aquarius in the gospel narrative. And that's in one of the
What
synoptics.
else would it be?
Well, no, that makes a lot of
things.
sense.
It can just be a guy with water.
A man, that's the job of a woman. That's not the job of a man.
No, a man can do it too.
Well, here there's a guy who actually talks about this that I've done shows with, and he talks about the man carrying the pitcher, that it has some astrotheological significance or signs of the zodiac concept. I'm not astrotheology minded like I was. Like the whole New Testament's an allegory of the sun, moon, and the stars and things like that.
Not
I
the
used
whole,
to be.
a part of it.
Which part would you suggest? Which part?
That's a good question.
Because what they'll say, they'll call you a reductionist. Okay, I'm not reducing it all down to astrotheology. I'm saying that's a big part of it. That's not all it is, but that's a big
Didn't he just say that's what it is?
No, because Derek is trying to say that's all it is. I'm saying that's a part of it.
Well, no. I just think trying to say like the Gospel of Mark is an astrotheology play of the sun, moon, and stars. Let's say it's not the whole New Testament. Let's say the gospel, right? That there might be astrotheology that's found its way in there, because I know that there's clear astrotheology implications in the Old Testament. But if the New Testament mimetically is connecting to the Old, I don't know if the author of the New Testament, me and Dr. Price talked about this the other day, I don't know if they knew or thought the same way the authors of the Old Testament, whoever they are, writing these narratives are thinking. Because a lot of the characters, for example, like Samson, is just a sun god who's now transformed or anthropomorphized into an Israelite judge. His name means sun, in Hebrew. Wow. And he has the hair just like the sun, things like that. I can get with that. But the New Testament, I don't buy the astrotheology explanation like I did, if that makes sense. If Acharya S was here, I would interview her.
All right.
You know, I disagree about Samson being the sun god. He's more like the warrior god or Hercules, which is usually associated with Mars. So
from everyone I know,
yeah.
the word Samson means
no,
sun.
it means sun guy, but that doesn't mean he has connection to the sun. It's like Helios is not the sun god in Greeks.
Right. I just know that
that's confusing, but it's true.
From what I understand, the sun with its rays are the locks of hair. When his hair is cut off, he loses his strength when the rays of sunlight are cut off. This is the stuff that Dr. Price and other people have written on, and they've pointed that out. But yeah, I'm into that. I'm into the studying of these things, but a lot of it is speculative because we don't have like it isn't written. This is what it means, and here is exactly what it's saying. It's guesswork.
Some of it is, but when it says this is what it means, it's usually so bizarre you'd have to think a lot before you believe it. So
yeah, Matey by Ruben actually, that's a good point.
Owning up the grain. Yeah.
Absolutely. So you remember with the foxes, ties the tail of the foxes together, causes the fire of the the Philistine, yeah. Dr. Price mentioned the scorching of the field is the idea that Samson's burning it because he is the sun. Now, there's a lot more implications in that narrative that he goes into as to why Samson is the sun.
Yeah, except that doesn't happen in agriculture in Israel so much. So
they're more lunar in their ideas, but there's the mix of sun and lunar concepts.
No, but they're saying agriculturally, you're not going to get like a scorched field from the sun in Israel. It doesn't happen.
Maybe it's from another culture. I know they borrowed from other cultures. You know what I mean?
I mean, many of the agricultural idea, the interpretation of the. I used to work. I'm in Israel and work in agriculture for part of the year. So many of the agricultural ideas I hear about, I'm like, no, that's not how it works around here. At least now.
I'd be. Oh, go ahead.
I like to point out how non-monotheistic Judaism actually is. They believe in Shekinah, who is the divine feminine, who is like the serpent energy. It's like Kundalini.
I never heard of that name.
It's, yeah, because you don't know Kabbalah that well, obviously. I do.
I don't get involved in Kabbalah because it's...
Because you don't know the own exoteric meaning? You're stuck on the esoteric meaning of your religion? Well, I beg you to dig deeper.
I mean, why would they get into it? They have other stuff to do, like Starship Troopers.
And meanwhile, the name Moloch, or Baal, or El, is Sumerian gods, and they call it their own god. Moloch means Lord in Hebrew. Moloch is a Sumerian god.
Moloch doesn't mean Lord in Hebrew. I know this because I speak the language. Baal means Lord.
I won't have time to... Dorian, I won't have. I mean, look, I could get into hyper agency detection devices, but I'm not the expert in this. I'm just listening to the scientists and stuff that are talking about it.
Hyperactive agency detection? What is that?
Well, we all have it. I mean, we all kind of assume agency sometimes when there isn't any agency, which is a lot of reason why we believe in gods or something that's not there. We imagine the divine, and it comes. It's kind of part of our evolutionary product, if you will, byproducts of our evolution to help us survive. So that's a real big part of it.
You know, I'm very skeptical on all of this evolutionary psychology, but if somebody here's what I will believe. If somebody wants to claim, look, this is human nature to do this, if they see children doing it habitually without adult instruction, then yes, I'm going to concede that as part of what it means to be human. But if they start going about this would confer advantages to survival, get real.
I mean, we did have to survive. I can't say that they'd be wrong about that. You know what I mean? It makes a lot of sense.
Survive. The question is this the type of survival people would gravitate to, or people would use, or that would offer benefits? Also, I mean, let's say it like this.
What does agency mean?
Agency means assuming there is an agent or something acting on something.
Which is why they're pretty much they're trying to explain why people believe in God, even though they can never see it. There's no evidence to prove a God is there, but the idea is that there's an agency there. They assume based on what we look around. A lot of people go, look at the universe, look around us. Don't you see creation? There's evidence for God, and they assume agency in a lot of these things. Like if my door slams shut, I'll probably automatically think it was a human who did it. I could actually probably go check it out and see that it was some suction from some type of pressure in the house or wind blowing outside caused my door to slam shut. And I go, oh, wow. I assumed it was human because that's usually what happens is humans shut doors.
Except humans can shut doors. It can shut doors for the stuff they're supposing with gods. There's no evidence of. No one ever saw it. So, what you're giving is not a very good analogy. Because
I think it's
people do
because
shut doors.
well, it is if you think about minds. If we have minds and we know other people have minds, and we assume that there's intelligence out there, we're going to automatically assume agency beyond ourselves, which is why people get to the divine, but also agencies that aren't just divine. Looking at volcanoes, natural disasters, it's easy to assume agency in those things that aren't natural disasters like we can explain them today. A flood, or earthquake, tornado, whatever it might be. In the ancient world, we would,
Those things are still very hard to explain. I just want to point out.
Well, we now have natural explanations. It wasn't Yahweh that caused the volcano. That's what I'm getting.
It was Yahweh.
No.
Yahweh comes from Yahweh.
Crazy.
Comes from Jupiter. We have the Yahwehs and we have the Elohis that make.
I don't think it comes from Jupiter.
The Elohis
I don't think it
are
comes
El,
from Jupiter.
Saturn, and the Yahwehs are Jupiter.
I don't think it comes from Jupiter.
Astrotheology really breaks down I would say 90% of the Bible.
Look, if it's Jupiter, first you're dealing with Jupiter is what it is, and it's like Zeus Pater, which came later for the Romans. That's how they said it. Zeus Pater.
Jupiter, Zeus, Jesus.
No.
The son of Chronos and Rhea. So we have creation. Jupiter.
No. I'm sorry, that's not how it works.
Oz, you've been quiet. I gotta ask Oz one question. I have not heard you explain what was it for you specifically that made you leave Christianity, if you will.
How do I do this briefly? It was. Oh man, that's
dude. You got 3 seconds. No, I'm just kidding.
25.
Well, I was.
I'm just teasing, bro.
Especially first time on somebody's show. I try to be practice brevity, but so 30-something years being in church, and I would say the last 7 years or so of that being in the ministry. My brother's still a pastor of a 700 or 800 member church, and going through Bible classes and doing all that, I always, because I did grow up in it, was indoctrinated into it. That's all I ever knew. I just kind of took, pastors, parents, youth pastors' word for it, and even when I did read the Bible and studied, it was through the lenses of the indoctrination, the lenses of their interpretation, their opinion. And then I had this, there was a Sunday about 4 or 5 years ago now. And there was a Sunday where I had no responsibilities. I was the full-time drummer. I oversaw the small groups, the youth group, all that. There happened to be a Sunday that I didn't have any responsibilities and didn't have to play drums. And I started paying attention to the lyrics of some of the music, because usually I was just worried about keeping beat, the 2s and 4s. And I was like, hold on, this music's a little creepy. Like the lyrics are a little creepy. But then
oh my God, the first drummer who ever noticed the lyrics.
My brother, whatever message he was preaching, he shared a scripture, and the context that he was using, I was like, well, hold on, I don't know if that's right, bro. And at this point, I'm
literally, bro.
Pretty literally. I'm pretty aware of the text and the context, and so that day. It was like this, right in the middle of the auditorium, like this light bulb went off. I was like, you know what? Here, I'm 30-something years old. I've never actually read this book without the influence of all these other people or all these other doctrines or, whatever. So I, on my way home from church that Sunday, stopped and bought a brand new Bible without any of my notes or highlights or anything like that, and started in Genesis and just started reading it the best I could, as if I just rented a book from the library, and started reading it, and still trying to understand the time, and the cultural context of what I was reading. But I was going through it, and I'm like, how have I read this and never questioned any of the things I'm reading right now? Right. And that's when the wall started to crumble. And then when I started asking the tough questions to, leaders, family, things like that, and none of them had answers, I was like, what am I doing? Like, why have I been doing this for 30 something years? And that really, like I said, started to crumble the wall. And then eventually I had 2 or 3 different study Bibles, and I had a couple books, and I was sitting in my apartment and like really trying to study and trying to find truth. And I was like, I can't believe this anymore. Like, I cannot believe this shit anymore. And that's when the wall officially fell down.
That's very good, but it wasn't 3 seconds.
I know.
No, that's pretty good. I'd like to know, did you ever dig into eschatology at all? Did you ever get involved into like trying to look at the second coming and stuff?
I did a decent amount because the pastor that of the church that my brother and I went to over in Ohio before he started his own church was pretty heavy into eschatology, and so I would say a decent amount. I'm by no means am I an expert at it, but I've been around it and studied enough to know my way around the topic, I guess.
I just wonder what's your brother teach, since he's a pastor of a 700 person organization, if you will. What's his eschatology?
He definitely believes what what most of your fundamental preachers or teachers teach, is that they're pre-trib, that all the current believers are going to be scooped up or whatever, and then there's going to be the 7-year reign, or I forget all the order of it now, but and then there's going to be the earth's going to be done away with, and there's going to be a new heaven and a new earth, and everybody has their new bodies and all that fun shit.
Does he actually engage with you with the Bible in hand? Does he ever like actually have like conversations with you to try and see if what you're saying makes sense?
He did, until he realized that I was now actually studying more than probably 98% of the people in his church, and now when I ask the tough questions, because even with him, he's a very, very smart guy, but he was in the hospital several years ago now, and it was basically a real nasty case of pneumonia, and they had him on a ventilator and everything, and they were actually prepping the family like, he's probably not going to make it through this. You guys should probably start talking about details with funeral arrangements and all that. Well, literally on Christmas morning that year, all of a sudden he just took the turn for the best, and he ended up being 100% healthy after all that. Well, he of course attributes that to God. And one of the last times he let me actually get into an in-depth conversation with him, he brought that up. He was like, well, bro, what, you were there for all that. What about that? Like, God healed me. Like, I was getting ready to die. I said, no. I said, I'll give you, I'll concede that it was a miracle, but not a supernatural miracle. It was a medical miracle. You had brilliant doctors, and you had a team of like 6 doctors. You had brilliant doctors that did everything they could, and you were healthy, you were young, and your body bounced back with that, with the right mix of medicine and science and all that. But you just because you can't explain it, and just because you can't put an actual term or procedure on it or behind it, doesn't mean you just throw it to God and say, well, God did it. And of course, he hates that answer.
Yeah. Welcome on, Cold Iron. How are you?
Oh, I'm well. Thanks for having me on, Derek.
Thanks for jumping in here, man. We were having, of course, not everybody agrees with everything on here. I wanted to try and make this about, Jesus. Yeah, I wanted to focus on the whole concept of that, especially after reading this book. I didn't even know we were going to make this into a long hangout or anything, but really cool book, Broken Promises, Jesus and the Second Coming. Real nice guy, just interviewed on this, and he is the only guy that I've ever seen who took a stance other than Bart Ehrman where they really showed the failure of Jesus. I've heard it from various scholars, but he's like focused the Mark Smith. Mark Smith.
As generic as Joe Smith.
Joseph Smith. No, I'm just kidding.
No, not that one. Not that one.
I'm just kidding.
But yeah, do you want
real
name? That's
do you have anything?
That sounds like a fake name.
That's his real name.
Did you want to contribute something, Cole?
If there's something that comes up, I'll chime in.
Okay. I just figure I'd ask, man, because if not, you know how guys are. We just dominate the whole conversation, and then like. So yeah.
Yeah, men are like that. No, women are like that.
Well, I love your black cat. I love cats.
Yeah.
Very nice cat.
Oh, damn!
Yeah.
What's your birthday?
May the 24th.
You a Gemini?
I am a Gemini.
You are.
No,
you are
he's
totally a
Derek.
Gemini.
Say what?
He's not Gemini. He's Derek.
That's true. I am Derek.
Leo, what's your sign? What's the most annoying sign of the zodiac? I feel like that would be yours.
Oh.
What's your sign?
You guys are crazy.
Well, what's your sign then?
I'm a
Welcome
Scorpio.
on, everybody.
What is he?
I don't know. Scorpio.
That's the most annoying sign.
Maybe.
Look, God, who cares?
Bird. Pasta Mike.
I was born in the year of the pig.
Pasta Mike. Oz, are we gonna have to get him on? What's up?
Come on.
Oh yeah, get him on.
All right.
Get him on.
Come on in. I only got a few more minutes. The wife came by a couple times, was looking at me going, "What are you doing?" I'm on
the
thing.
wife, the supreme force in the universe.
That's yes. Thank you, Leah. That makes the most sense. All right, there's the link, man.
Scatology. That doesn't sound good.
The wife's scatology. Look, she's calling me right now. I got to mute. So when he comes in, let me know.
All right. Cauldron. What are your beliefs? If you have any, I say we shouldn't have any beliefs. We should strive for knowledge and not belief.
So you know stuff and don't believe it?
Faith and hope fade away, and what remains? Love. Love for truth.
Which you don't believe.
That's going to hurt your Zionist agenda, Leo.
Yeah.
You think that you guys are chosen?
No.
You think that you're
guys,
you think you're better than other people?
No.
Guys,
No?
I have to interrupt.
How are you chosen?
I just said no.
I have to interrupt,
So you
guys.
don't believe you're chosen?
No.
Check it.
You are in the minority.
Pass the mic. Welcome. Oz, I want to ask you, man, what do you got going on your channel right now?
Well, first, my main man, my homeboy, Pasta Mike's here.
I know.
What's
The
that?
reason I ask is because my wife, the boss, just called me and said her sister's birthday is tonight. She has her kids on, and I gotta take her and her sister out for dinner tonight, and that's my sign of saying get the hell off. And that, guys, I'm gonna prophesy that I will return soon.
Hey, he's coming back.
Some of you sitting in this room right now will not taste death before the Son of Man. Okay, I'm just teasing. But seriously, Oz, I asked because I wanted to see if you wanted to take a lot of the audience that's watching here to jump to your channel. If you want to put it in the comments, some guys go subscribe to Oz because he's an up and coming and like really busy on debates and stuff. Everything from mythicism, you name it. Like the conversations are there. Always debates. He's got an upcoming debate for money, $600 for the winner. So I'm trying to plug your channel, bro. That's what I'm trying to do.
It's the Atheist Roundtable Live.
Yeah.
Ooh, that was toasty. I love it. What do you guys think?
You could learn the allegory of this and not go to atheism. I don't know. That makes me sad that people go to materialism because they find out about this and then they go to atheism. I wish that wasn't the case.
Yeah, that's what happened to me, bro. But I still love you no matter what. And, you know, is what it is. But Oz, how do we plug it, man? Put your link down here in the comments. It should allow you. And we'll share it out. So everybody watching can jump onto your page. If not, dude, I'm gonna get like circumcised, like Paul said. The whole thing's gonna get cut off. And I just won't be able to satisfy my wife anymore, man.
Well, if Oz is a moderator, drop the link, Oz, if you're a mod. Otherwise, March 20th, tart.live. Go over to the website, hit tart which is the Atheist Roundtable, by the way. Tart. See what we did there? Made it into a
Wait,
British
Pastor,
dessert.
that's you talking?
Yeah, it's like a British dessert, tart, right? Or a British woman of the night.
Oh my God, how do
like
you
a
talk
lady
so
of the
well?
night in the UK, right? You're a dirty
How do,
little
wait,
tart.
put everything aside for a second. How do you talk so well?
Yeah, you have a great voice. Wow.
Yeah, it's the atheism runs strong in my vocal cords. That's what it is. But look, tart.live, over to the website, March 20th, debate championships. That's all you need to know. Come on over. You could win about $600.
That's a
This
lot.
sounds like a great thing.
It might be 666 by the time the debate
Yeah.
happens.
Yeah, play your cards right. Play your cards right.
It might be 1,000.
All right, so I'm about to launch it. I don't know how to make you. We'll end up figuring out, Oz, and make you a mod, so you're able to like drop comments and whatnot with your links. Everybody, right now, this is his YouTube channel. Go check it out. Right, the Atheist Roundtable.
The Atheist Roundtable.
There you go. Go subscribe, dude. Say that one more time. Just
one more again.
The Atheist Roundtable.
Wait. Can you say hasta la vista, baby, and I'll be back?
Oh, you're confusing my accent for an Austrian guy. No. I don't care.
No, just do it. Just do it. I don't care.
I'm not
Just
Australian.
do it. I don't care. I don't care. Just do it.
So you want to do like an impression of Arnold Schwarzenegger?
No, just say it. Just say the words. No, just say the words. No,
You guys-
Schwarzenegger accent.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Hey,
I'll be
Still.
goddamn back. I'm going to be back, folks. I'm going to be back soon. God damn it. Hasta la vista. Yeah, that's about it. That's all I got.
That's awesome, man. Hey, nice to
very
meet
good.
you. I'll be on your channel at some point, Oz. You know it. You know we're gonna cross paths, bro, and have to make this thing keep growing. I gotta go, dude. I love you
For sure.
guys. Look, Jesus will never come back. Sorry, he never
What?
did. The full preterist.
Oh
I
my
know.
God.
I know. It's a shock. I know. But never forget, ladies and gentlemen, that we are
Myth.
MythVision.
Vision. Ring, ding, 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 ding,
Peace.
ding, ding.